The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. The Clock Mansion Murders. This book is the 5th volume of the museum series, Murdering Timepiece Museum by Susie, which is also translated as The Ghost of the Clock Museum, The Trap of the Clock Museum, and The Clock Museum Incident. Top 20 for 1992. Weekly Bunch's Top 10 Mystery Novels of the Year. The Detective Fiction Research Society's Best 100 of Intrinsic Reasoning. Author, Susie Pedestrian. Labels, Susie Pedestrian, Murder Timepiece Museum, Museum Series, Japanese Reasoning, Japan's New Style. Introduction. How many secrets are hidden in the Clock Museum? One by one, all the mysteries will be gradually revealed in a terrifying process. Ghost of the Clock House won the 45th Japan Reasoning Writers Association Award, which is the culmination of the style of many past works. Crystallization. Don't miss such a desolate and splendid deduction masterpiece with an even more astonishing ending. Tick, blood flows with the hands, who's counting down? When the bell of revenge rings thousands of times, don't even try to escape. The Timepiece Museum, which houses hundreds of ancient clocks in the secret area of Kamakura, is owned by the president of the Watch Manufacturers Association. Legend has it that after the president's only daughter committed suicide 10 years ago, her ghost often lingers in the clock tower without pointers in the museum. Chaos Magazine, which introduces telepathy, superhuman abilities, has a plan: challenge the ghosts of the Timepiece Museum. So the editor of the magazine, Jiang Nan, along with a photojournalist and several students from the Reasoning Research Association, found a very famous beauty spiritualist, Guangming Temple, to visit this strange building. Unexpectedly, Guangming Temple disappeared after the first spiritual meeting. Amid everyone's speculation, Sakiko, a reasoning member who hid in the room in fear, suddenly remembered the beautiful girl she met 10 years ago. Could it be the daughter of the owner of the museum? But she couldn't think about it any longer, because a dark figure held a heavy desk clock, raised both arms high, and smashed her in the face. Recommended reason: you never know how crazy people can be for love. Raised high and lowered gently, the trick is as imaginative as it is real. Gives a unique reading interest. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Prologue. Jiangnan Xiaoming finally found the building, and in order to avoid the torrential rain, he strode inside. Then he took out his pocket watch from his jacket pocket and looked at it. This watch is a relic left when my grandfather died 2 years ago. After that, he fell in love with it and stopped wearing a watch. The time is 4:30 in the afternoon. It was half an hour later than the appointed time. He originally left the house early, because he was not familiar enough with the city. It took a lot of time to transfer to the tram, and the heavens were not beautiful. It seemed that he had picked the rain when he got off the tram. Take some time to buy an umbrella. And according to the agreed route, when coming here from the station, it took a lot of trouble along the way. It turned out to be so late. It's been a long time since we were apart, and we agreed to meet today, but it's a bit embarrassing to be late. But Jiangnan comforted himself. The other party is not the kind of person who cares about things. Don't say that he is half an hour late. Even if it is 2 hours, he will forgive me, at most laugh it off. He folded his umbrella and shook off the raindrops, while looking around the building in the gloom. This is the foyer of the Gurin Heights apartment on a quiet residential street in Yunage, Setagaya, Tokyo. There is a row of silver mailboxes hanging on the wall on the right hand. He glanced at it roughly, quickly found the name of the interviewee, and checked the room number, 409, room number 9 on the 4th floor. We haven't seen each other for almost 3 years, and his nostalgic voice and smile reappeared in Jiangnan's mind. Thin, dark cheeks, with a pointed chin, a slightly larger aquiline nose and slightly drooping lids, deep-set eyes. If he folded his brows and pursed those thick lips, it will give the impression that he is a sullen, unapproachable person. This is not the case. Jiangnan knows that he is a lively, cheerful, and very talkative person, and especially likes the innocent smile that he occasionally showed in his youth. But although Jiangnan was very happy to meet him again, on the other hand, it was undeniable that he was still a little hesitant or timid. Why would there be such a grudge? Jiangnan understood very well. In short, it is the fear of meeting, but not the person. What Jiangnan was afraid of was that in the long-term conversation, the memories of the Chun massacre 3 years ago would surely be recalled. One of the reasons for not actively looking for opportunities to meet him in the past 3 years is that this fear is at work. Jiangnan also knew that he could never hold those unpleasant memories forever. In the Nachuan tragedy that happened 3 years ago, he lost a lot of good friends at once. He suffered a huge mental blow for this, and brought great changes to his later life. However, after 3 years, he felt that his mental illness had finally passed, and he was much more relaxed. He deeply understands that what happened in the past can't be undone even with great ability, and that people who have died cannot be resurrected no matter what. At least until we have no control over time, power to change the fact that it is moving from the past to the future. Maybe it was caused by the heavy rain. It seemed that even his own heart was drowned. Jiangnan felt that he suddenly slipped into a shadow. He shook his head slowly, trying to dispel this emotion, and walked towards the elevator on the left-hand side of the hall. He tossed the water from the umbrella again, and reached for the button. But his hand didn't touch the button, the door was already open, and a woman stepped out of the elevator. She was tall, wearing a lavender jacket outside and a cotton linen suit inside. His neatly cut brown hair fell to his shoulders. A golden necklace hangs from the snow-white neck, shining brightly, and it really has a sense of radiance. In the humid air, there is a strange smell of perfume that makes people sleepy. The woman lowered her head slightly and walked past Jiangnan. When he saw her face, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He wore a pair of large sunglasses on his heavily made-up face. Aged around 30. Because I can't see the exact appearance with sunglasses, it's not wrong to belong to the beauty list. Seems to have met somewhere. Actually impossible to see. Probably seen her pictures or something. He stopped involuntarily and watched the woman's back. The woman looked at the mailbox on the left side of number 409 that Jiangnan had just checked, took out a few mails, stuffed them into her handbag, and walked straight towards the glass door at the gate. After the woman's figure disappeared in the heavy rain, Jiangnan turned his attention to the mailbox that the woman had seen. 48. Right next door to the room he was about to head to. The name card reads, Kamioji Makoto. Jiangnan was surprised to see this name. He left the elevator that opened the door, took a few steps towards the name card, and wanted to read the text on the white backing paper again. That's right, it is indeed Makoto of Guangming Temple. Yeah, it's hard to imagine another person with that name. Is she that Makoto from Kamioji Temple? If so, it's not surprising that there was a feeling of as if we've met just now. There is such a coincidence in the world. Jiangnan was really surprised. He walked into the elevator. A hint of perfume still lingers in the narrow elevator. Jiangnan rang the doorbell of room 9 on the 4th floor. Almost without waiting, the door opened. He appeared in front of Jiangnan, wearing a wrinkled black t-shirt and slender twill pants. He looks the same as when he broke up 3 years ago. Oh, hello Jiangnan Jun. He still pronounces Gangnam's name as Conan as he did 3 years ago. Welcome. Hello, long time no see. Jiangnan gave a serious salute and said, I'm sorry, I'm late. At this time, the other party tilted his head and asked, "Didn't we agree to meet at 4 o'clock?" "Yes." "Then how do you say you're late?" "This?" Jiang Nan was a little puzzled, pulled the pocket watch out of his pocket, and said, "It's past 4:30 for my watch." "This is so strange. It's not even 4 o'clock on my watch." Maybe he just woke up not long ago. He kept rubbing his sunken eyes with his hands, turning his head to look inside the room. "Look, what time is that clock?" An antique octagonal clock hangs on the wall in the living room. The pointer does seem to point to less than 4 o'clock. Ah. Why has it stopped? Before Jiang Nan pointed it out, he had discovered it himself and tangled his soft curly hair with his hands and said, "I'm convinced, it's really annoying. It was just bought from an old furniture store a few days ago." "Oh, is it?" "It was just wound yesterday. Maybe something is wrong." He couldn't help pinching his neck. It's funny to see how he looks. Jiang Nan forced himself not to laugh. At this time, he turned around, seemed to cheer up again, and said to Jiang Nan, "Forget it, let it go." After he finished speaking, he showed the same innocent smile as 3 years ago. He is the up-and-coming mystery novelist Kagaya Kazumi, also known as Shimada Jie. Jiang Nan Takaki and Shimada Jie first met in the spring of 1986. Jiang Nan even remembered that it was March 26th. At the time, he was 21 years old and was the third student of the engineering department of K University in O City, Oita Prefecture, Kyushu. The incident started with a letter sent to Jiang Nan that day. The sender is Seiji Nakamura. This person built 2 peculiar buildings, Aoki House and Tokakukan, on a small island called Kakashima Island in Oita Prefecture. He was a well-known architect among his peers and had been living in seclusion there until his death in September 1985, half a year ago. In order to solve the mystery of the letter from the dead, Jiang Nan visited the house of Qingji's younger brother, Kojiro Nakamura. At his home, Jiang Nan met Shimada, who went to play by chance. The third son of a monk in a temple in Shimada City, he has nothing to do all day. His curiosity is no less than Jiang Nan. "I am very interested in the letter signed by COG." At the same time, he is also an avid fan of mystery novels. He heard that Jiang Nan had participated in the Inference Novel Research Association group of the university, so he particularly liked Jiang Nan. In the next few days, Jiang Nan and Shimada were busy tracking and investigating the mystery of the letter from the dead and the mystery of Qingji's death that happened half a year ago. The details are not mentioned for the time being. From the results, the 2 people accidentally encountered a bloody case during the investigation process. Several good friends of Jiang Nan were killed when they visited the Shijia Pavilion. This is the so-called Sun Massacre 3 years ago. The relationship with Shimada continued for a while after the incident ended. Later, they gradually distanced themselves, mainly because Jiang Nan was too busy to write a graduation thesis and prepare for graduate exams. The last time the 2 met was probably in July of that year. Later, Shimada seemed to be running around as usual, spending all his free time investigating various cases. Occasionally get in touch with Jiang Nan by phone to introduce the progress of the work. Probably in October of the same year, I heard him reveal on the phone that he seemed to be involved in the investigation of the Water Wheel Pavilion murder case in the mountainous area of Okayama Prefecture. The Water Wheel Hall also seems to be a building designed by Nakamura Seiji. Jiang Nan still remembered that although he didn't say it, he really wanted to yell at him, "I don't want to hear about those bloody murders anymore." After graduating from Jiangnan University, he was admitted to the Graduate School of Engineering. There was almost no contact with Shimada at that time. Jiangnan studied in graduate school for 2 years, and after completing his master's program, he worked for Shirtan, a large publishing agency in Tokyo. In April of this year, shortly after he left Kyushu and came to Tokyo, he suddenly remembered that he had hung up the phone with the Shimada family who had not been in touch for a long time. To his surprise, Shimada moved to Tokyo last year. Only at this time did Jiangnan know that he used Legumin as a pseudonym, became a mystery novel writer, and was active in society. Anyway, you surprised me. I haven't been a writer for a few years. Jiangnan was asked to sit on the sofa in the living room and said while sitting. Shimada was a little embarrassed, squinting his eyes and said, "I'm surprised." The engineering graduates of Tangtang entered the publishing house, and they chose a Shitong club. I didn't expect it. I applied for the job only half-jokingly, but I didn't expect to be hired. Why I qualified, I still feel inexplicable. By the way, I read the masterpiece The Lost House. I'll read it long ago. Murder in the Lost House, published last September, is the famous work of the writer Kazuki Kazumi. When Jiangnan knew that it was Shitan Club who was in charge of publishing the book, he was very surprised and thought that he really had a fate. I sent you a copy too. The post office said the address was unknown, and they returned it. When did you change your dormitory? I changed it as soon as I entered the graduate school. The original apartment was demolished. Maybe I didn't receive it because I forgot to go to the post office to handle the forwarding procedures. I wanted to tell you, but I'm really sorry for the delay. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I am the same, busy here and there, always busy. But since you're here today, I have nothing to say. After Shimada finished speaking, he kept nodding to Jiangnan with Jiangnan looked at Shimada's expression and knew that he had forgiven himself. This forgiveness includes the mentality of wanting to forget the Chun massacre 3 years ago, and the practice of writing the thesis and preparing for the postgraduate exam, as well as the fact that there is an inescapable fear in my heart, and I don't know what to do. Take the initiative to contact him and so on. Jiangnan wanted to say thank you, but he couldn't hold his face, and finally didn't say it. Then you. He found a dirty ashtray on the table, lit a cigarette, and asked, "Is it okay to leave the temple matters behind?" Shimada was putting the coffee maker on the long table between the living room and the kitchen when he stopped, shrugged his shoulders slightly, and said, "My father is still very strong, and he won't give up the position of abbot to his son right now." Did you come to live in Tokyo because of your work relationship? Of course, living here is convenient for everything, but it's not just for that purpose. Then why? How can I say it? I have an idea to see with my own eyes some of the end-of-the-century phenomena and developments in this city for a period of time. Also, I'm sick of living a healthy life in the country. Oh? Jiangnan felt that he was still a weirdo. If I remember correctly, he is 40 years old, but he has nothing to show off compared to his peers. Jiangnan was still muttering in his heart, why didn't he consider getting married? But he didn't open his mouth to ask him. Jiangnan flicked the ash in the ashtray while looking around the room. The large living room is covered with floors, and I thought it must be messy, but I didn't expect it to be neat and tidy, so I couldn't tell that it was a bachelor's life. What a spacious room. Isn't the rent quite expensive? I'm afraid it is. Why do you say yes? The owner of this apartment is an old friend of mine. I'm a fledgling writer and I'm very cash-strapped, so out of sympathy, he rents the house to me at a low price. Oh, is it? I lived here when I was in college. He is the son of the owner of the house, the same age as me, and he lives here, so we became friends. The name of the apartment is Greenhouse Sot. It turned out to be like this, so I put. Galeen Heights means Green Village. Well, he later inherited his father's business and converted the old house into the current apartment. At this time, Jiangnan found an interesting thing on the corner of the table. It is folded out of black paper and has a very complicated shape. Is this the devil? Jiangnan pointed at origami and said, I remember it appeared in Murder in the Lost House. Are you still very interested in origami? Oh, what do you say? The origami has mouth and ears, hands and feet, wings and tails. It can be said that everything is complete. Shimada pinched this piece of work into the palm of the house. After the book was published, I didn't expect to have such a big response. I received a letter from the origami expert who created the prototype of the devil, and I read his books, so I also learned origami. He also taught me new designs, improved demon. Look here, the old one only has 5 fingers. Jiang Nan took the devil handed over to him and watched it. It used to be 5 fingers, but now it's 7. Is this the so-called 7-fingered devil? Have you read Kraku's The End of Childhood? Seems to have been inspired by the overloaded thinking in the book. It's amazing. Such a complex thing is made from a single piece of paper without any cutting. Not bad at all. It seems that the field of origami is also a mysterious world. Jiangnan looked at this wonderfully shaped thing from different angles for a while. At this moment, the vivid scenes from Murder in the Lost House that he had read 2 weeks ago appeared in his mind. So a topic slowly revolved in his mind again. Before he came here, he had been undecided, not knowing whether to say yes or not. He hesitated for a moment, then decided to speak up. Shimada, no, it's better to call Mr. Shimada. Anyway, I'm also an editor of Shirtan Club. As you wish, only the word Mr. is omitted. Okay, Lugu, Jiangnan said, straightening his posture a little. How can I say it? It's a coincidence, to be honest. Coincidence? What do you mean? Well, that is, he paused and glanced at the octagonal clock hanging on the wall. As before, the pointer still pointed to less than 4 o'clock. Reaching for the cigarette on the table, he continued, Did you know that there is a house called Timepiece Museum in Kamakura? Timepiece shop? At this moment, Lugu Menchi's expression changed very obviously. He raised his 2 thick eyebrows upwards and stared at Jiangnan again with sharp eyes. Jiangnan Jun, could it be again? It's just a few words. Jiangnan also looked into each other's eyes in a serious atmosphere. I heard that it is also called the Timekeeper's House. As you can guess, that house seems to be one of the buildings designed by Nakamura Seiji. I want to hear the specifics. Luguman faced the long table. After pouring the filtered coffee into the cup, he suddenly turned to look at Jiangnan and said, Where did you receive this kind of information? I'm afraid you didn't investigate it yourself? Anyway, I don't think you'll ever want to deal with the name Nakamura Chingji anymore. Of course. Jiangnan held a newly lit cigarette to the corner of his mouth. That's why I'm deeply intrigued. Oh, thank you. Jiangnan took the coffee, stirred the sugar in the cup with a small spoon, and peeped at Lugu, who returned to the sofa. I saw him folded his hands on the back of his head, staring at him with a serious expression. I told you on the phone a few days ago that I went to work in a magazine this spring. Lugu pursed his thick lips, nodded and said, Didn't you say assigned to the Chaos editorial department? Have you read this magazine? In general, turn it over. Because I'm still interested in this aspect. Chaos is a monthly magazine founded by Tanshi about 3 years ago. Just take a look at the strange inscriptions of the Journal of Parascience to know that it aims to comprehensively introduce so-called paranormal phenomena such as telepathy, superhuman abilities, and UFOs. The main readers are teenagers between the ages of 10 and 20. In the past few years, there has been a mysterious craze among young people, and the magazine came into being in this craze. It was more popular than expected. Although several magazines of its kind preceded it, it has survived and continued to expand its circulation. I am in charge of a special plan in the Chaos editorial department, which is the plan to challenge the souls of the Kamakura Clockhouse. Dead souls? Lugu frowned, stroking his thin cheeks and said, "Is there still such a rumor in that house?" "In the past, I didn't know anything about it. It is said that everyone in the area knows it. I heard that the house originally belonged to a man named Gu Arundian. 9 years ago, before and after his death, people died continuously in the house. So there are various rumors around it. The most talked about is that there is often a ghost of a girl coming out of the compound and wandering in the nearby forest. I heard that this ghost is the daughter of Gu Yi, who died at an early age. Gu Yi Luandian, I seem to have heard this name before. He's a celebrity. He's the president of Japan's top watchmakers association." "Ah. I see, it turned out to be him. It was the ancient Arendian of the Gu Yi Jingzhong Company. So a timepiece hall was built. I heard that the house is very strange. There is also a strange clock tower in the courtyard. The structure of the room is very complicated, and it is filled with old clocks and clocks that he has collected." Lugu glanced at the stopped octagonal clock and hummed softly. Jiang Nan continued, "As soon as I heard that it was a wonderful building, I thought it was him again. I went to inquire about the deputy editor who launched this project. Guess how he answered? He said that it seemed to be a specially constructed building. What is the name of the strange house, designed by Qingxi's architect? It turns out to be so. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. I'm sorry, can Jiangnan give you a cigarette? Please." Lugu took out a cigarette from the cigarette case, whispered, "This is for today's smoking," and put it in his mouth. He has suffered from lung disease in the past, so from 3 years ago he told Jiangnan that he decided to smoke only one a day. It seems that he did not break his promise. Then, what exactly is your so-called special plan going to do? Lugu asked, smoking a cigarette with great taste. This plan, if you want to say it's interesting, it's really interesting. He was deliberately vague at the end of the sentence, while looking down the corridor leading to the door. Did something happen? Lugu followed this question, and Jiang Nan immediately said, nothing, shook his head and looked away. Hey, Shima, no, Mr. Deer Valley. My name seems like a bit of a mouthful. It's nothing, I'll be familiar with it soon. Forget it, don't force it. No. A writer must express his own style and character through a pseudonym as soon as possible. Mr. Lugu, is room 408 next door to this room? Of course, here's 409. Do you know that tenant? Lugu Xian blinked suspiciously and asked, It seems to be a woman surnamed Guangming Temple. Mei Qin of Guangming Temple. Jiang Nan said her full name. Isn't anything unexpected after hearing this name? Oops, as Lugu thought about it. What kind of celebrity do you mean she is? Well, it should be considered a celebrity. It seems that he has been appearing on TV a lot lately. I hardly watch TV. Are you a TV actor? It seems so. Jiang Nan replied, and at the same time, the face of the woman who passed by just now appeared in his mind. It's the so-called spiritual master that has just become popular recently. Spiritualist? Lugu asked with a bewildered stare when he heard the title. Is this true? She is known as a highly skilled and beautiful spiritualist. Our magazine seems to have published several articles about her. So I ran into her by chance downstairs just now, and I recognized her right away. It doesn't look like someone with such special skills. I run into her occasionally in the hallway, just to exchange a few words. When she performed on TV, she was all black from top to bottom, and her face was smeared as pale as a dead person, creating a very mysterious atmosphere. What's your take on the paranormal phenomenon of her performance team? A positive or a negative? In the past, I was completely negative, but since I took up my current job, through interviews and reading various materials, I think there may still be some. However, 90% of the articles in the magazine are indeed unbelievable. Yes, I think so. And for the remaining 10%, you don't necessarily mean to deny it? It can be said like this. Then what do you think of Miss Mikoto's ability at Guangming Temple? It's hard to tell. Does she live a single life? It seems so. But it seems that an old gentleman comes to her often. Yes. I've seen it a few times. Much older than her. It doesn't look like her father, maybe her lover or something. Although a spiritualist, after all, is a human with flesh. You are right, Jiangnan. Yes. So, all in all, Lu Gu quenched the cigarette, but that had been burning until the root, and said in a serious tone, in a word, in order to interview the dead souls of the Timepiece House, your Chaos editorial department decided to use this contemporary #1 beauty psychic. Well, it's like this. Jiangnan thought that he was still the same, shrugged his shoulders and continued, that's why I was surprised just now that this Miss Mikoto from Guangming Temple lives in this apartment, and it's next door to you. What an astonishing serendipity. Lu Gu narrowed his eyes and said with a pouting smile, but some things are often crisscrossed like this. In the process of this wonderful coincidence, there must be a corresponding thing. A corresponding thing. My opinion is rather ambiguous and not scientific enough. The content of our plan is generally like this, Jiangnan continued. For 3 days from the 30th of this month, the interview team will stay in the Timepiece Hall, hire Guangming Temple Mikoto to play the role of a god and witch, and continue to work there. Hold a spiritual meeting to get in touch with the undead in the house. So, of course you are also a member of the interview team? Well, I, the Deputy Editor-in-Chief, the photojournalist, and a few students from the W University Reasoning Research Association also participated. Special fiction? It's not a mystery novel. There is a paranormal phenomenon research society. They call it the Reasoning Research Society. Oh, it's easy to get confused. Nowadays, when it comes to reasoning, most people immediately think of superstitions and UFOs. I have always suspected that my assignment to the editorial department of Chaos is probably due to this misunderstanding. Not really. But, Lu Gu said with a frown, you said you would spend 3 days in that house? This is really not advisable. You think so? I don't think it's safe enough. If it's just a ghost house, it's another matter. It's about the house built by Qingji Nakamura, and the situation is... The writer hesitated, but Jiangnan looked at his face and asked softly, are you saying that something unlucky might happen? No. Even if you say that, there is no theoretical basis for it. You just think I am unfounded. Lu Gu laughed after saying that. But a deep line between the eyebrows did not disappear. If you think about the Shijia Pavilion, the Water Wheel Pavilion, and the Lost Pavilion, all the houses designed and built by Nakamura Seiji have had several murders in a row, and you can see that his worries are not unreasonable. About the Timepiece Museum, do you know anything more specific? Deer Valley asked. Jiangnan seemed to want to dispel the growing unease in his heart, and shook his head vigorously and said, I don't understand it yet. Oh, yes. You have to be more careful anyway. If possible, I'd like to go too. 30 days, that's 2 weeks away. Are you busy at work at that time? The novel I'm writing will be handed in 10 days. If it can be finished in time, the incident should not be a problem. By the way he was so uncertain and stroked his chin with his hand, he knew that his writing was not very good. I'll go back and ask to see if we can increase the number of people. If so, let's go together. No, you don't need to ask. If I have time, I'll go alone. I'm really unwilling to see the house designed by Nakamura Seiji with my own eyes. After Lu Gu finished speaking, he stretched out his arms, yawned, and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Jiangnanjun, there is a relatively quiet restaurant nearby. Would you like to have a drink with me? After getting up, I haven't eaten anything. It's been 2 years since I got any news. What are you doing? Sit down and tell me slowly. It was July 16th, 1989, and it was raining outside on Sunday, the last rain of the yellow plum season. Jiangnan heard the hint of something in Lu Gu's words, although he was vaguely uneasy, but in any case, he never thought that he would be involved in such a shocking case in the interview 2 weeks later. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 1. Clock Tower Without Hands. The first thing that caught their eyes was a black tower shadow that suddenly appeared from a gap in the forest. Look, that's the clock tower. Guoxing Minzhua, who was sitting in the back seat, reminded everyone. Jiang Nan in the passenger seat blocked the direct sunlight on the glass with his hands, and replied, I can't see the bell on the tower from me. I heard that there is only a clock dial from that side, that is, the side facing the courtyard. It turns out to be so. It's amazing. The clocks on the clock tower usually face the outside. And I heard that the clocks on the clock tower don't have hands, right? Yeah, but I haven't seen the clock plate with my own eyes. When I visited last year, I was closed. If you take a detour, you can see it in some places, the older driver interjected. That tone seemed to be saying about the situation in the city, just ask me. Oh, it's so weird. Last time I saw a pointer. How could it fall off? On the afternoon of Sunday, July 30th, the interview team consisting of Jiang Nan and others met at the Ofuna subway station, and then took 3 cars to their destination. Of the 3 cars, 2 were taxis, and the other was the van of Shigeru Kobayakawa, deputy editor-in-chief of Chaos magazine, which he drove from his home in Yokohama. The world-renowned Timepiece House is located in the northeast of Kamakura City, in the outskirts of Imizumi town, famous for its Hakosen shrine and scattered ponds. In the past, this area seemed to be all mountain villages, and it was called Kamakura Secret Land. Today, a large-scale residential area has been built here, and the beautiful scene of the past has been completely lost. Even so, when the bike gets close, seeing the mountains are green and emerald green, it is enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. The car turned from the highway into the mountain road, passed through the quiet residential street, and turned a few more turns, and the scenery in front of me suddenly changed. The lush oak forest, like a dividing line, immediately appeared on both sides of the car. The road, too, became a steep, narrow, upward slope, unpaved, into the midst of the lush trees. It was dark in the forest, as if there were some secrets hidden. After the car drove for a while, the tower shadow of the clock house appeared from the gap in the trees. I feel a sense of intimacy when I come here, said Kashi Sakura, who was sitting next to the melon. I haven't been here for more than 10 years. Oh? Did you come so early? Jiangnan asked. Knowing that the other party was the editor who met for the first time, Sakiko seemed a little nervous, and replied unnaturally. At that time, I came here to participate in the summer camp activities. The school's summer camp was held in this area. Guoxing added, me and her, Kawarazaki in the latter car, and Fauci who didn't come today. The 4 of us went to the same elementary school. A private school. This school has used the summer vacation to run summer camps in this area. The primary school also runs a summer camp? Is it for the middle school entrance examination? But we were only 5th grade that year, so it was very relaxed. Everyone had a mood of outing, and when they had free time, they went to the forest to play in this area. So, the 4 of you are now studying at the same university again? We were admitted to the high school attached to W University. Several good friends were successfully admitted. Later, they entered the university together according to the regulations of automatic upgrade. Oh. Several people have been together from middle school to college. It's rare. Yeah. And after entering college, they joined a strange group such as paranormal research together. So, how many did we say? He is a good friend of childhood sweethearts. It is more appropriate to say that we have forged an indissoluble bond. Guoxing Minsa and Kashi Sakiko are both third-year students of W University and members of the Paranormal Phenomenon Research Association. Guoxing is a very outstanding young man with a slender, white face, and he can express his opinions without any timidity in front of Jiangnan, who is older than him. I heard that he is the current president of the Research Society. He is quick-witted and speaks very neatly. Compared with Guoxing, Sakiko is a fairer beauty. Her long hair, which is combed obliquely, is very suitable for herself. On the whole, she looks a little smaller and has a pair of big watery eyes. The black pupils are very obvious and give a deep impression. Jiangnan secretly envied him, thinking that no matter what his indissoluble bond was, I would not be too many to have 10 good friends from childhood like this. There were 5 students participating in this special program. Besides the 2 of them, there were third-year student Junichi Kawarazaki, second-year student Ryosuke Watanabe, and Tatsuya Shinmi, who were sitting in the back taxi. Among them, the letter tip only decided to participate yesterday. The first decision was for the third-grade student Fushi Liangta mentioned by Guoxing just now. I heard that a relative's house suffered misfortune the day before yesterday, so he couldn't come. So she was hurriedly brought in to replace Fauci. The car continues to drive, and the road is getting narrower and narrower. At this moment, a tall gate appeared on the left ahead. The first tone van stopped, and a fat middle-aged man in a beige suit stepped out of the driver's seat. He is Shigeru Kobayakawa, 44 years old, the initiator of this special plan and the leader of this interview group. He told the other party that the interview team had arrived through the intercom on the door, pushed the door open in person, and returned to the car. Is it enough to follow behind? The taxi driver asked Jiangnan. It's the first time I've entered this house, and it doesn't seem scary. It is said that there are ghosts in this courtyard. Is this really the case? Everyone knows it around here. Master driver, do you live near here? No, my younger sister and brother-in-law live in Imizumi. What they told me about the sect. Aren't you all afraid? Maybe it will actually come out. We are here for this. Jiangnan pretended to be serious and said seriously. Guoxing and Sakiko, who were sitting behind, burst out laughing. The driver seemed stunned, shrugged his shoulders, and started the car behind the van. The dark green stone pillar is inlaid with an outdated house number with the words Gui engraved on it. After the owner of the house, Gu Erendian, died, the family was inherited by a son named Yujimi, who still lives here. But for some unknown reason, it is said that the person who actually manages the mansion nearby is a woman named Ibo Saiko, who has been working in the Koga's house until now. But, Jiangnan thought to himself, how did he do it? It was so desolate, it didn't look like it was inhabited at all. A gravel-paved path cuts right through the middle of the front yard, built in the shape of a slow hill. Cochin, hiragi and coral trees are among the weeds, and if they are allowed to grow, they must have not been renovated for many years. There is no wall inside of the house, and the wide courtyard extends directly into the dark forest. Indeed, being so desolate, it is not surprising that a legend or two of ghosts has appeared. Jiangnan got out of the car in front of the building and looked around again. The time is 4:01 in the afternoon. Although the evening is gradually approaching, the summer sun is still hanging in the air. The rainy season is over, and the sky is dry and clear. Thousands of greens are fragrant, and cicadas are bursting. Maybe because I live in the forest, I just feel the wind is fresh and the mind is at ease. But even in bright sunlight, when one sees the sight of grass and trees rustling in the wind, and thinks of the purpose of being here, there is something eerie and monstrous. This house is so strange. Atsushi Yukakai, who got off the third car, walked up to Kobayakawa and said, He is neither fat nor thin, with a medium build, with a thin beard on his mouth and long hair tied at the back of his neck. He is 29 years old this year and 5 years older than Jiangnan. He is a photojournalist. With a heavy camera bag on his shoulders, he pressed the camera shutter for a while, and then said, "The other side of the bush is also a house, right?" "It is said that it was the original house," Kobayakawa replied. "There seems to be a complicated process involved." Kobayakawa just said this, and walked slowly towards the front porch on the left side. It appears that the building consists of 3 parts that were conceived differently. One is the left part of the front, including the main entrance. From the position of the sun's skew, it is known that it is west. It is a simple wooden Western-style bungalow, with light coffee-colored wood-paneled walls on all sides and light green asbestos tiles on the roof. On the right side of this Western-style building, which is adjacent to the east side, is the familiar clock tower, standing there in darkness. It is a 4-cornered tower made of stone, about 20 meters high, and looks very deep and stable. This is the second part. And then there's what Inner Sea calls across the grove, which is equivalent to the third part. The luxuriant boxwood bushes near the front stretched to the right from the center of the yard, and behind it was a dull red brick wall, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was a flat building, and it was also the main part of the Timepiece Museum. A distinct feature on the room was a bulging dome. For the next 3 days, everyone will be waiting there. Between it and the bungalow on the right, it is connected by a long and narrow corridor. These situations, Jiangnan has already kept in mind as preparatory knowledge in advance. Jiangnan stared blankly at the house and thought, so this is the Timepiece Museum built by Nakamura Chingji. At this time, Lu Gumenchi's face appeared in his mind again. 2 weeks ago, Lu Gumenchi said, "Be careful." He couldn't help shaking his head slowly, looking up at the towering clock tower made of stones. From this angle, there is still no indication of what people call a pointerless clock face. On the right side of the dark brown outer wall, there is a row of small oval windows arranged longitudinally. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a small window. The window was halfway up the tower, about 3 stories high when viewed from the ground. He saw the figure from the window. Someone. He looked closely, and it turned out to be a human figure. Due to the distance, it is impossible to see what kind of person it is, but it is certain that it is a person. It seemed that the man had his face pressed against the glass and had been observing the movement on this side. Who is that? Jiangnan felt uneasy for some reason. But on another thought, the ghost we want to explore may not appear at this time. And it wasn't an empty house in the first place, and there was nothing strange about someone in the window. When Kobayakawa came to the main entrance pillar, the door opened immediately, as if waiting for his arrival. A middle-aged woman in a dark green suit came out. "Welcome." "Ah, Ms. Iwa, hello." Kobayakawa greeted in a light tone. They seem to have met. She seems to be Ibo Seoko, who is now in charge of the mansion. In her right ear was a headphone-like thing, maybe a hearing aid. "I'm sorry to bother you, please take care of me. Have the people from the rental company delivered all the necessary items?" "Yes, it's delivered." The woman glanced at Jiangnan and the others behind Xiaobai and said in a very solemn tone, "Ms. Guangming Temple is waiting for you, please come in." 2 corridors branch off from the main entrance hall. One leads directly into the Western-style building, and the other connects to the corridor on the right. A few of them, led by the woman, walked towards the corridor leading to the inside. Like the exterior, the interior decoration of the Western-style building is also very simple. On one side of the corridor hung several ghastly masks like those worn at the Venetian masquerade. The decorations that can be seen are nothing more than that. No matter the hall or the corridor, there is no shadow of the clock marked by the name of the house. The doors of the 2 rooms at the end of the corridor were opened and they were taken in, which was air-conditioned and pleasantly cool. This is a hall, and the layout is also very simple, with a table and a few sofas. On the opposite wall was a row of white-framed windows, by which a woman sat in a fat black dress. "Ah, Ms. Guangji Temple, I'm so sorry." Kobayakawa still greeted her in the same tone just now, and walked over. "You came so early." "I wanted to be one step ahead, but I didn't expect that the road was crowded, and I, the lead singer, didn't get to the meeting point on time." Komtoji Makoto nodded silently, gently pushed up the black sunglasses on her eyes with her fingers, and at the same time looked at the person who came in behind Kobayakawa. She's not the same as when she brushed past Gangnam at Ueno Mao's Green Village apartment 2 weeks ago. Naturally, it had something to do with her eccentric dress, and at the same time, the way of makeup was different from usual. The thin lips were painted with lavender lipstick, the cheeks were pale, and she suddenly looked very thin. "It's really disappointing." Nei Hai widened his eyes and looked at the whole room, then put his mouth to Jiang Nan's ear and said, "When I first stepped through the door, I thought there were clocks everywhere." He whispered, pointing his chin toward the right wall. An ordinary round clock hangs on the wall covered with coffee-colored wallpaper. There is only one clock in the whole room. Because this is not the original building, it must be so. The clock on the wall showed 4:25. Jiang Nan looked at his pocket watch according to the time to see if it was accurate, and said at the same time, "Mr. Kobayakawa also said that the red brick house opposite the bushes is the original timepiece shop." So, Kobayakawa, just now what does it mean to say there's a complicated process involved? 15 years ago, that is, in the summer of 1974, Guarundian, the president of the ancient clock company, suddenly resigned as the chairman of the board, built a house here, and moved here. It is said that the building opposite the grove is the house built at that time, and there is also a separate building for the servants to live in. The bungalows and bell towers here were not built at that time. The expansion project started 5 years later, in 1979, and by the summer of 1980, it had reached its current size. Shortly thereafter, Luin Dian died suddenly. Even Jiangnan didn't grasp the details of this situation. He just got some rough knowledge from Kobayakawa Gachi. Kobayakawa has been interested in this family for a long time, and has collected various related materials. Why did the ancient Arendian build this timepiece house? Then why expand it? Before and after his death, a series of dead people happened. What happened? So when and how did his daughter, who appeared as a ghost, die? A series of questions. But no matter what you asked, Kobayakawa didn't answer directly, just smiled contemptuously and said, "I have some questions that I need to explain, so I'll do it. I'm really sorry, Ms. IPO." He pushed the cart towards woman raised her hand apologetically. Glasses filled with orange juice were placed on the cart. "You don't have to ask. Where do you put your luggage?" "It has been sent to the old building. The so-called old building probably refers to the original building." "Really? That's great. Oh, yes, I have to give you a good introduction." Kobayakawa stood up, called out Ms. Iha Saiko, and stretched out his hand. "This lady is in charge of the overall management of this timepiece house. I have asked her to assist us with our interviews for the next 3 days." She was about 45 years old. As a woman, she is tall, with short men's hair, no makeup on her thin face, small wrinkles and dark spots are clearly visible. Her well-proportioned eyes and high nose bridge can imagine her youthful beauty. She nodded lightly and said, "Please take care of me." At the same time, she paid attention to everyone in the room. Jiang Nan looked at her like that and couldn't help thinking of the image of a female teacher who taught mathematics in middle school. "I'm sorry," Ibo Seoko said, turning his eyes to Kobayakawa. "Can you allow me to confirm your names again? Because I have to arrange things on time." "Ah, of course. Did you hand over the participant list along with the plan the other day?" Seoko nodded, took out a folded sheet of paper from the pocket inside the suit, and quickly unfolded it. looking at everyone again. Let me introduce you. Kobayakawa said, sit over there is Jiangnan Takaki from our editorial department. Next to him is Utsumi Tashihai from the photography department. Mr. Jiangnan and Mr. Yukikai. Sayoko repeated the names and went back and forth to compare the faces of the two people with the list. Kobayakawa continued to introduce. The other 5 people are all students of W University. From there, I will introduce Junichi Kawarasaki, Minseo-kun Guono, Ryosuke-kun Watanabe, Miss Sakiko Kashi, and then Miss Sho Nagami. Kawaharazaki-kun, Guashin-kun. Sayoko used a teacher-like tone of voice, comparing the faces and names of the students, and when she finally clicked on Shinjin's tip, she turned her head with a suspicious look and asked, this list is on the list. It seems that there is no name for Miss Shinmi. Oh, yes. That's right, Kobayakawa said, tapping his forehead lightly with his hand. Fussy Ryo Taikun on the list suddenly couldn't come today due to something, so I asked her to replace him temporarily. Understood. It's called Miss Shinji Anshuo, right? Saiko took a pen from her pocket and wrote down her name on a piece of paper. Then, according to the revised list again, after confirming one by one, he said, everyone, please. And pushed the trolley down in front of the table. Similar interview requests have been declined in the past, but this time it was accepted as a special case. For this reason, on behalf of the owner of this hospital, I would like to say a few points for everyone to pay attention to, announced. First of all, I think everyone may know that from today onwards, in the old house of the main house, the collection of watches and clocks left by the owners of the previous generation is preserved, which are extremely precious categories. Whether they are stored in the one in the display cabinet is still outside, please don't touch it. Other things, such as kitchen and room supplies, can be used casually if they can be used. There is no problem with the power supply, but the gas has been stopped. The air conditioner can be used. So I don't think people will be bothered by the heat. Also, the house over there has been uninhabited for 9 years anyway, and the running water is full of rust and cannot be used. It has been agreed that the drinking water will be brought in from outside. Kobayakawa interjected, Ms. IPO, there should be plastic buckets in the luggage. Yes, it's full of water, don't worry. Thank you very much. Kobayakawa bowed his head and saluted solemnly. It's enough for you, 6 buckets in total. There's a lot of hard work here. Oh, is it? But thanks to your thoughtfulness, thank you very much. You're welcome. Because I have already promised to help you. After speaking, the lips that had been tensed relaxed a little. Then he said, finally there is a request, that is, there is a locked room in the innermost of the old hall, please don't go in. Is that the Bung Pendulum Pavilion? I heard you mention it occasionally last time. Kobayakawa said, why aren't you allowed to go there? This is the order of the ancestors. Oh, is it Mr. Guarendian's last words? Before the master died, he explained many things, this is one of them. So that's what happened. What kind of room is the so-called Jung Pendulum? Jiangnan was puzzled and asked. This. Sayoko stammered, then replied with her eyes down, that's the room of the lady who passed away 10 years ago. Kobayakawa asked Saiko, what else is there to say? She shook her head silently, saying no. At this time, Kobayakawa nodded to her, then turned his eyes to the people who were listening honestly. I don't seem to have much to say. The food has already been shipped in the car. It's almost all fast food, and it's only 3 days anyway, so let's go. And then, yes, there is one more important thing. Project. Ms. Guangming Temple. He turned his head to the black spiritualist and said, can you tell us about the spiritualists? Okay. Kamioji Makoto agreed briefly, then put on a nonchalant face, stood up and said, everyone, I think you may have heard from Mr. Kobayakawa, now please allow me to make some more clarifications. Jiangnan thought to himself, it's the same as when he performed on TV. The voice was frequent, the explanation was slow, and it kept going. As you know, what we're going to do right now is to talk to the soul of the deceased who is said to have lived in this house. Whether this soul actually exists, I can't tell you right now. From today, we will spend 3 days to determine whether it exists and to find out what it really is. I'm here to help with this work. Has anyone in this room attended a spiritual meeting? When she asked this question, Jiangnan couldn't help but glance at Nehai, who was next to her. Both shook their heads ambiguous. So did the 5 students. A long time ago, I participated in Fuyao. After a while, the second-year student Xinjianshuo replied. She has short hair and a cute little fox-like face, giving the impression of a curious and very lively female college student. Her senior sister Kashi Sakiko is a beautiful woman with slender lines, so it can be said that the two are a perfect contrast. Hey, it's also a kind of spiritualism. In Europe and the United States, it's called turning around on the stage. A smile appeared on the spiritualist's pale cheeks. Everyone, especially the young people these days, seem to be making various attempts out of interest. I don't agree with this. It is sometimes difficult to say that it will not lead to very dangerous consequences because of the half-joking spiritism. I heard that everyone is researching the paranormal. So I think you have a full understanding of the situation in this area. In short, the so-called spiritual phenomenon, it is generally unworkable to deal with the scientific method we usually say. In other words, the focus of this is completely contradictory. Therefore, it must be treated with caution. Whether her skill is true or not, Jiangnan has always been suspicious. But now that I met him directly, and listened to what she had to say, I felt that although her tone lacked cadence, her language had a wonderful persuasive power that seemed unconvincing. She does seem to have at least some kind of strong transcendence. Here, I would like to ask everyone to know that in order to achieve communication with the soul, it is not enough to rely on my own strength, and the help of everyone here is needed. The soul, which is similar to radio waves, can neither be seen nor touched. At the spiritual meeting I hold, the body of the participants can be said to act as an antenna for receiving information. No matter how hard I try alone, it will not help. All people need to be consistent in thinking and use their body as a sensitive antenna. Rho. Kamioji Makoto said this, slowly taking off her sunglasses, showing slender and delicate eyes with lavender mascara, and looking at everyone quietly. Also, according to my personal experience so far, most souls have a neurotic nature and hate impure things very much. Because in a sense, they are extremely pure. In order to improve the connection and communication with the soul antenna performance, we need to keep the body as pure as possible. The so-called pure state is the natural state. The soul does not like man-made objects, if inadvertently made of impure substances such as synthetic fibers, processed metals and plastics with something on your body, they may not come to you because of it. Inner C, who folded his arms in front of his chest, seemed to be in awe, and let out a sigh of hey. The students' performances varied, but none wanted to raise any objections on the spot. The ideal state, of course, is to wear nothing on your body, but I don't think it can be done this time. That's why Mikoto said here, paused for a while, and turned her eyes to the right corner of the back wall. There were 8 flat black cardboard boxes stacked there. Today, I have prepared special clothes for everyone. It's the same as what I'm wearing. It's called spiritual robe. It's clothes that have been decontaminated. I want you to change into this kind of clothes, okay? As she said at the beginning, the need to wear spiritual robes and other issues had been communicated to all participants by Kobayakawa beforehand. Seeing everyone nodding, the spiritualist smiled with satisfaction. She continued, please take off all the clothes you are wearing now, except your underwear. Necklaces, earrings, watches, hairpins and other decorative items should also be taken off, and please take off your shoes and put on slippers. Slippers also need to be taken off when meeting. Please do not bring in any other unnecessary items. Because the souls living in the home hate to bring in unnecessary foreign objects from the outside world. "Then, may I ask," asked one of the students, Ryosuke Watanabe, calmly, "is it okay to wear glasses?" Among the participants, he was the only one wearing glasses. He had a round face, was short and fat, an honest young man, and at first glance he knew he was a nerd. In principle, glasses must also be taken off. "Oh, do you want this?" Watanabe, who was wearing glasses with high myopia, blinked his small eyes and muttered to himself, "This is not easy. Don't wear glasses, when the ghost comes out, I can't see it." This kind of worry is unnecessary. The spiritualist stared at the student's face and said decisively in a confident tone, "Because to capture the real soul, you need to use another kind of glasses, not the naked eyes that we usually use. So it has nothing to do with good or bad eyesight. Whether we can see the soul depends on how pure and unsullied we can keep our body and spirit." The participants changed into spiritual robes according to the instructions of Mikoto of Gwangming Temple, and put their clothes, shoes, and decorations into prepared nylon bags according to their heads. It is said that these clothes were kept by the ancient family during the spell. The men quickly changed their clothes on the spot. The women went to another room. While waiting for them, Zayabayakawa, Jiangnan, and a few others from Inner Sea unloaded food and other luggage and packages from the van parked in front of the house and moved them into the inner hall. At 5:20 in the afternoon, all the staff gathered again in the living room. It is scheduled to enter the old hall at 6 o'clock. "Hey, Xiaoshua, look how handsome you are." Kawarazaki Junichi stroked his long sunken chin and said in a mocking tone. He was tanned, his hair cut short, and among the students, he was the tallest and the most sturdy. Like a naughty banshee. "Why don't you just become a disciple of Lady Gwangming Temple? You are who? Look like a lecherous black devil." "Hey, the word lust is superfluous. However, is what I said true?" Xinjian Xiao laughed heartily, then opened his arms and looked down at his body that had been put on a spiritual robe. Look, it's too big to wear. My robe is so fat. It always feels like it's missing between my legs." The dress was made of rather thick black cotton. Like the kind of robes worn by monks in the Middle Ages, the analogy might be better understood. To change the analogy, you might want to say that you want an oversized long-sleeved t-shirt with a hood and large pockets. The length was so long that even the tall Kawarazaki wore it to the bottom of his feet. Jiangnan is also tall. After he puts it on, the hem will grow a few centimeters and drag it on the floor. Anyway, everyone wearing this kind of clothes gathered in one place, it can only be said to be a group of monsters. But, Minsaw. Kawarazaki looked back at Guaxing and shouted, "That ant named Iba, the reception attitude today is completely different from the last time we came here. She's a last resort." Guaxing shrugged his shoulders slightly and replied, "A student group who doesn't know the details and a magazine editorial department of Shitan Club are here, and the methods of dealing with them are naturally different." And this time, he also promised to give her the proper honorarium. They had asked to be interviewed here last fall as part of the seminar's activities. It is said that this was the suggestion of Ryosuke Watanabe, because his hometown was in Kamakura, and he heard the legend about the ghost of the timepiece house a long time ago. But it was said to have been categorically rejected at the time. Even so, this old lady. Kawarazaki just said this, but suddenly stopped his mouth and looked back at the door behind him in a panic, feeling as if someone came in. He thought it was that Ibo Sayoko who came, but it wasn't her who was standing at the door. A slender teenager, dressed in a white outfit resembling Western-style pajamas, stood there. He has long dry black hair and white jade-like skin. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has never seen the sun when he was born. He stares blankly at the glasses in the room, deep and dark, and his pink lips are closed, formed into a line, as if trying to think about something. There was even a trace of sadness on that dignified and beautiful face. Whether it was Kawarazaki or Melon, no one in the entire hall was surprised for a while, and they were all attracted by the beauty of the young man. His body and features are as beautiful as a Japanese doll of incomparable ingenuity. Jiang Nan's feelings were naturally the same as everyone else's. When the question "who is he" came up in his mind, it was after a few seconds that the young man approached the room gently. "Sister." The young man let out a weak cry, which sounded like the sound of a small bell. "Sister, where are you?" he whispered alone, looking around at everyone present. That beautiful face, that dazed, dreamlike expression did not change at all. "You." Jiangnan walked towards the boy, just about to start talking. "Master Ujimi." Ibo Sayeda ran in and shouted, "What's the matter with you?" Ujimi, this beautiful young man who looks no more than 15 years old, may be the son of the late Guarendian, the current owner of the house. "What's wrong with you?" "Young master." Sayoko repeated again. But the boy who turned his face back still had the expression of wandering in a dream. He was indeed wearing a nightgown. Perhaps it is for this reason that the word sleepwalking suddenly appeared in Jiangnan's mind. "Ah, Saiko," the boy shouted, tilting his head like a kitten, "my sister called me here, so..." "Look at you." Sayoko looked helpless and walked to the boy's side. "Your sister is not here. Go back to your own room." "But..." The boy looked sad, shook his head slowly, and then glanced at Jiangnan and the others. "Who are these people?" he asked Saiko. "It's a guest." "Didn't I tell you beforehand?" "Really? They're not here to bully my sister, are they?" The moment he said this, his beautiful black eyes flashed with strong hostility. The teenager shouted sharply, "If it is, I will kill them. I will kill all the guys who bullied my sister." "Master Ujimi, don't say anything about killing and killing." "It's okay. It's okay, I'll take the guy who bullied my sister." "You made a mistake." Sayoko said in a serious tone, "You're mistaken. Don't worry, they're not that kind of people. No one bullies your sister. Go back quickly." After she finished speaking, she held the boy's shoulders and walked towards the door. The boy nodded slightly and followed obediently. When the shadows of the two people disappeared in the corridor, "Master Tinsua?" Sayoko's voice sounded from the other side of the wall. "Master Tinsua, take young Master Ujimi to the room of the clock tower." The room of the clock tower. Jiangnan heard these words and immediately remembered what he saw from the outside when he first arrived here. In the half-wasted window of the clock tower, a figure kept looking at them. Now he naturally associates the face of this beautiful young man, Gugojimi, with that figure. "Got it." With Saiko's shout, a man's gruff voice came, "Little master, please go over there." Saiko said just now, "Strength is done by someone. This man named Tiensua, I am afraid it is the servant." After a while, Saiko returned to the hall, said "I'm sorry," and began to clear the cups on the table. Not a word about what just happened. "Miziba," Jiangnan asked determinedly, "is that person just now the son of the late Mr. Guarendian?" "Yeah," Sayoko answered while packing up. "You're still young. How old are you this year?" 17. That's what happened, Jiangnan. Seeing that Xiaobai knew quite a lot about this time, he explained on her behalf. After Mr. Guarendian died, his son, Mr. Ji-mi, inherited all the inheritance, but he was only 8 years old at the time. Years old, because a guardian is required before the age of 20, the guardian chose Mr. Luan Diane's sister, the aunt of Ujimi's aunt, named Adachi Terumi. She is the only relative in their family. Does this man live here too? No, her family lives in Australia. Australia? I heard that her husband is a businessman over there. She has been living there since she got married, and the couple have children, and now they can't go back to Japan. So they entrusted Ms. IPO to take care of them instead. Master Yujimi and this house. So that's what happened. After Jiangnan heard it, he immediately thought of another question. He turned his eyes from Kobayakawa to Saiko. Miziba, who is the sister he called just now? Jiangnan. Kobayakawa stopped his question, lowered his face, and shook his head, meaning I'll tell you later. Seishiko nodded lightly, pushed into the cart with empty cups, and hurriedly left the room. Hey! Maybe, Sakiko Kashi whispered to Guashing next to him, maybe this child is the little boy at that time. Which at that time? Guasheng didn't understand what she meant. I only vaguely remember the boy I met 10 years ago, don't you think? Asked like this, Kawarazaki, like Guashing, couldn't remember either, just turned his head sideways, oh, a sound. Saying anxiously, Sakiko stroked her long hair, hey, that's when the summer camp was held that summer. Let's all come together. Kobayakawa deliberately sneezed, interrupting Sakiko if. After saying I'm sorry, he blew his nose again, coughed again, and looked up at his watch, oh, the time is right. It was 5:45 in the afternoon. Kobayakawa stood up from the sofa and said loudly to everyone, let's start moving. A group of people walked towards the old building under the guidance of Ibo Seoko. The setting sun shone through the west window and into the corridor between the hall and the foyer, turning the inside a dark red. 9 people dressed in black clothes like magicians filed along the corridor, and they looked really weird. Jiangnan walked forward with an inexpressible mood, and inadvertently glanced at the mask hanging on the wall opposite the window. Then suddenly a strange thing happened. The numbing masks that were equidistantly arranged on the white wall were missing a pair. He could not remember how many pairs there were, nor what masks were missing. But when I walked by for the first time, there was indeed no shortage of one, and now there is one missing. Jiangnan desperately recalled, when did it become less? What was the scene like when I took food from the car to and from here just now? But I can't remember it. According to the general idea, maybe the family members thought it was inappropriate to hang it there and removed it. Please come this way. Saiko led 9 people from the entrance hall into the corridor extending eastward. The food cartons were held by 3 students. It was a long corridor with no windows on either side. The sound of clack-clack slippers and the long swing of the ling robe wiping the floor overlapped, shaking the stagnant, slightly musty air. There is a door at the end of the corridor. The 2 large black iron doors looked solid and heavy, much like the gates of a prison. Saiko stopped in front of the gate, looked back at everyone and said, going through this gate is the old hall. Then he found a key from the keychain and inserted it into the keyhole. It seems that the gate of this old museum is always locked like this. With a dull metal sound, the door lock was opened. At this moment, wait a minute. Suddenly a cry came from behind, and everyone was startled. You guys, wait a minute. It was a man's voice with a hoarse throat. Looking back, under the dim light, the man staggered towards this direction. It was an old man in a wrinkled brown kimono, and his face was as thin as that of an ape mummy. Oh, Mr. Natsumiya. Saiko hurriedly knelt down in front of the old man and said, don't come here, please go back. I'm not lying to you. The old man shouted in a frighteningly hoarse voice as if he didn't see Sayoko and the 9 people standing there dumbfounded. His face was wrinkled and thin, with only 2 deep-set eyes that shone brightly. Get out of this house. There are ominous signs here, signs of destruction. If you don't want to be killed by the dead, get out now. Mr. Nanomaya. Saiko nodded deeply to the old man and said, I understand what you mean. Let me tell everyone, please come back. At this moment, the old man was panting, turned his face to Saiko, and said, Ah, Mrs. IPO. as if she had just discovered that she was there. I had a dream. It was a terrible dream. I dreamed that people died and the house fell down. This kind of symptom also appeared in the hexagram. It will be destroyed. It will be destroyed. Sayoko persuaded the old man, who was going to continue talking anyway. He drove him back from the scene, sighed in a low voice, returned to the 9 people, and said, "I'm really sorry." "Who is he?" "I heard you call him Mr. Nanomaya." Kobayakawa asked in a disappointed tone. Saiko sighed again, and replied, "His name is Nanomaya Taichi, and he is a fortune teller." "Fortune teller? Why did you invite him?" "He's been invited by the late gentleman to the house as a consultant since his youth." "Oh, so I think I heard someone mention it. Did he live here very early?" "Yes, what happened just now, please don't mind. He is in his 80s, and his mind is quite confused." "Indeed, I think so too." Zayabayakawa shrugged his muscular shoulders in disappointment and said, "However, he is so excited. What kind of nightmare did he have?" Saiko avoided answering this, pushed the unlocked door open with both hands, and said please, urging everyone to follow. She took the first step and turned on the light inside. Here is a long and narrow room, as wide as the hallway you just walked through, with gently sloping stairs leading to the middle of the basement. With the inclination of the ceiling, the further inward and lower. The door below is the old door of this house, and the luggage is there. At the bottom of the stairs, 2 large iron doors were pressed like the ones above. Luggage from the shipping company was piled up in front of the door. There are bedding bags, red plastic buckets for water, and cartons. Then, I'll take my leave. The manner of the house nodded lightly and stepped back in the direction of the corridor, while emphasizing, "I hope you all follow the precautions I just mentioned. If something goes wrong, I have to demand compensation accordingly." "Very much. I understand." Kobayakawa replied, "Please keep the luggage we put in the new building, and see you at this time in 3 days." At the same time as the gate of the old building was closed, the dark under the stairs inside the iron gate, many kinds of clocks rang together like a race. It was the chime of the clock in the clock house at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 2. 2 People Who Are Late. Mrs. Fushi Liang got off the bus and looked up at the red sky highlighted by the setting sun, and couldn't help sighing. We finally reached the end. He knew that even if he got to the scene, it would be too late, because the copy of the plan in hand stipulated that the start time was 6 p.m. And it was 10 minutes to 6 now. No matter how fast you drive from here, it won't help. Besides, even if he catches up, it is impossible to squeeze out the person who came to replace him. Knowing this, but coming here in such a hurry, what is it for? To say that it was walking involuntarily, it cannot be said that it is wrong. On the other hand, it seemed to be driven by an inexplicable sense of urgency. But one thing was for sure, that he was now enveloped in a darker, more sentimental mood than usual. He straightened his silver-rimmed eyes, which had slid down with sweat, and took a leisurely look at the surrounding scenery. Below his feet is the land he revisited after a 10-year hiatus, but the intimacy did not arise spontaneously. In the summer of 10 years ago, the school held a summer camp here. Exactly this time, late July to early August. I remember staying in an old and big house near the mountain. It is said that it was the principal's mother's house or someone else's. At that time, I was a 5th grade student in elementary school. Now that I am in my 20s, I feel that it is a distant past. Due to the lack of reality, although I want to pursue some specific memories, I don't know why I always make circles about some things I dreamed about a month ago. Looking around, the scenery everywhere seems to have a little impression. I just feel that there were much fewer houses than now, and the local flavor was stronger, and there were not as many cars on the road as there are now. He took a map of the route to the clockwork house from his belt to check for directions. This drawing was received with a copy of the plan. It is impossible to tell from the sketch how far the clockhouse is from this bus station. However, it doesn't seem like you need to walk for a few hours. The return bus did not pick up until very late. He thought that since he finally came here, even if he took a look, he would have to see the sensational timepiece house. Referring to the sketch, Fauci chose a route that turned east from the driveway into the mountains and began to walk. The first to mention to him that there is a ghost in the timepiece hall was his junior fellow Ryosuke Watanabe. That was last September. Their research group was originally composed of a group of people who were infinitely curious about such issues, so when they heard that there was a strange museum with countless clocks in the suburbs of Kamakura, and there were often ghosts of girls in the museum, it is natural to propose to visit the house in person once. Fauci was also intrigued by what Watanabe was saying about nature. And his interests have gone beyond mere curiosity. When he listened to Watanabe's talk, he thought, maybe he has seen that timer mansion. He later found out that it was not only himself, but also Minsano, Kawarizaki Junichi, Kashi Sakiko, and others who had the same idea. They were childhood friends who had spent a summer there 10 years ago. It really is the mansion, Guasheng said to him about a week later. At that time, Guansheng, Kawarizaki and Watanabe went to Kamakura impatiently. That house is right on the edge of the forest where we used to play together. With a tower, the whole atmosphere is very different. Fauci knew that things were just as he expected. But at the same time, a new question arose. Since that house was a house where monsters were created, the girl ghost that appeared there was the one at that time. But he had some concerns and didn't say it. Therefore, there is no way to know the views of Guansheng and Kawarizaki on this issue. They finally decided to ask for an interview at the Time House in the name of the Research Association, but the other party refused without saying a word. After a month, most of the members' interest in this matter has faded. Unexpectedly, this spring, I suddenly received an invitation from the Chaos magazine, hoping to assist in this special plan. The person who came to contact him was an editor named Kobayakawa. About 2 years ago, Zayabayakawa came here once to interview the activities of the Research Association. At the same time, he had a sense of friendship from an old alumni of W University, so after that, he would never forget to tell them about any activities. Fauci thought, what an incredible opportunity. After receiving the notice, they were a little hesitant at first, not sure if this was something to be excited about, but they felt that no matter what, they would be able to fulfill their wish to interview the house and participate in the event held by a well-known spiritualist. Spiritual Society, not only that, relevant activities will also be featured in Chaos magazine. Therefore, most people think it is a welcome good thing. Fauci also agreed and was included in the list of attendees. However, Fauci never imagined that he had suddenly received an obituary from his home the night before. My cousin who lived in Fujisawa City died in a motorcycle accident. My cousin is the son of my uncle, a high school student who is only 17 years old. Fauci's parents divorced 5 years ago when he was in high school. He left his father's house with his mother. Therefore, in the funeral of the father's family, the mother will not participate and can only go to Fujisawa City alone. The dead cousin was his childhood playmate, so he had to go to the funeral. Of course, it was undeniable that he also had another idea. Maybe he could see his father there, whom he hadn't seen in years. Father did go. But seeing his long-lost son, there is no joy, only to please the new wife. Fauci couldn't take it anymore and had to stop looking at his father like that. He was unhappy, smacking his lips as he walked, thinking, really, if I knew this, I shouldn't have gone to him. Incense burning, funeral, then cremation. The untimely death of the young man cast a gloomy shadow on the hearts of all those who attended the funeral, and brought the steaming heat of the summer to a climax. The uncle and aunt who lost their son were grief-stricken and devastated. The aunt hugged the coffin and cried until the end, while the uncle clenched his fists and shouted angrily to sue the county government. I heard that when my cousin was riding a motorcycle, he and his car fell into a pothole on the county road and broke his neck bone. It is said that the pothole was caused by the rain, the ground was soft, and the exposed surface sank significantly. No matter how Fauci wants to sue the administration for ineffectiveness and get compensation, the dead will never be resurrected. What's the use? He looked at his roaring uncle with great disgust. He even felt that doing so was a blasphemous act of his cousin's death. Of course, if everyone in the family members of the bereaved family felt the same way, he had no choice but to agree. Maybe it would be overwhelmed by grief if the anger wasn't directed at a target like that. After returning from the crematorium, he didn't even eat the meal prepared by his uncle's house, lied that he had an appointment, and left in a hurry. He didn't want to continue to see his father's appearance, and he didn't want to continue to refute his uncle's anger in his heart. These two things made him extremely sad. Again, he felt unpleasant and felt he should not go. At the same time, he suddenly remembered the phrase collapsed road. This sentence, collapse, and the resulting impression, falling into a pothole, caused subtle ripples in his mind. This has happened several times since hearing about the accident. He himself couldn't figure out what was going on. On the other hand, I don't think it's a big deal, so don't worry. Passing through the residential street, the surrounding scenery suddenly became deserted, and the road turned into a narrow slope that stretched into the middle of the lush forest. Can't see any light. The sun is about to set, and the surroundings are gradually darkening. As Fauci was considering whether to continue walking, he noticed a car parked in front of him, blocking his way. It was a German Volkswagen Golf. Is it a malfunction? The man opened the hood and drilled his head inside. When Fauci asked, he jumped up like a frog crawling there and turned around and said, just like this, suddenly stopped going. It's an old-fashioned car. Kick that bumper with your toes. He was a tall, scrawny man, a head taller than Fauci, who was short. Wearing a dark grass-green jacket, he was more like a mantis than a frog. In the past 2 or 3 years, my car transportation is really bad. Really? That's enough for you. The car looked really old, with peeling paint and rust in many places. Seeing that Shinagawa's number was written on the dirty license plate, Fauci asked, "Is it from Tokyo?" This is his character. Have you called the paging station? Not yet. The man replied with pursed lips as if whistling, turning his body back to face the car. It might be fixed if you coax it according to its temper, he muttered, turning to Fauci. Hey, can you drive? Well, got a driver's license. Then why don't you go in and have a try? Fauci got into the driver's seat as he asked. The steering wheel is on the right. When he was looking for the location of the keyhole, he suddenly saw a blue paper origami crane on the counter. He thought to himself that there was an origami bird on it. It was inexplicable. But what's even more strange is the shape of the crane, which has 3 heads. Please light the fire, said the man, looking up from the car's engine. Fauci wriggled, and the motor rattled, followed by a roar of the horse's reversal. After repeating this sequence several times, the engine finally started running normally. Ah, it's on, the man shouted happily, closing the hood and saying, thank you for your help. Fauci got out of the car, and the man thanked him with a smile on his face. At first glance, he looked 10 years older than Fauci, but with that smile there was a childlike innocence on his face from time to time. It won't be a problem this time, will it? Are you referring to the car? Well, it's not a big problem. Anyway, it's not far from the destination, and if it breaks down, I have to call the repairman. Your destination is? Fauci thought that it would not be so coincidental, and asked, where are you going from here? Unexpectedly, his answer was right on the word Chiao. There's a building in front of here called the Clock Museum, you know? I'll go there. Oh? Fauci, surprised, looked at the other's face again. Judging by his use of the word destination and the license plate number of his car, he couldn't have been a man in a mansion. But it doesn't seem like I'm going there for anything. Seeing Fauci's reaction, the other party also showed a surprised expression. He turned his head and asked, "Maybe you also went to that house?" "Yes, not bad at all." "Oh? That's right." He clenched his right hand into a fist and tapped his temple repeatedly. "So you're from W University?" Yes. A student of the Reasoning Research Society?" "That's right, but how could you?" "This is really an adventure." The man showed his white teeth happily, glanced at his watch and said, "You are late." It seems that the event is scheduled to start at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It seemed that he understood the situation. Could it be that he was also a late participant? "It's getting dark." He glanced around and muttered this, then reached out to open the driver's door and said at the same time, "Let's go in the car together." "What's your name?" "Fauci." Fushikuin. "To be honest, I also hope to have a companion to go with me, so I feel at ease." Although the other party said so, Fauci still felt a little puzzled. Even when he saw that the business card handed over by the other party clearly read deduction novelist Lugu Mencher, he was still confused. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Third chapter. One of the old buildings. Kobayakawa had obtained the spare key beforehand. He took out one of them, opened the locked door of the old hall, and took the lead down the steps. The original gate under the stairs is as strong as the gate above. However, the two iron doors have exquisite carvings. The pattern looked like a bird with its wings spread out, but upon closer inspection it was not a bird. A pair of giant hourglass clocks were drawn on the half-waist of the iron gate. It is a winged hourglass. If this door is compared to a prison door, then we can call this pair of winged alien hourglasses guards. With the sound of the lock, the door was opened, and it was dark inside. Numerous slightly audible mechanical sounds overlapped, shaking the pitch-black space. Kobayakawa walked in and looked for the switch. Soon the light came on. When I saw the interior scene, it's amazing. The first one to call out was the photographer at Sushi Utsumi. Just now he complained in the hall of the new pavilion, "Too disappointing." Now changing his tone, he stared at those clocks and said, "This is the real timepiece museum." Opposite the gate is a large and wide hall, the original foyer. On either side are windowless walls, on which are densely hung rows of clocks. At first glance, there are probably 30 or 40. "It's the best of the best," Kobayakawa said as he walked toward the center of the room. With so much concentrated in one place, even a clock has become a creepy thing. Every clock is moving. Jiang Nan looked around at the clock and said. Zayabayakawa nodded, and added, "Last time I heard from Ms. Ibo that this was also the last wish of the ancient Arendian, and he ordered that after his death, the clock of the old hall should be aligned with the time, just like in the past. Just keep turning. So, she has to check the time regularly and wind it up." "I'm afraid so." The most striking thing is that the two vertical bells, also known as the grandfather bells, are a pair of grandfather clocks more than 2 meters high. Both clocks are fine, with wooden casings covering the pendulum part, beautifully painted on every part of the wooden casings. Looking up, the chandelier-shaped clock installed on the patio comes into view. The large face-down clock plate is surrounded by glittering flowers and vines. The other clocks and watches hanging on the wall are not inferior to the luxury of manufacture. Each one presents either gorgeous or solemn carvings, which can only be seen in museums or antique art stores. However, all these clocks in different poses point to the same time and move at the same precise speed. This is indeed, as Kobayakawa said, which cannot help but make people feel a kind of horror. Having said that, there are so many clocks in the foyer alone, so you can imagine the number of them in the whole old building. And to manage so many clocks and make them accurate is undoubtedly a very laborious job. But, Kobayakawa said, arms crossed, looking up at the dazzling chandelier. I heard people say that these clocks and clocks that run around day and night are all fakes. Fake. What's going on? That is to say, they are not real ancient works of art. Kobayakawa went on to explain, I heard that the real ancient clocks collected by the ancient Arendian are all kept in the display cabinets in the reference room, in order to prevent dust from flying into the machine and damage to the machine. So, put it outside and let it be the same for a moment. The clocks that go on and on are all beautiful imitations that he makes. Oh? Are these all specially ordered imitations? Jiangnan thought to himself, this is even more difficult. I'm afraid he can only do it by taking advantage of his position as the chairman of the ancient clock company. Yeah. However, even if it is a fake, since it can be imitated to such a delicate level, it is probably very valuable. I heard that he has a total of 108 clocks, and it would be a big deal if one breaks. After Kobayakawa finished speaking, he instructed everyone to bring in the luggage that was placed under the steps separately. Why even lock this door? Yukakai was taking the camera out of his bag when he saw Kobayakawa locking the door and asked. Like the two gates, a key must be used to open from the inside. This is to prevent everyone from escaping once the ghost appears. Kobayakawa replied half-jokingly, look at your face, you seem a little nervous. Yes. I heard that you are most afraid of ghosts. Ah, no, it's nothing. Utsumi said, stroking his beard embarrassedly. To be honest, I'm not very good at dealing with ghosts and such. As soon as this happens, I have nightmares. I was asked to do it. The same is true when working at Chaos Magazine, and there is always an unlucky premonition in my heart. At this time, a wall clock on the left wall rang a crisp sound. Looking up, all the pointers point to 6:15. It seems that many mechanical clocks in the past used to tell the time every 15 minutes. It appears that these forgeries have accurately reproduced even such small devices. When Nehai suddenly heard the clock chime, he was startled with an awe sound. Hey, hey! Be strong. The students are going to laugh at you. Kobayakawa said ironically, I hope you can capture the ghosts that appear in the camera, it's all up to you. Here is a brief description of the layout of the old building of the timepiece house. Pass through the inner door of the foyer and enter the rotunda. Here is under the dome as seen from the outside. Roughly speaking, the entire building is in the shape of two concentric circles centered on this hall. Let's name the inner circle, including the hall, as the residential area and the outer circle as the collection area. The residential area concentrates the kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, toilet and other rooms, which form a pattern surrounding the hall from the north and south. The pendulum pavilion, which IHA Sayoko declared to be inaccessible, was at the end of a long corridor extending northeastward from the circle. The collection area has a total of 12 rooms, and the doors of each room are numbered in Roman numerals, from I to 12. This area is divided into two parts, namely, from the hall to the east, there is a wide corridor, and from the end of the corridor to the south, there are 6 rooms lined up. One of them is the study room, and the remaining 11 are resource rooms. Each reference room collects original ancient bells and related written records collected by GUI according to the type and age. The architectural pattern is so complex that it is unlikely that a first-time visitor will be familiar with it quickly. Take Jiangnan, for example. After he, Kobayakawa and Nehai traveled around for nearly an hour, what remained in his mind was only a vague impression. So when he returned to the hall, he was very impressed when he saw Guashing Minzwa, who also returned with his partner, sketched a floor plan of the timepiece hall with ease. It's amazing. Kobayakawa also looked at the room distribution map drawn on loose-leaf paper by hand with admiration. Guo Sheng said generously, I'm in college, so I specialize in architecture. So it's not a problem to draw such a picture. This guy used to be a man of ingenuity. I'm a little jealous. Kawarizaki Junichi interjected in a mocking tone, anyway, if there is anything difficult to do, don't politely tell him to do it. From the floor plan, it seems that the collection area hut that surrounds the outside of the living area can be likened to the 12 numerals arranged on a clock dial. And the corridor that slanted out to the clock dial and the house at the end just happened to be the pendulum pavilion. Anyway, the clocks in this museum are truly amazing. Gu Sheng said to Kobayakawa. Have you read all the data rooms? Well, I read it roughly once. It seems that the literature is not scattered and 0 pages. I am afraid that as a personal collection of clocks, it is also second to none in Japan. Guo Sheng nodded solemnly in approval, and then looked around the hall again. This hall has 4 doors, 2 open doors leading to the foyer on the west side. The door on the opposite side is connected to the corridor extending to the east, and is constructed in the same way as the west door. Around the curved wall, there are several decorative cabinets, and there are various clocks in them, and the number is also considerable. In the middle of the dance was a dark brown carpet, and on it was a round table, more than enough for 9 people. It is a well-deserved timepiece museum, and even this table itself is a clock. Beneath the circular glass face is a huge clock dial. The black background is engraved with golden numbers, and there are 2 long pointers like rulers, which keep turning. But Guo Sheng looked back at Zayabayakawa and said, where are we going to sleep in the next 3 days? There seem to be not enough dormitories. Are all the men crowded in the hall to sleep? Yes. Why not? Looking at the floor plan, Kobayakawa said, there are 3 dormitories. This is what Ms. Ipio agreed to use. I think each of the 3 ladies will live in one. The other 5 bring blankets to the reference room. Is the bed for 1 person vacant? Do you want everyone to take turns to sleep in that bed? Nehai, who was loading the negatives, made a hilarious expression and expressed different opinions. That's a bit dangerous, isn't it? I'd rather sleep with everyone. Zayabayakawa ignored it and asked the spiritualist, Ms. Guangming Temple, what's your opinion? She sat on a high-backed chair in front of the decorative cabinet, keeping her hands folded on her lap, her head bowed. The ghosts in this house seem a little timid. She slowly raised her face and said in a special tone, I have been detecting the fluctuations of ghosts just now. First of all, I can be sure that there is someone living in this house. Soul. And I think this soul is not so dangerous and has no hostility to us. On the contrary, from the fluctuation situation, it is a little afraid of us. Well, it makes sense. So, I think it's better to spread out rather than crowding together. In order to successfully communicate with ghosts, it is first necessary to eliminate the vigilance of the other party. After listening to Ms. Guangming Temple's opinion, Kobayakawa nodded vigorously in agreement, and said, I understand. Then he turned to the photographer who had a complicated expression and shrugged his shoulders and said, Here, we should first listen to Ms. Kamioji's opinion. Is that okay? Yukiki-kun. All right. Then, let's decide how the rooms will be allocated. After discussion, it was decided that the room allocation plan is as follows. The 3 bedrooms side by side in the residential area are used by 3 women. Starting from the east, the order is Mikoto of Kamioji Temple, Sakiko Kashi, and Shoto Nimi. Among the 12 small rooms in the collection area, Room I, Room 2, and Room 3 on the north side are the 3 students of Guashing, Watanabe, and Kawarizaki, respectively, and Room 7, 8, and 9 on the south side are owned by Kobayakawa, Jiangnan, and Inner C are used by 3 people. The room assignment list is recorded on the floor plan drawn by Guasheng and will always be posted on the wall in the hall. Then, Kobayakawa said to everyone after seeing the time on the big clock plate on the round table, we will disband on the spot, and everyone will move the blankets and other luggage to their own rooms. Also, please come back at 8 o'clock. Assemble in this hall. We bought a box lunch for dinner. I want to have the first spiritual meeting from about 9 o'clock after dinner. Is this arrangement okay? Ms. Guangji Temple. The black-clad spiritualist, dressed in the same after looking at the 8 faces calmly, he nodded silently. Plan of the Timepiece Museum? After dinner, the clock placed on the decorative cabinet in the hall struck 9 o'clock almost simultaneously, surprising the people present. A large piece of black cloth has been tightly covered on the round table in the middle. The lights were out, and a large red candle was lit in the center of the table. 9 people dressed in black sat around the table, and according to Mikoto's instructions, they all took off their slippers and put on the hoods attached to the spiritual robe. For a time, the various sounds of the clock were mixed together, making a lot of noise. Jiangnan listened to these sounds and inadvertently looked towards the ceiling. The ceiling was in the shape of a hemisphere, high above the ground, and the dim candlelight was projected on the white wall, swaying wildly. In the center of the ceiling hangs colorful lights, and the round windows are arranged in a circle around it. There were 12 small windows, 20 centimeters in diameter, lined with thick dark green glass. The shape also seems to be likened to a giant clock face. Okay, everyone, Kumtoji Mikoto said with a mysterious face. Now, we're going to try to get in touch with the ghost. It was also the first time for Jiangnan to show up to participate in this kind of spiritual gathering. Although he has always had a lot of doubts about the authenticity of spiritual phenomena, standing on the stage of the Timepiece Museum built by Nakamura Seiji, with an extremely realistic atmosphere, he couldn't help feeling nervous physically and mentally. Everyone, please hold the wrist of the person on the right, and then look at the candles on the table. Think about melting your body into the air of this room, and try your best to make your heart empty. Jiangnan sat on Mikoto's left. The order was arranged by her. On the left side of Gangnam is Shinjutsu. The following order in clockwise order is Guashing Minsaneo, Watanabe Ryosuke, Kobayashi Kawashiro, Yuki Kayatsushi, Kawarizaki Junichi, Kashi Sakiko. Everyone sat around the round table. By the way, photography at the conjuration meeting is of course prohibited. Please allow me to take on the role of the so-called witch. I hope that no matter what happens, everyone will not shout or leave their seats. As I said just now, the ghosts here are timid. When you want to talk to the ghosts that appear, you should try to keep your voice as low as possible. Speak in soft language. As long as you don't show hostility, there is no danger. Do you understand? Jiangnan stretched out his right hand and held Mikoto's left wrist. Her hand was as soft as she had imagined, but it was cold. In contrast, Xinjiancho's right hand on the left is not only warm, but also sweaty. Okay, then let's start. Mikoto closed her eyes quietly after saying the last sentence. Jiangnan and others followed their instructions and commented on the candle lit in the center of the round table. There was a faint scent of perfume. Jiangnan felt the same scent as when he happened to meet him at Ueno Mao's Green Village apartment. The silence added to the tension in the scene. After a while, I felt that the sound of the clock machinery gradually became louder. Perhaps because the hall is semi-underground and has no normal windows, the indoor temperature is not so high, and it even feels a little chilly. Even so, the muscles under the black robe were dripping with sweat, probably due to tension. After a while, a clock on the decorative cabinet suddenly rang a crisp bell, and everyone was shocked. Another 15 minutes passed. Jiangnan licked his dry lips, looked away from the flame of the candle, and peeked at the spiritualist. Just then, her slightly lowered face changed. The initial movement is small. She closed her eyes, lowered her face, and began to shake her head slightly from side to side. Then the rocking became more and more violent, and the breathing became more rapid. The black hood has been thrown away, the hair has become disheveled, and the shoulders are jumping up and down violently. Instantly, there was a noise. Someone shouted this shh. Quiet. Kobayakawa's voice. It's entering a trance state. The movements of the witches intensified, not only the head, but also the entire upper body swayed from side to side. Her movements were naturally transmitted to Jiangnan, who was holding hands. This state lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes, and the movement suddenly stopped. At the same time, her head drooped forward. Noisy again. Zayabayakawa said shh again, making everyone quiet. The rough aura of the witch is now gradually calming down. Everyone held their breath and watched the change. After a while, it turned into a sound like whirling to sleep. At this moment, suddenly, a thin voice came from the weak and drooping head of the witch. I'm here. The voice was slightly hoarse, choppy, and seemed to be sobbing. It was completely different from the manner in which she spoke just now. Possibly a ghost. Here. Her face was completely covered in confusion. All you can see is the quivering of the purple-painted lips. Welcome. Kobayakawa whispered, "Can you answer my question?" After a brief silence, Shinwoo replied with a yes. Who are you? Kobayakawa asked. After another brief silence, the answer came, I am. Please say your name. Forever, forever. Forever? Is forever your name? I am forever. Jiangnan stared at Shinwoo's lips exposed under the candlelight, repeating the name in his heart. Forever is the name of the daughter of the late Galundian. Kobayakawa had told him this beforehand. Is your father the one who built this house, Mr. Galundian? Yes. Why do you? As soon as Kobayakawa said this, the candles on the table showed no signs and went out at once. Several people screamed together. Jiangnan was also panicked by this sudden situation. Why did the candle suddenly go out? Didn't see anyone blowing it out. Be still. Kobayakawa demanded everyone in a calm tone in the darkness. Don't yell, don't stand up, keep going. Before questioning, a voice came through the darkness, 16-year-old. 16? Did you die at 16? Wrong. So. The dark, the hole, it hurts, it hurts. What do you want to say? Can you please clarify? Pain, 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 pain. The voice was full of pain, repeating a word. Pain, pain, pain. What's the matter with you? Please answer me. It hurts. So for a moment, it seemed that he really started to cry, and finally he was so sad that he couldn't cry. Kobayakawa stopped asking questions. In the darkness where he could not see his fingers, Jiangnan subconsciously held Shinwoo's wrist. After a while, as if to quell the ghost's cry, the clocks on the decorative cabinet rang one after another. Because it was in total darkness, the multiple sounds that overlapped together seemed louder and longer than before. When all the chimes were over, the scene changed again. The witch's body began to shake violently again. Jiangnan's right hand holding the opponent's wrist was tightly grasped, and he almost fell from the chair. The bodies of all the people sitting around the table were affected, and several chairs uttered a screeching sound. It doesn't matter. Mr. Kobayakawa. The Uchiha urchin asked nervously. Don't worry. Don't talk and sit down. That said, but Veshish. The movement finally stopped, and the silence came again. The witch's breathing returned to calm. The sobbing also disappeared. Perhaps because of the darkness around me, I felt that the scent of the previous perfume was stronger. Can you continue to ask questions? Kobayakawa asked calmly again. Miss, your name is Forever, right? Can't hear the answer just now. After a short pause, Gudong, there is a sound of objects colliding from nowhere. What's up? Jiangnan looked around in surprise. Of course nothing can be seen. The candles were out, and there was no light in the house, not even a shred of starlight through the small window on the patio. Is it you who made the sound just now? Kobayakawa's handling was very calm. If so, could you please answer the sound again? After a while, it rang again. It seems to be the sound of knocking on desks, chairs, or walls. I see, thank you. Kobayakawa has always been very calm and polite to talk down. If possible, please tell me how you were when you passed away. Did you die? This time the same sound came out twice in a row. Does this mean no? If so, please answer a ring. Gudong sounded once. I see. You didn't die. Was it because of an accident? After a short pause, Kushi ring twice, which is a sign of no. Are you saying that it wasn't an accident? Then you are. Kobayakawa continued to ask. At this moment, a strange sound shook the dark room, causing the people present to jump up. This is the sound from the mouth of the god and which, as if the neck is tightly choked, there is something to say, it is a creepy scream. What's the matter with you? Even the calm Kobayakawa seemed to panic. What are you trying to? At this time, the shrill cry stopped abruptly, and the movement was also stopped at the same time. She interrupted Zayabayakawa's words and said, "The key, there is the key." Obviously, it was different from the twitchy and soft voice just now. This is the voice of Kamioji Makoto herself. Behind the decorative cabinet opposite me, there is a key. At this moment, Gudong, a heavy voice sounded, and her words were interrupted immediately. After waiting for a while, Kobayakawa decided that nothing would happen, and said, "Okay, let's light the lights." The lanterns hanging from the ceiling were quickly lit, emitting a dazzling light. Kamtoji Makoto put her face on the table, as if exhausted, and did not move. Zayabayakawa ran over, shook her shoulders, and asked, "Can you stand it?" Ms. Guangming Temple. Then she raised her face as if she suddenly woke up. Her eyes were dazed. She looked around and asked, "Is the ghost coming?" Appearance. You answered my question line by line. Really? Mikoto smiled lightly, then took a deep breath and said, "I'm tired. Let's be here tonight." The last thing you said, do you remember? Finally? Not the ghost, but me? It sounds like you said it. Oh, yes, I'm a bit under the impression that I said it because I suddenly saw something. You said with the key and behind the decorative cabinet opposite you. Perhaps so. Is that the decorative cabinet on the opposite side? Kobayakawa muttered, leaving Mikoto's side, turning around the round table, and walking towards the decorative cabinet. Decorative cabinets are placed against the wall between the kitchen passage and the foyer exit. Let's look for it. Kobayakawa, Jiangnan, Guashing, and Kawarazaki carefully moved the clocks that were placed in the cabinet one by one on the table, and then moved the cabinet forward several dozen times together. Centimeter. Next, Guono and Kawarazaki looked at the gap between the decorative cabinet and the wall from both sides. Ah. Got it. Kawarazaki said, put his arm in, and picked it up from behind the cabinet. A dusty key indeed. Where's the key? This. After taking the silver-white key from Kawarazaki, Kobayakawa put it in front of the spiritualist. She was still sitting in the same chair now. I found it. Ms. Kamioji. What does this key mean? I don't know. Mikoto shook her head slowly, maybe. No, I still don't understand. I think otherwise, store it first. It's more appropriate for me. Maybe you can see something with this key. It's really scary. Shinji Anshuo expressed his thoughts with a hearty expression. They bring brewed black tea bags from the kitchen. She puffed hot air and took a sip. I didn't know what to do at the time, it freaked me out. It was the first time I saw this with my own eyes. It's really surprising. Watanabe Ryosuke rubbed his flat nose, while taking advantage of the momentum to echo. He had acne marks all over his face, giving the impression that he had sprinkled some black sesame seeds on the round rice balls. The impression was intensified when he took off his glasses. I once saw a spiritual meeting held by Ms. Guangming Temple on TV. I didn't find it as exciting as it is today. Yes. Well, nothing strange happened that time. I just think it's similar to the witches in the northeastern or mountains. Is that a film shot with a camera? That's no wonder. An event like a spiritual meeting shouldn't be held in that kind of atmosphere. Did Ms. Kamioji herself say the same? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm drinking tea. Please. Everyone, please drink. In the hall after the convocation session, the black cloth on the round table had been removed, and the hands on the clock dial under the glass cover were pointing at 10:20 in the evening. Kamtoji Mikoto hurriedly returned to her room. Kobayakawa said that he would take a good look at the clocks in the reference room, and left the hall alone. The remaining 7 people sat around the round table. What do you think, Mr. Jiangnan? Guashing means when Nan moved the teacup in front of him and asked. How can I say it? Jiangnan found an ashtray from the kitchen cabinet and smoked a cigarette. This was his first cigarette since he came here. While flicking ash in the ashtray, he replied, I only came to this chaos editorial department this spring. So it is naturally the first time for an interview like this. I was surprised just now. Oh, is it? Speaking of which, I was originally skeptical of telepathic phenomena. I was skeptical about the spiritual meeting just now, but after I clearly saw so many incredible phenomena. You mean it, so you have to believe it, don't you? Well, that's it. What did you do? Guashin-kun. Kashi Sakiko squinted at her childhood friend and asked, You seem to have some opinions? Oh, how do you say it, how much? Guasheng replied vaguely. What happened, Guasheng-jun? Do you still have any doubts? Xiao Xiao asked in surprise. I think that's all the same thing. No, I said Xiao Shua. Kawarazaki Junichi bared his teeth and smiled. I'm the same as Minzua. I really can't compliment me. Kawaharazaki-kun. Even you don't believe it? I always think it's too complete. You think so? Minzwa Nan. Yeah. Guasheng put an elbow on the table and nodded in response. It's too complete. It's almost like it's going according to plan. Don't you feel that way? What's your basis for saying that? Xiaoshua was more and more surprised by their views. Ms. Guangming Temple's voice is indeed like another person. It's not like acting at all. And the candles are extinguished, the table is rattling. Do you think it's all a lie? I think that's a lot of possibilities. But Jiangnan listened to the conversation of the college students and recalled the situation that happened at the convocation meeting in his mind. Candles that go out suddenly, not like someone smuggled out with their mouths. If so, the flames should swing wildly. Although I didn't keep staring at it at that time, the way of extinguishing it was like an invisible person snuffing out the wick with his hands. The sound of hitting the table, there is a so-called drumming phenomenon, but the sound just now was not the sound of hitting the table with your feet or knees. It sounds like the sound of hitting something with a fist. In addition, from the beginning to the end of the spiritual meeting, Gangnam always held the wrist of Mikoto, who was sitting next door. Mikoto's other hand was holding the hand of Sakiko Kashi on her right. Therefore, it is impossible for her to tap the table with her own hands. So did the other 8 people in a circle holding hands. There are various types of witches. I think Xiao Xiao also knows it. Hua Sheng said. Seeing Xiao Xiao nodding ambiguous, he explained further. First of all, there are 2 types, namely physical type and psychological type. Physical witches express the thoughts of the dead through supernatural physical phenomena, such as furniture rattles, strange sounds, or the release of so-called psychic fluids. Psychological witches communicate the thoughts of the dead through language. There are various ways of conveying them, including those who automatically record words, and those who call them straight witch, dictating the ghost's words. Ms. Guangming Temple is clearly a psychological and direct type witch. But on the other hand, there are also physical phenomena of candles going out and ding-dong. So if she is a real witch god and witch, then her skill as a spiritualist is no trivial matter. I think so. But don't jump to conclusions right away. In the past, many people in the world claimed to be gods and witches, but they turned out to be charlatans. We must never forget this fact. For example, Guoxing stopped and took a few sips of tea before continuing. Do you know the story of the American Fox sisters? Fox, I heard, it is said to be the originator of witches. Yes. Because of their activism and direct influence, the Mind One was all the rage in America and Europe in the second half of the 19th century. Their spiritualism was to connect with the dead through percussion. And what has just been done the second half of the conjuration did the same thing, that is, by knocking on objects and making strange noises to convey the ghost's message. But later, one of them confessed to the world that it was all deception. Trick? It's a very simple trick. It is said that it is just controlling the joints of the feet to make a similar sound. Is there such a thing? Kotatsu pursed her red lips as if bored, and said, however, the sound just now was definitely not from the joints. Is it? Watanabe-kun. Watanabe was suddenly asked this, and kept on blinking his small eyes. He said, yeah, no matter what, you can hear the sound of joints. Besides, he glanced at Guoxing and continued, it is true that Margareta Fox published a confession in the New York World, but he quickly retracted it. So its authenticity is still a point of contention, which is also fact. You know very well. Guoxing smiled slightly and said, hey, there are even more clever tricks on how to cause the drum sound phenomenon. You mean Eusapia Palatino's stunt? Oh, you know everything. That possibility is indeed there. But Guoxing-kun, I don't think it's appropriate to be so suspicious of everything like you. They are worthy of being members of the Research Association. Whether it is Guoxing or Watanabe, they have a lot of knowledge about it, but their positions seem to be different. Guoxing is always skeptical, and Watanabe is often on the side of advocates. So which opinion dominates in the seminar? Jiangnan was very interested in this question. I'm surprised. Gangnam said, holding a freshly lit cigarette, I always thought that since it was named Paranormal Research Association, the participants must be people who believed in its existence. It's not that I don't believe it. Yeah. Guoxing replied, as for souls, paranormal abilities, and UFOs, I can't say for sure that they absolutely don't exist. So if it is true, even if it is a very immature new religion, I'm afraid it will also be accepted very quickly, but it will require a complete scientific proof that cannot be doubted in the slightest. I feel the same way about this. But, I said so, Watanabe has to refute again. Why? Because I think the very concept of scientific proof is an elusive statement. So it doesn't make much sense to use established natural science to prove supernatural superscientific phenomena. Yeah. So Guoxing-kun still thinks that the summoning just now is not fake? I can't believe it without reservation. If anyone criticizes me for being too suspicious, I'm willing to admit it. We are different from Watanabe and Kosho. We joined the membership because of that, so we can't help but be suspicious. Kawarizaki interjected. What happened to you? Kawarizaki touched his upturned chin and replied, he was tricked in. Deceived? It's a joke. Kwashing replied after Kawarizaki's words. After the opening ceremony, the four of us, I, Junichi, Kashi, Sakiko and Fauci spread around the campus. So as usual, various researches were conducted. Groups, and they did publicity and persuasion work on us. One of them was this research club, which they claimed to be speculation research, and we initially thought it must be a mystery novel club. Fauci, who is not here today, is the #1 mystery novel fan, he said. He wanted to go see it, so we accompany him to the group's small room. There. It is said that as soon as Kwashing and the others got there, they knew that the seminar had nothing to do with mystery novels. But the four of them saw a very strange phenomenon on the spot. A member said that he would show them the mindfulness exercise, so he borrowed a 1,000 yuan ticket from Kwashing, and in front of everyone, let the ticket float in the air. Everyone was so surprised, they started talking, terrific, I couldn't believe it, etc. They were very cunning, and they took advantage of this and got us to sign the list. We have no choice. Kawarizaki said with a wry smile. Kwashang also smiled uncomfortably and said, it was only a month after joining the membership that they told us that it was a clever trick called Airstreamer. Fortunately, the four of us were originally interested in paranormal phenomena, so we didn't quit in a fit of anger. I want to ask you what the ghost who possessed Lady Guangming Temple said at the conjuring meeting just now. Guasheng suddenly blushed and said to Jiang Nan. Mr. Guarendian's daughter said her name is Forever? Is his daughter really that name? It seems so. Jiang Nan replied, it is said to write the two Chinese characters forever, that is, Guer forever. I only heard that she died before Mr. Lundian, and Miziba said in the hall today that she died 10 years ago. Come. Oh, 10 years ago? Guashing blinked his eyes slowly and thoughtfully, and said, Mr. Zayabayakawa just asked about the cause of death? The answer was neither due to illness nor accident, then. There are only two possibilities, suicide or homicide. Then, to law, what about 16? What about Dark Cave? I heard such words. Dark Cave. Gua Sheng became more and more worried and said, this is really disturbing. Is it really? Sakiko whispered. Her eyes shifted to the center of the table, to the center of the rotating pointer. She slowly shook her head and said, that little girl can't commit suicide. Guashing's expression was extremely surprised, and Kawarizaki's expression was the same. Jiang Nan saw all this and asked, Miss Kashi, the little girl I mentioned just now, do you know her? Kashi Hayaki nodded slightly, her eyes still looking in the same direction, and replied, I think I know her. You mean you've seen her? Ah, that reminds me of that. In the taxi, you seemed to say you've been around this area before. Did you see it then? Well, maybe I saw it when I was playing in the forest. Guashing Kuan, are they with you too? I don't remember that. Kawarizaki scratched his chin with his hand and said, if Minsaw and Sakiko said that, then it must be the case. I don't remember very clearly. Guasheng said, anyway, it was 10 years ago, in the 5th grade of elementary school. What happened at that time was like a photo that was out of focus and was blurred. But there is indeed a little girl there. Me too, I don't remember every detail. That's too bad. Kawarizaki said with a shrug of his shoulders, my brain may not work, I've long since forgotten about it. I just remember seeing this house. Can you tell me from the beginning? Jiang Nan said to Sakiko, did your school hold a summer camp in the summer 10 years ago? And when you were playing in the nearby forest, you met there was a little girl. And what happened? How did you know that little girl's name was Forever? Because that little girl is the child of this family. Zokiko replied in a reminiscence tone. The past gradually emerged in her mind. At that time, there was no clock tower in the house, only the house on this side. We came to this house with the children we met in the forest. You mean you guys came here together? And then? Seems to have seen people from their family. But we didn't enter the house. Who did you see? Is it her father, Gu Yi Luandian? Maybe it was him. But it was the boy who made the impression in his mind. Boy? Jiang Nan recalled a conversation between Zokiko and Guosheng after the young man Yujimi appeared in the hall of the new pavilion. You mean that the little boy is this Yujimi juvenile? I feel like him. Sakiko wasn't quite sure either, and kept stroking her long hair with her hands. When the little girl was sent to this house, it seemed to be somewhere in the front yard and saw a little boy who was very cute, so... You're right. Mr. Gangnam. Watanabe had been listening to them silently. At this time, he interjected quite politely, in my opinion, we might as well put aside our memories for a while, and now the main question is how the girl died. If the ghost haunts this house, it is indeed the girl who died 10 years ago, then why did she die? Why did she appear as a ghost? This question is also related to that boy, Guosheng said. Jiangnan, do you still remember what the boy said to Miziba at that time? Remember. Jiangnan was also puzzled by this. Guosheng frowned slightly and said, the boy asked, where is my sister? When he said sister, he meant Forever, right? His sister died a long time ago, but according to the tone of his words, it seemed as if his sister was still alive, while Iba the lady also seemed to agree with him. Judging from Mr. Kobayakawa's performance at the time, he may have some understanding of the relevant situation. Kobayakawa returned to the hall after the clocks in the room had all struck 11 o'clock. At that time, at Guosheng's request, Xiaoshua went to brew another cup of black tea, and kept silently wiping the camera's inland sea, and I didn't know where to get a bottle of whiskey. Yawning, walked in from the north gate. Ouch, when did you bring this thing in? He said when he found the bottle. Nei Hai was a little embarrassed. He stroked his beard and said, put it in the equipment bag. This. It's so slick. It's not allowed to bring unclean things. Yes. Forget it. As long as the Lady of Guangming Temple doesn't find out, it's okay to drink less. That's great. Mr. Kobayakawa would like to drink too? Of course. Kobayakawa laughed and said, to be honest, there are still 3 bottles hidden in the food box. There are also cans of beer. Men who are addicted to alcohol have similar scents. They drank the water after they had mixed it. Needless to say, Jiangnan was also pulled in. At this time, Jiangnan asked Ziobayakawa about the question he had just discussed with Guosheng. Oh, that boy. After hesitating for a while, he drank the wine and said, that boy seems to have a problem here. You said this? Jiangnan asked in surprise, is there something wrong with the nerves? Well, that's what happened. Xiao Hayakawa, who was flushed with drinking, nodded and said, you didn't see it. Yeah. But from what you've said, his eyes really don't seem to be looking at the real world. So, why did he call sister at that time? I heard that he always believed that his dead sister was still alive, and he always believed it. How did it become like this? It was brought from the womb. I don't know the details. It seems that he is not mentally retarded. I heard that he was originally the son of Guer's cousin. Not long after he was born, his parents died, and he was adopted by the Guer family. So you're an adopted child? It seems like. The problem has to go back 10 years. The second year after his sister died forever, Guerundian also died. It seems that since then, his spirit has become abnormal. I also heard that several people died in a row in his family. I don't know what happened. Ah, that's it. Hey, stop talking about these things. Nahai interjected halfway through. Ah. He yawned, poured another glass of water mixed with wine, and said, everyone has to go back to their own rooms to sleep right away. If you talk about these issues without any scruples, ghosts will come to you. Although the alcohol had begun to take effect, his face still had a timid look. With a wry smile on his face, Zayabayekawa said, that's right. Is there any topic to cheer up the wine? That's right. That's great. Nahai said after taking a sip of wine, or, let's take a photo here and keep it as a souvenir. In addition to the monocular camera, he also brought a small fully automatic camera. He said and stood up, picked up the small camera on the table and took a picture. On the other hand, do you know such a story? In the seats across the table, Gua Sheng and the two lower-class students gushed about something. There's a weird Roman numeral on the dial. What's that for? Is it the word I? Watanabe said. Xiaoshua next to him asked, what's the matter with the fourth? What's so strange? That's a typo. Watanabe said, pointing to the clock plate under the table and saying, look, this is the same. That's not how the usual Roman numerals are written. Oh, really? Jiang Nan heard their discussion, and also watched the clock dial under the glass plate. I is marked until 4 o'clock. The fourth of the Roman character is generally written 4. This, he had discovered before, but did not raise it as a problem. Because he naturally thought that I was written on the dial for readability. Watanabe felt the same way. He squeezed his swollen car, Mu Benbao, and asked, isn't that the case? Does it mean something else? One way of saying it is, I'll use such an addendum first. Gua Sheng began to explain with a smile, in the middle of the 14th century, there was a king in France named Charles V, who sent people to the tower of the Paris Palace. Clocks were installed on it. It was in the early stages of the installation of clock towers all over Europe. The correct Roman numeral 4 was used on the dial at first, but the king saw the word and was very angry. Why? You think, for in Roman numerals means subtracting an I from a V. So the king lost his temper and said, how can one subtract 1 from the 5th of the 5th? Come on. So I changed the word 4 to the word I dot. Several people across the table, and then the story began to talk about all kinds of knowledge about clocks. It seems that this young man, Guasheng, has a wealth of knowledge not only in paranormal phenomena, but also in other fields. Jiang Nan thought to himself as if he had seen someone very similar in character and style to him somewhere. After a little thought, he finally remembered who this person was. In college, among the classmates who participated in the Reasoning Elementary School research meeting, there was such a male classmate. As the drunkenness gradually deepened, his thoughts left the reality and drifted to the distant past. Then, in the haze, he remembered the event that happened 3 years ago that Chun never wanted to mention. This memory was like a black cloud covering his heart. He felt a shudder all over him. When all the clocks struck midnight together, they left the hall and went back to their bedrooms. The immediate cause of the disturbed sleep was that the clock on the wall rang at 3 in the morning. He opened his eyes in the darkness, and for a moment was overwhelmed by the boundless darkness, and his hazy consciousness caught the aftertaste of the sound, and he remembered where he was now. A reference room in the old pavilion of the timepiece house, with the 8 number on the door. Jiangnan Xiaoming pushed aside the blanket covering his body and raised his upper body lazily. There was a rather strong urge to urinate in the lower abdomen. That's one of the reasons why he woke up. He stood up, touched the wall with his hands, and had a hard time finding the light switch. It may be the relationship between drinking before going to bed, and the 2 legs are completely unresponsive. There seemed to be a thick cloud in my head. The lights were turned on in the room, and he wiped his blurred eyes and glanced around the room. This is a square house. The door is inlaid with an oval-shaped dark glass, and the four walls are decorated with beautiful Islamic tile mosaics. There are no windows inside. There is a tall bookshelf by the inner wall, which is full of documents. The rest of the space is lined with several rows of display cases with glass doors, and there are also hanging cabinets directly fixed on the wall, which are specially designed for wall clocks. In the spare parts of the left and right walls, unique and interesting patterns are designed. Mosaics of different colors are used to form several dials with a diameter of about 1 meter. An hour hand is installed on each dial. But there doesn't appear to be a drive inside the dial. Maybe it's purely a decoration. In this way, it seems that the walls of the foyer and hallway are also decorated with tile mosaic clock dials in many places. There was only one clock running around the room, hanging on the wall beside the door, and it was the one that rang just now. And none of the clocks in the showcases are rotating. Moreover, the clocks collected in room 8 are all Japanese-style clocks from the Edo period, so even if they are turned, they are useless to modern people. The Japanese clocks at that time were completely different from the current ones. They were special things manufactured according to the irregular time method to adapt to different timing systems. Jiangnan shook his heavy head and picked up the pocket watch on the pillow. It was an oddly shaped watch with a triangular dial set on an equilateral triangular case. It is the opposite of the heaven and earth of the famous Masonic triangle dial, that is to say, it is an inverted triangle dial. According to Makoto's request, he kept his favorite pocket watch in the new building. But without it, he always felt uneasy. Although the house is full of clocks, whenever you want to know the time, you have to touch your pocket first. Because he always felt uneasy, he borrowed this pocket watch from the decorative cabinet in the hall without knowing it after the meeting. No doubt, he clearly remembered Sayoko's words, "Don't tamper with the clock in the museum." But he felt that as long as he didn't mess around, it wouldn't be easily damaged. At the same time, this watch was originally a thing here, so even if Makoto discovered it, it probably wouldn't be called an unclean thing. After he recognized this truth, and with the brute force after drinking, he resolutely took this action. Jiangnan looked at the time. It happened to be 3:05, and he walked out of the room. The lights in the hallway are dim. He was walking on the brown carpet, but he was still sleepy, his mind was still hazy, his legs were shaking with every step he took. With one hand on the wall, he walked step by step along the crooked corridor. After a while, you came to a wide and straight corridor, and then walked straight to the central hall. The colored chandeliers in the hall have been extinguished. He made his way across the middle of the room by the light coming in from the hallway. The cups and plates on the table were a mess, and in the darkness and silence, only the clocks kept turning and making soft sounds. The toilet is where you go across the hall, into the north side passage, and then turn right. After Jiangnan went to the toilet, he still walked to the corridor with light steps. At this moment, he suddenly stopped. He heard the slight rubbing of an object, which was clearly different from the sound of the clock machine being heard everywhere. Suddenly, he felt his heart contract violently. He felt that he was not the kind of timid person, but the situation was different now. Just in the middle of the night, when he suddenly heard such a voice, it was impossible for him to remain calm. The word ghost crossed his mind. After a short interval, the same sound was heard again, like a door opening. He didn't go back to the hall, but went straight to the left, because he felt that the sound seemed to come from the opposite direction of the hall. But when it comes to the room, there seems to be only Makoto's bedroom at Kamioji Temple. Jiangnan came to the corner in front of her room and peeked there for a moment. In the dim light, a dark shadow suddenly flashed. It's the back of a person. Just as he thought that it might be her, the shadow disappeared into the corridor that turned diagonally to the left at the end of the passage. Jiangnan followed the figure. At this moment, he did not have a clear purpose of tracking. He was still very sleepy, his legs were shaking, and not only that, but he even had an inexplicable feeling that most of his paralyzed realm of consciousness had been occupied by someone else. After turning the corridor diagonally, it leads all the way to the dark front. The figure just now faintly appeared in the dark. The man didn't go to light the lamp and walked straight to the end lightly. A familiar scent hits the nostrils. Obviously, this is the perfume smell emanating from Mikoto of Kamioji Temple. Why would she go there alone at such a time? At the end of the corridor, there was only the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion, and it was locked. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the key he found behind the decorative cabinet in the hall at the end of the conjuring session might be the spare key for the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion. The figure disappeared into the darkness. Just as Jiang Nan was about to step into the corridor, there was a soft metallic sound from the ticking of the clocks hanging on the walls on both sides. Then there was the sound of the door opening. Jiang Nan thought to himself, that key really is? So he quickened his pace, stepping on the long pendulum of the spiritual robe, dragging on the ground several times, nearly tripping each time. It was pitch black in front, and a bright light suddenly appeared, as if emitting from the crack of the door of the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion. Jiang Nan came to the small entrance hall in front of the house, put his body close to the door, and turned the handle gently while listening to the movement inside. But can't turn. The door might be locked again from the inside. Just then, voices came from the door. It was like Mikoto's voice, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Jiang Nan pressed his ear against the door. Why? Still incomprehensible. Only 2 or 3 words can be captured. It sounded like he was talking to another person. What did you say? The voice was suddenly interrupted, and then there was a loud noise like something was smashed. Immediately after that, there was a series of heavy sounds that seemed to be someone falling to the ground. This situation made Jiang Nan panic. Ms. Guangming Temple. Jiang Nan called out her name desperately, as if to dispel the terror that suddenly hit his heart. Ms. Guangming Temple, what happened? At this time, from the dark place behind him, the sound of Wen sounded the chime, and Jiang Nan almost jumped up in fright. It was 3:30 in the morning. Then all the clocks placed in the corridor started to tell the time. The same noise came from inside the house. There are the bells like flying springs ringing like jade, and the melodious exotic melody of the music box. Confusion, doubt, and inescapable fear, intertwined with these sounds, heaved and swirled in his bewildered heart. At the same time, another thought surged up in his heart, and he felt that what was in front of him might not be reality, but a dream. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 4. A Chain of Dead. After Lugu Mencher briefly contacted the other party through the walkie-talkie, he opened the closed iron door. It was 7 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun had set in the west, and night was about to fall. The headlights and the overhead lights on the door pillars as far as the eye can see are dim and faint, as if they are about to go out. Deer Valley returned to the driver's seat, ready to start the car. Agree to go in? Fauci asked Lugu's profile, what did you say? I told the truth. Lugu replied nonchalantly, I said, I am a friend of Jiangnan who came to visit the house today. On the way here just now, Fauci already knew something about Deer Valley. Lugu himself said that he was a mystery novel writer, and also talked about his origin, life experience, and the process of deciding to visit here. The Jiangnan Xiaoming he mentioned did indeed have such a name in the list attached to the plan. So the other party agreed without saying a word? Where, I'm very unwilling. However, it's okay to be a little dissatisfied. Is this okay? It's a bit bad, but we finally came here. Even if we took a look at the house managed by the mansion, it would be nice. Do you think so? Of course. The car followed a path that traversed the entire wide front yard, and soon came to the front of the building. There was a silver van parked there. Deer Valley drove the golf sedan to the back of the car and stopped, then urged Fauci, got out of the car in a hurry, and walked towards the dimly lit gate of the new pavilion without any hesitation. Fauci followed hesitantly. "Ah, good evening. It's really presumptuous to make a sudden visit." Lugu greeted the figure standing at the gate cheerfully. Looking at him, he is either an ignorant person, an optimist, or maybe a posturing. "It's too late, it's hard to do." It was a woman who replied, and it was embarrassing to hear her tone. "I said just now, please go back." "Please don't say that. At least allow me to introduce myself. First meeting, hello, my surname is Shimada. No, my surname is Lugu." He bent down his slender body and bowed. "I know it's not polite to interrupt suddenly. I'm really sorry. However, as I said just now, I'm Jiangnan from Shitan Society." No, I'm a friend of Jiangnan." "Jiangnan?" The woman repeated the name in a low voice. "This gentleman is indeed here. They have already moved in according to the magazine's interview plan, but won't they come out?" It started about an hour ago." "Really? To tell you the truth, Jiang Nan told me about this. I am also very interested in their plans and this house because of my professional relationship, so I came here today." That being said, the woman looked suspiciously at the uninvited guest. Then he turned his attention to Fauci, who was hiding behind Lugu. "This is," she asked. "He's Fu Shijuan. We met by chance on the way, so we came together." Fauci. He was a companion to those students who came today. He said he was late today because of something. Really? The woman didn't seem to know how to deal with it. She touched the earphone on her right ear, probably it was a hearing aid, with one hand, then said, "But," and stopped. Suspiciously, he looked back and forth at the faces of the two people. "Ah, don't be embarrassed. We came here suddenly today, and we didn't mean to ask us to go in immediately. The same is true for Fushikuan. If you feel inconvenience, we will leave immediately. It's just that I have a long-standing desire to see myself. Look at the architecture of this great house." Lugu said, with his hands on the waist of the black jeans, and took a step back. He leaned his slender body back and looked up at the house. "Oh, this is the Timepiece Museum. Looks like it should be here during the day." He muttered to himself and took another step back. Seeing him like this, the woman might relax a little bit of her vigilance. She asked, "What kind of occupation did you just say because of professional relationship?" Lugu put down his hands on his waist and replied, If I guessed wrong, please forgive me, you are Ms. IPO, right?" "Yes. This is what Jiang Nanjun told me. I heard that you are now in charge of managing the entire house." The woman nodded. Lugu stared at her face and asked, "So, do you know the construction expert of this house?" "A man named Nakamura Chingji, who died 4 years ago. I'm specializing in this Nakamura Chingji." "Specialized research?" The woman turned her face sideways, as if shocked. "I searched everywhere for the buildings he left behind. But this is not my profession. I used to be a trainee monk in the temple, and recently I became a writer and wrote novels." "It turned out to be a writer. That's why you met Mr. Shirtan Club, didn't you?" "Well, that's what happened." Lugu was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head, and then said, "Ah, yes," and put his hand into the pocket of his jacket. "It's not appropriate to say it's an apology. Even if it's a commemoration of this meeting, I'll give you this book." He took out a new book from his pocket, with a lavender cover, and the title was Murder in the Lost House. Lugu Menchi's name is printed right on it. "This is my first novel. If you don't hate this kind of novel, please read it." Lugu shoved the book into Iba's hand almost forcibly, then saluted again, and said, "I'm really bothering you today." "Yes. If possible, I would like to see the inside of the building, and I hope you can arrange another time for another day. Okay, let's go back, Fauci-kun. I remember seeing your book in the bookstore. Was it published last year? But I didn't remember the author's name at the time." Fauci said in a somewhat apologetic tone to Lugu, who was reversing. To be honest, before seeing that book, he had always held some kind of skepticism about the title of Lugu's so-called speculative novelist. I feel honored to meet an authentic mystery novelist. When I go back, I will buy a copy and read it carefully. Oh. Although your major is also within the scope of reasoning, you are studying paranormal phenomena. I also liked mystery novels in the past and read them often. That's great. Lugu was so happy that wrinkles formed on the corners of his eyes. Also, I've heard the name of an architectural expert named Seiji Nakamura. Maybe I saw it in a magazine. He built some peculiar houses, so he became famous. Ah, let me do it. To open the door, Fauci got out of the car from the passenger seat, pulled the rusted iron gate door inward, and motioned for Lugu to drive the car out first. He went outside again, trying to close the iron door as it was. At this moment, the shadow of the black tower standing in the center of the house suddenly came into view. When I came here 10 years ago, the tower did not exist, and it seemed that the main entrance of the house was not the same as before. I remember Watanabe said that it was actually a clock tower, but it could not be seen from the front. The clock dial probably faced the courtyard. And recently heard a very strange thing, that there are no hands on the dial. Is it a clock tower without hands? After Fauci closed the gate, he still stood still, staring at the shadow of the tower towering in the night sky. What's going on? Lugu's voice came from behind. Ah, hey, he responded, and just as he was about to turn around and walk back, he suddenly stopped. A white shadow suddenly jumped into his field of vision. Startled, he looked again. The front yard inside the gate is a slow slope slowly upward. In the depths of the slope, on the right, a white mass appeared in the twilight. It looks like a figure. He stared at it for a while, except for the white clothes, he couldn't see anything clearly. There was a dark wood not far away. It seems that the image of the man in white is walking forward with light steps at the junction of the compound and the woods. Who is that? Horror flashed in his mind for a moment. Immediately afterwards, the word ghost came out of it. He shook his head hastily. Touching the frame of the glasses with one hand, I wanted to take a closer look at the figure. At this time, "Hey, Fushikuin." The voice of Lugu was heard again. What happened? Ah, it's nothing. He turned around and agreed. Lugu stuck his head out of the car window and looked at him suspiciously. It's a little strange. He didn't want to continue, and turned his eyes to the door again. At this time, he suddenly whispered "ah," and the figure had disappeared. What's going on? Hiding in the woods? Still. Fauci stood there, the warm wind blowing from the front, and his hair was tossed and tossed. The trees in the forest were rustling as if they were talking to each other in low voices, and there was darkness all around him, which he had not felt before, but now it seemed as if something frightening and unknown lurked. He shuddered involuntarily. Should I tell Lugu about the scene I just saw? As he thought about it, he left the door. Shikatani said that his family lived in Ueno-Mao in Setagaya Ward. Fauci's home is also in the same district, on Xianwan Street. As soon as Lugu heard about it, he immediately said without hesitation, "I'll take you back." Although Fauci was concerned about the condition of his car, he accepted his offer with gratitude. Along the way, Lugu gushed endlessly. He said that he was born in Kyushu, and he stayed there until last year. He studied Buddhism at a private university in Tokyo during his college days. Since childhood, he has been particularly fond of reading mystery novels. He also briefly talked about how he developed a strong interest in the buildings built by architect Seiji Nakamura, etc. After talking non-stop for a while, he asked, "Whose funeral is there today?" Fauci was a little overwhelmed by his sudden question. Because of the specific reason why he delayed today's event, he has not mentioned a word until now. There's no need to make such a fuss, the writer smiled slightly. Everyone will understand when you look at your attire. Young people like you these days, wearing white shirts, black trousers, and black ties, are not attending funerals, but well, what are you going to do? That's true. After hesitating for a while, he finally said truthfully about seeing the white figure in front of the gate. Lugu gave a low and squinted to look at Fauci. Do you think that's the ghost of the clockwork house that people say? This. Fauci said vaguely, tilting his head, I can't tell. Wearing white clothes? Did you not see if it was a man or a woman? Legend has it that the ghost of a young girl haunts this house. It's very dark, and it's far away, so I can't look so carefully. It's really confusing. Lugu whispered softly. I said Fushikuin, in this world, in addition to the energy bodies that we recognize scientifically, are there other energy bodies? What do you think about this question? You are asking me if I believe in ghosts? Fossilo replied after thinking. How can I say it? It might be more correct to say that there is hope than to believe that there is something. Oh? Your opinion is? Isn't there a boom recently, especially among young people? What kind of supernormal abilities, UFOs, ghosts, memories of past lives, etc.? But I read magazines and TV reports, and most of them are falsified. The deceitful stuff. As long as people with a better mind will naturally think that those things do not exist. The same is true for me. Every time I read an article in Chaos magazine, I always remember to be vigilant. But on the other hand, and there is hope that something really exists somewhere. People have this mentality. The more science denies the existence of something, the more it feels that there is something beyond science. Makes sense. It can be said that this is also an escape from reality, or conversely, perhaps an unconscious resistance. That is, a kind of rebellion against the established science and order that adults impose on the mind in school. Reverse? This is an interesting view. Then what do you think, Mr. Lugu? Me? Yes, how should I look? Lugu released one hand from the steering wheel and wiped his slightly larger hooked nose. If I'm serious, I should be considered an irresponsible person who simply pursues interest. I think it's secondary to believe it or not. If there really is a ghost, I must try to see it with my own eyes. Join the real UFO. I wanted to sit on it once. It would be nice to say that I am an extremely curious person, but in fact I was just joking around and joining in the fun. Oh. However, if you look at some doctrines and ideas, you probably won't believe it from the bottom of your heart. Because the so-called scientific way of thinking has been ingrained in your mind. But I also have another view. I think that everything is an irredeemably arrogant attitude of modern people to regard it as unscientific, and thus to deny it completely. It's really complicated. Yes, but in any case, one thing is certain, that is, there is no wind and no waves. Where there are legends about ghosts, there must be some corresponding reasons behind them. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be saying the latter half of his words. As if to listen to himself, he frowned and pursed his lips tightly. After a while, his expression softened, and he called out Fushikuin before talking about other topics. Hey, what's your favorite thing about mystery novels? I'm not limited to any one. I read everything. I can say that I read as long as it's interesting. Do you like so-called formal mystery novels? Of course I like it. Then who is your favorite writer? I like Carl among the old. I think his mystical work that's not too scary is wonderful. Really? We have the same taste. What about the new writer? Maybe it's not a mystery novel. Once John Saul's works are translated, I will definitely read them. Oh, it's not Ginger, it's not Coons, it's Thor? It looks like you like low-key stuff. What about Japanese writers? That's still like people from Phantom City. You are really a mystery novel fan. Lugu looked very happy and said with his snow-white teeth, "It seems that we are a young mystery novel fan and a budding mystery novelist, and we met by a wonderful fate. We know each other. Are there any other arrangements tonight? Let's find a place to eat together." As for the situation of the Gui family, I have also done a little research on my own. Lugu Mencher started talking slowly like this. The location is a room in the Green Village apartment where he is located. After they ate at a small Western restaurant near the 8th Ring Road, Fushi came to his residence at Lugu's request. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when they walked out of the restaurant because of the heavy traffic jam on the way back. Lugu said in a relaxed tone, "Let's just sleep here for a night and then go." He also said that he had just finished a job and was looking for a recreational partner. Today, no, it's already yesterday. I stopped by a place on the way to the clock house. I didn't expect to spend a lot of time there, and the car broke down again. I wanted to arrive at the house during the day and observe it carefully. Check out the buildings in the courtyard, and it turned out to be so late. The place I was halfway to, guess what? Lugu stopped here, as if to make people anxious. He took the beer from the refrigerator and opened the cap. "Are you drinking too?" "Well, let's have a drink." I went to the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Station in Yokohama. He poured wine into the glass in a very formal manner, and then suddenly said, "Our second child is a police officer in the police department of his hometown, and a good friend of his. I work at the Kanagawa Prefectural Police Station, and he introduced me to me before, so I know this person well, and I just took up a lot of this person's time today." "Oh, you have a brother who is a police officer?" "That man is very upright. Every time we meet, he has to preach. Don't talk about these things." Lugu Mimi drank a glass of beer, and then said, "I'm afraid you also know that the mansion that built the timepiece hall was Guarundian, the president of the ancient clock company. He passed away 9 years ago. Before and after his death, a lot of people died in the mansion. So I want to investigate some real situations at that time. Today, I saw the detective Xiaoying. When I mentioned it, he also knew a lot about the Gui family and seemed to be interested in it. He also helped me to inquire and investigate the police station to which I belonged. As a result, it is said that in the past 10 years, including the ancient Arendian, at least 7 lives have been lost. 7 people. Fauci didn't expect the number to be much larger than he had estimated, and he cried out in surprise. Who are they? I'll tell you one by one. Lugu said, took out a notebook from the brown handbag placed beside the sofa, and slowly opened it. First of all, the daughter of the ancient Arendian, the girl who is said to have become a ghost. She died 10 years ago, in August 1979. She was only 14 years old when she died. It is said that she died of illness. The second was a woman who was working at Gui's house at the time, named Akira Tarai. She hanged herself in the woods shortly after Eternal's death. She was 27 years old at the time. Is it suicide? What's the reason? The detective checked the records at the time, and it is said that he didn't understand it. Fauci didn't know anything about such an incident in that forest. The summer camp they held 10 years ago was from late July to early August, just after they left. Then the next one is, Lugu looked at the notepad and said, the woman who came to the gate just now is called Ibo Seoko. It is said that she is now in full control of the house. I also heard that she originally had a husband named Yusaku. Both of them were working in Gui's house, and the couple had a girl named Totoko. This girl also died in August of the same year at the age of 9. It is also said that she died of illness. A month later, her husband Yusaku died again. I heard that it was an accident death. What accident was it? Traffic accident. Supposedly drunk driving and hitting something. He took a sigh of relief, filled the glass with beer, and then said, Gui Luandian died of illness in the second year, that is, in September 1980, at the age of 63. It is said that after he died forever, he began to expand the house. He died within a few days of completion. So far, 5 people have died, and there are 2 more people. One is the chief male doctor of the Gui family, Che Junjeng. Died in December 1981 at the age of 52. He died when a fire broke out in his own hospital. Another was Ikkyo Hattori. After the death of Luan Dian, he firmly sat on the throne of the managing director of the ancient clock company. It is said that he was particularly loved by Luan Dian. It was only a matter of time before he was promoted to the chairman of Jingzhong Company. He did not expect to die in March 1985 at the age of 43. It is said that it was also due to a traffic accident. That means 3 people died of illness, 3 died in traffic accidents, and 1 committed suicide. It's really scary. Lugu opened another bottle of beer and poured Fauci a glass. Fauci took a cigarette out of his bag and asked Lugu, "Can I smoke it?" "Please." Just as he was about to reach for the ashtray on the table, he found a novel handmade origami next to him. It's a dinosaur folded out of green paper. There are sword-like serrations on its back, so it is called Stegosaurus. Deer Valley, a writer, seems to be particularly interested in handmade origami. In the restaurant where he ate just now, he also folded an hourglass clock with a napkin and a tadpole with hind legs. I heard that the 3-headed crane placed on the dashboard of the car is his original work. Well, you can really think so, but Lugu might want to say that there is a problem with the house designed by Nakamura Seiji. On the return car, Lugu told him about several consecutive cases of houses built by the architect. But Fauci thought it would be extremely unscientific to suspect that there was something wrong with the house in that mansion. Anyway, I want to know more details. Lugu said, closed the notepad, put it on the table, and took out what looked like a black stamp box from the front pocket of his jeans. Fauci was wondering what it was when he opened it, took a cigarette out of it, and put it in his mouth. "This is today's one," Lugu whispered, putting one end of the closed box close to the cigarette butt, and then set off the fire with a pop. It might be a smoking cessation cigarette case with a lighter. "Actually, Mr. Lugu," Fauci said, slowly wiping out the cigarette he had smoked. "Maybe I've ever seen the first dead girl named Forever." Lugu raised an eyebrow suspiciously and asked, "When did this happen?" "Summer 10 years ago." Then, Fauci recounted how the 4 of them met a little girl in the jungle during the summer vacation of 5th grade, and how the little girl seemed to live in the house they visited last night. "At that time, I can't remember the details of what I said to the girl and the circumstances under which I met." "What kind of child is that?" "A very beautiful girl. I could tell she was a few years older than us. She had long hair, and I always thought her face was very pale. Yes, I remember she seemed to be wearing white and soft clothes." "Do you remember exactly which day and month?" "This, the second half of July, is fine. But I can't remember the date." Fauci closed his eyes, trying to recall something specific, but in vain. The only thing that clearly came to his mind was the girl's beautiful and frail face, the big mansion built in the forest clearing and the dim gate, and... At this time, a few fragments suddenly appeared in Fauci's mind, and there was something, falling in, wriggling slightly, which puzzled him. What is it, falling into the hole? It's interesting. Well, it's very interesting. Lugu repeatedly nodded, putting the back of one hand on his chin. That is to say, the four people who met the little girl in the Timepiece Museum 10 years ago, today, 10 years later, went to visit the Timepiece Museum together. "Huh, things are getting better and better," he said and put it away. Mouth. Are you saying that there's something wrong here? Fauci asked. Lugu narrowed his sunken eyes slightly and said with smoke from his mouth, "My statement may be a little irresponsible." Forget it, don't make random guesses here for a while. However, Fushikuan, there is another thing that always makes me feel at ease. What's the matter? As Lugu said this, the phone in the next room rang, and he had to stop. Fauci glanced at his watch. It was nearly 3:30 in the morning. He felt very strange to call so late. However, Lugu got up from the sofa with a calm expression and went to the next room to answer the phone. After watching the phone call in the middle of the night, it was a common occurrence for him. Yeah, eh? Oh, hello. Where, nothing. But I was so intrusive last night. Ah, sorry to trouble you. Okay. After a while, Fauci listened. I felt puzzled when I heard Lugu's answer dialogue from the next door. Lugu did say the word last night, just now. It is now the 31st of July, so last night is the night of the 30th yesterday. He expressed his apology in this time zone, and the other party was. Got it. Yes, it's okay. I'm very happy. 9 o'clock at night? It's okay. Well, I get it. Fauci asked immediately after Lugu answered the phone call just now, is it the person from the clock house? It's her. Lugu smiled and nodded. The call from Ms. IPO. It was very interesting to see her read the book I gave her. So you called? Yes. In the middle of the night? How did she know your phone number? That book has my business card in it. I gave you one too. Oh, yes. You didn't look at the other side? Fauci quickly took out his business card from his shirt pocket. Only the title and name are printed on the front. Turning it over, it clearly states the location and phone number of the room, and in parentheses next to it, it states that calls can be made from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next day. So that's how it is. After Fauci figured out what was going on, he turned his eyes to Lugu and said, even so, calling here right away is really pungent. Then she must be very interested. How do you say that? Lugu picked up the cigarette that was almost burning to the root just now from the ashtray, shrugged his shoulders lightly, and said, she said that she liked mystery novels very much. But, listen to her, the main purpose of the call is not here. Why is that? Perhaps after she read that book, she thought I had the quality of investigation, so she said she had something to discuss with me. It seems to be a question related to the dead ancient Elon. No wonder he also proposed a specific time. Your ears are so good. Lugu said with a grin and crooked mouth again. Tomorrow, no, at 9 o'clock tonight, she officially invites me to her place. How? You go too. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 5. Old House Part 2. Monday, July 31st. When Jiangnan Xiaoming woke up, he looked at the clock hanging by the door and was surprised. Because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He touched the pocket of the Ling robe. The pocket watch he brought from the hall last night was still there. He checked the time again, and it was still nearly 2 o'clock. It was unique in his daily life to wake up so late. Feeling extremely tired. He shook his heavy head, wondering if he drank too much last night. Or is it due to the accumulated overfatigue since entering social life this spring? Jiangnan stared sleepily at the collections, the sword tower-style clocks, the ruler-style clocks, the printed box-style clocks, and all kinds of beautiful clocks arranged in the glass cabinet, and then walked out of the room. At this time, some memories emerged more and more vividly in the mind that was not completely clear. That's right, it was at midnight, that is, 3 in the morning. After being awakened by the sound of the clock, I staggered to the toilet, and when I came out, I saw the back of Mikoto in Guangming Temple. Then, he took a deep breath and shook his heavy head again, unable to remember. Is that a living reality? Or your own dream? He asked himself this question, but for some reason, he could not get a clear answer. Not only that, but the more you think about it, the more indistinguishable it becomes. He felt that for the first time in his life he had such a wonderful feeling. The students have assembled into the hall, and the inland sea is also in it. On the round table stood the steaming glass cups, exuding the aroma of coffee. Good morning. Gua Sheng raised his hand to say hello, and the clock on the decorative cabinet struck the bright spot. Nehai stood up and pointed the camera at Jiangnan. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Jiangnan wakes up to commemorate. He said jokingly, turning on the flash. Overslept. Jiangnan said, scratching his head embarrassedly. Guasheng said while rubbing his still awake eyes. The one who got up first was Sakiko. Utsumi just arrived. Even first, there's nothing to be proud of. It's already past noon. I couldn't fall asleep listening to the ticking of the clock last night. Mr. Jiangnan, would you like coffee? Ah, thank you. Jiangnan watched Sakiko's figure walking towards the kitchen, walked to the table and sat down, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it on fire. Smoke from deep inhalation had an eerie, papery smell. Mr. Kobayakawa and Ms. Kamioji haven't come yet, he asked Yukikai. It seems so. Mr. Kobayakawa drank quite a lot last night. Yukikai put the camera on the table and tapped his head with his hands. Have a headache? A bit. It must be a bad place. What? I rarely have a headache that doesn't stop after drinking. Are you saying there's something wrong with this house? Anyway, I think it's a bit weird here. Innersea touched his beard, nodded, and immediately said solemnly, You may laugh at me. How should I put it? I always feel that the air here is a bit abnormal, stagnant, turbid, no so crisp and clear. Especially from the viewfinder of the camera. Been feeling this way since last night. I was terrified. Maybe it's because there is no window? Hua Sheng said. It's just that this hall has a few decent windows. I'm afraid it has something to do with us getting up so late. Nehai was a little dejected, resting his cheeks in his hands, looking at the ceiling. 12 small round windows lined the ceiling like numbers on a clock dial, and through the thick dark green glass, 20 thin colored rays of light entered. Relying on this light, even the weather outside is not clear. What the hell is this guy doing, Gua Rendian? Why did he build such a weird house? Kawarizaki also looked at the ceiling at the moment and complained. Of course, if it is purely for storing watch collections, it is understandable to build a semi-basement style house without windows. Indeed. Guasheng responded to his statement and continued, The structure of this house is unimaginable to ordinary people. It has a basement structure and is cool in summer, which is good, but all other aspects, such as its mobility, living sex, etc., are totally ignored. And you look at that door. You mean the gate at the entrance? Yes. Not only is it an iron door, but it is also structurally inaccessible without a key from the inside, right? That's what happened. Why did he deliberately install such a lock? It looks very complicated, and it's also very strong. It's like... Guasheng said here and took a sip of coffee. Then he said a sentence, Isn't it like claustrophobic people in it? What Guoxing said coincided with what Jiangnan thought. When Jiangnan thought of Guanrun, he felt a shudder for a moment. After a while, Kobayakawa came to the lobby. His fat body stretched upwards ferociously. Looking at him, he didn't seem to be completely free from the influence of alcohol, and he kept shaking his head and touching his temples with his fists. After a while, it was almost time to eat, and the last person, Mikoto, was still missing. Everyone was really puzzled. However, Jiangnan was still unsure at this moment to determine whether the incident that happened last night was a reality or not, and was still thinking alone. Ms. Kamioji is not in the house, says Sakiko, who went to observe the movement. After listening to Kobayakawa, he put down the coffee cup and said, "Did you take a closer look at the room?" "Look, the door wasn't locked. I knocked several times and didn't answer, so I entered the house." "What happened?" Zayazayaquin was uneasy and his expression was gloomy. He was about to get up from his chair when Jiangnan called out, "Mr. Zayabayakawa." Jiangnan was determined to say it at this moment. Although he still wasn't sure, but since Mikoto was no longer in the house, the possibility that last night's incident was a reality suddenly increased. He felt that he could no longer be silent. "What did you say?" After listening to Jiangnan's words, Zayabayakwan was very surprised. He stared at him and asked, "Is what you said true?" Jiangnan was still not confident and suspected that it might be a dream. He felt that it would be useless to say it. So he nodded obediently. Zayabayakwan whispered, "What the hell is going on?" He frowned his heavy eyebrows, and then said, "I'll take a look first, Jiangnan, you go too." On their way to the scene, they first went to the room where Mikoto lived. As Sakiko said, it was just an empty room. There were traces of lying on the bed, and on one side was the handbag she brought, but no one was there. "Yesterday, the key I found after the spiritual meeting must be the spare key there." Jiangnan added what he said just now, "So I heard that she did seem to be talking to someone in the house." He followed Kobayakawa and walked fast in the dim corridor, while the scene he saw last night also vividly reappeared in his mind. That's right. At this time, Jiangnan dared to be sure that what he saw was not a dream, but the reality that he saw with his own eyes and heard with his own ears. They came to the front of the room where the accident happened. Kobayakawa grabbed the door handle with his hand. If the situation is the same as when Jiangnan left the scene last night, the door should be locked. But it can be turned. The lock is open. Kobayakawa said in a rough voice. "Go in and see?" "Well, I have to go against Ms. IPO's will at this time." With the sound of squeak dash, the door was opened. Lights are off. This is also different from when Jiangnan left last night. Why was the lock opened? Why does the light go out? In the few seconds that Kobayakawa was looking for the light switch, Jiangnan was anxious to find the answer, but his brain was like a machine that was running out of oil, squeaking and not running smoothly. "What's the matter?" Kobayakawa almost turned on the light and exclaimed with his eyes wide open, "What the hell is going on?" "Oh." Jiangnan couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw the indoor scene under the soft light of the chandelier, and stared at it all with wide eyes. "It's too outrageous. This. The room is very large, the walls and appliances are all soft brown, which is very harmonious. There was a round table in the middle of the room, surrounded by high-backed chairs with hoods. Along the left and right walls are bookshelves and writing desks, as well as several decorative cabinets. In the back of the front are old-fashioned audio equipment and an upright piano. There are no windows in the whole room." What shocked the two of them was the wreckage of sophisticated machinery scattered among the well-ordered furniture. Broken clocks were littered across the dark brown carpet. Kobayakawa stepped into the room and approached a clock lying on the floor. This clock fell so badly. It was a dazzling harp-style desk clock made of cloisonné. The glass of the clock plate is cracked, and the metal decoration is bent out of shape. From this, it can be seen that he was slammed to the ground. The same wreckage is scattered all over the place. Some glass was shattered, some hands were broken, some pendulums fell off, and some were knocked so that even the gears flew out of the clock case. Looks like this clock was broken after you left the room last night, Kobayakawa said, pointing to the dial of a clock in his hand. Look, it stopped at 3:45. What about the other clocks? After talking and looking at the various pendulum wall clocks that fell nearby, this clock is the same. It stops at 3:46. Jiangnan entered the house after Kobayakawa and walked towards the low decorative cabinet placed against the wall on the right. Those clocks seem to be here. There are 5 or 6 of them. In addition to this wall clock, there are a total of 6, all of which were destroyed. It may have been deliberately destroyed. Yes. Jiangnan, who was stunned, stared at the silent wreckage of the clocks on the ground, as if the crisp and pleasant sound of the music box and alarm clock he heard in front of the door last night sounded in his ears. However, after being destroyed like this, it is impossible to tell which 2 bells made such a beautiful sound. Who on earth does this and why? Do not know. Zayabayakawa shook his head displeasedly and said, "This seems to lead to another room." He pointed with his fat, big chin. From the entrance, there is a door on the left side of the wall a little outside and a door on the inside. Jiangnan, go check the door inside. Kobayashi ordered Jiangnan as he walked towards the nearby door. Jiangnan passed through the clocks scattered on the ground, walked to the inner door, and opened it. It's the washroom. There was no sign of Mikoto, but there was something unusual here. In front of the marble dressing table lies a broken clock. Like the 6 clocks in the outhouse, it was obvious that someone had broken it. The glass cover on the dial was smashed all over the floor. The pointer that stopped and didn't understand pointed at 3:50. Further inwards from here are the doors leading to the toilet and bathroom. For the sake of prudence, I checked it inside and found nothing unusual. Hey, Jiangnan. At this moment, Zayabayakawa's shout came. Jiangnan hurriedly ran out of the washroom. Come here. Kobayakawa opened the door on the outside, which seemed to be the deceased girl's bedroom. The walls were painted light pink, and in the middle of the room stood a bed with a large canopy, covered with a floral bedspread. Zayabayakawa stood in front of the bed, his face pale. When he saw Jiangnan entering, he shook his head and said, "There's nothing here." "There's a washroom over there," Jiangnan reported. Except for breaking a clock, no other abnormality was found. The clock here was also destroyed, which is really cruel. As soon as Zayabayakawa entered, he pointed to the ground on the left and said, "Look there, okay?" What? What do you think it looks like? Jiangnan bent down and looked at the place where Kobayakawa's fingers were. The floor was covered with a pearl-colored plush carpet. Jiangnan noticed that there were a lot of red and black stains on it, so he couldn't help looking at Zayabayakawa and said, "This is... Does it look like blood? And it's deep. There's a clock in front of you, right? Check it out." Jiangnan turned his gaze to the clock that was lying there as instructed by Kobayakawa. This is a square box-type table clock with a handle on the upper part, commonly known as French pillow. The bell glass has cracked into white streaks, and the movement has stopped. Look at the base, there's blood on the corners, right? As Kobayakawa said, there were blood clots stuck to the corners of the golden base engraved with Art Nouveau works. How is this going? I would like to ask you. Kobayakawa said these words. His thick lips were quivering slightly. Could it be that the lady of Guangming Temple was attacked by someone here last night? Jiangnan swallowed his dry saliva and said, "If so, The sound I heard at the time was that her head was used by someone, the sound of the bell slamming. Kobayakawa covered his sweaty forehead with both hands and shook his head weakly. Jiang Nan went on to say, "The clock stopped at 3:15, which coincided with the time I heard the sound." However, Jiang Nan, Xiaobai said in an almost painful voice, "Even so, where did she disappear to?" This. Jiang Nan looked around the room. This bedroom also has no windows. In addition to the bed, the indoor furniture includes bedside tables, decorative cabinets, and several clocks scattered on the ground. Also, what's that? Jiang Nan saw something that had never been found because it was placed on the dark side of the bed. Wheelchair. Kobayakawa replied, "Maybe the dead one used it forever? Are her legs disabled? Or too weak? I heard that her body is very thin. Have you checked under the bed?" I checked. Then, Jiang Nan turned his eyes to the inner part on the right and said, "What kind of door do you see there?" He was referring to a tall and narrow 2 doors. Oh. Kobayakawa seemed to have just noticed that there was a door there. Maybe it's a closet. Because there's no closet in this room. Have you opened it? No. 2 people came to the door. Jiang Nan was so nervous that he could hardly breathe, and opened the door with both hands. Unsurprisingly, a pretty deep closet. Jiang Nan turned on the light and walked in tremblingly. He felt that Makoto's bloody corpse at Kamioji Temple might roll right in front of him at once, and he frightened to remove the hanging clothes and walked inside. "How is it?" Kobayakawa asked from behind. "I haven't found out yet." Jiang Nan was just halfway through his answer, and suddenly held his breath. "What's wrong?" "Mr. Kobayakawa, look. Have you found anything? Look at this." Jiang Nan pointed to the front with his right hand and said, "Why does this kind of clothes?" Jiang Nan was referring to the clothes hanging on the back wall of the closet. It was a snow-white wedding dress, but it was cut into pieces, and the entire chest was stained with purple-black stains. Time flies by. Xiaobai and Jiang Nan once again checked the bedroom, activity room, washroom, toilet, bathroom, etc. from beginning to end, and then hurriedly returned to the hall to inform everyone about the situation. This time, it was decided to dispatch all of them and inspect all the rooms of the old building separately. It took nearly an hour to search all the places in the museum, only to find out the fact that she was not in the museum at all. What's going on? Kobayakawa, wearing a black spiritual robe whose hem was mopping the floor, fidgeted around the round table, repeating a sentence he had said dozens of times in a row. "What the hell is going on?" The clock struck 5, and the chime shook the stagnant air in the hall. Kobayakawa glared at the clocks around him with remorse. "Could you please clarify what happened again?" At this time, Guoxing said to Kobayakawa calmly. He rested his elbows against the edge of the table and rested his chin on his crossed hands. This young man was more than 20 years younger than Kobayakawa, yet he was quite calm in comparison. Last night at about 3 o'clock, Mr. Jiang Nan happened to see the figure of Ms. Guangming Temple and followed behind. She entered the locked Zhong Pendulum Pavilion and talked to someone inside. Voice, "The time is around 3:30. Jiang Nan called her, but did not answer. "Then why didn't you tell others at that time?" Mr. Jiang Nan. "I can't tell the reason." Jiang Nan answered the question truthfully in a suspect's mood, as if he was being questioned by the criminal police. It can also be said that there was a lack of a sense of reality at the time, and I felt in a trance that I was dreaming. So, well. Guosheng calmly folded his hands up the hair hanging on his forehead and said, "That is to say, the two of you just went to take a look, the door lock was opened, and all the clocks in the room were broken." The bedroom, there was something blood-stained on the carpet, and the clock next to it stopped at 3:30. It is not difficult to imagine what happened there last night. That is the case, Ms. Guangming Temple. I had made an appointment with someone in advance to meet in the room where the accident happened last night. There was an argument with the other party, and the other party was so furious that he raised the clock beside him and killed her. Mr. Jiangnan felt suspicious when he heard the sound of still things, so he said, calling Ms. Guangming Temple from the outside, "At this time the other party, let's call it the criminal is still indoors." The criminal waited until Jiangnan had no choice but to leave, broke all the clocks in the room, and then took her body. "Please stop talking." Watanabe was terrified. What corpse is not a corpse? Of course the criminal is going to hide her body. Where we can't find it. Guoxing just glanced at Watanabe and continued to say calmly, "There are 3 important questions. Who is the culprit? Where is the body hidden? Why break the clock in the room?" "But, Minsa," Kawarizaki said, "you ask who the culprit is? There are only a few of us in this house." "You mean the criminal is there? Is that so?" "Humph." Kawarizaki stretched out his hands exaggeratedly and continued, "Then this criminal is one of the 3 gentlemen in the editorial department. Because we only met Ms. Kamioji for the first time yesterday, there is no reason to kill him. Her. It's the first time I've met her. Isn't that the case with Jiang Nanjun?" Nehai retorted with a blushing face. "Then what about Mr. Zayabayakawa?" Zayabayakawa was asked by Guoxing, and asked, "Are you doubting me?" Zayabayakawa stared intently at this white-faced scholar who had taken control of the scene at some point. "Yes, I have known her before. I didn't want to suspect you." "Yes, do you have any clues about the whereabouts of Ms. Guangming Temple last night?" "No." Kobayakawa angrily denied it, but his overwhelmed expression couldn't be concealed. "This is a ghost made by a ghost." After a short silence, Xiao Sua suddenly said this. Her serious expression showed that she was definitely not joking. She looked at the people around the round table and said, "Yesterday's conjuring meeting was so unserious, it must have angered the ghosts in the house." "Are you saying that?" Guoxing Jun. "You mean she was pulled away by ghosts and gods?" "Yes. According to what you said, throwing the clock is also the work of the ghost. Desecrated by ghosts." "Oops. Forget it." Guoxing shrugged his shoulders and said, "Hey, Xiaoshua, I don't know if you really think so, but now you have to be more realistic about it. But if you ask to consider the problem from reality, then I don't think what you said about murder, the whereabouts of the body is unknown, etc., is not a very realistic attitude." Kawarizaki said in a half-sarcastic tone. "Yes. Of course. I think we should still report to the police. Of course, we have to discuss it with Ms. Iwa first, and then go." Watanabe interrupted Kawarizaki's words and said worriedly. When the word police was mentioned for the first time in the debate, everyone couldn't help looking at each other. And something similar to blood has been found, which is no trivial matter. As a result, the special plan we have painstakingly arranged will have to be abandoned halfway. Look, he seems to be against Watanabe's opinion. I agree with Watanabe's proposition. Jiang Nan talked about his thoughts. Although we can't conclude that it was a murder, I think it is certain that something unlucky happened. And Miss Kamioji, who is a spiritualist, is not here, so there is no question of suspending or not suspending the plan. Right, Mr. Kobayakawa, now what I'm trying to do is get out of this house. But, said Kobayakawa, panting hard, shaking his shoulders up and down, even if I want to tell the outside world, there is no key. Why? Isn't Mr. Kobayakawa holding that set of spare keys? That set of keys, Kobayakawa seemed to have difficulty breathing. Give it to her. Is she the lady of Guangming Temple? Why do you want to give? She asked me for it. She said she wanted to understand the past of this and this family, so she needed the key. There is such a thing. I never expected this to happen. Of course. But, no, this will prove even more, Kawarazaki said in a light-hearted and amused tone, as if to break the tension at the time. What's more proof? Kwa Sheng asked. At this time, Kawarazaki smiled slightly, raised the corners of his mouth and said, My idea is correct. All in all, it can be said that this is all a one-man show written and acted by Ms. Kamioji. Oh, so you think so? Guashing also showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, showing his dissatisfaction. I've searched the museum and there's nothing there. Why? She left the house long ago. If she had the door key in her hand, wouldn't it be an easy task? You're right. Then I ask you, why did she do such a thing? It must be her trick. Kawarazaki replied confidently, Minsa, you said that what happened at the conjuration yesterday was a complete deception. The problem is later, and then she approached the dead in the middle of the night. In the girl's room, in a very strange state, a self-disappearance occurred. At that time, Jiang Nen happened to be behind, which was what she wanted. Otherwise, she might have to try to find other witnesses. What about the blood on the carpet? Ketchup or nail polish or something? Why did she break the clock? Enhance the performance. With this method, can she afford the damages? Although they are expensive things, they are imitations after all. She has already calculated that if this plan is successful, her reputation will be even greater, and the cost will be recovered immediately. Well, that makes sense. Then, this evening or tomorrow, at the right time to appear in front of people. No doubt, she will give proof at this time, with nose and eyes, saying that she is guided by ghosts, wandering in the boundless chaos world, etc. Basically, that's how it works. What you said is basically the same as what I think. Yeah, right now I think this kind of analysis is the most likely. Gua Sheng said with a smile on his face. Kawarazaki shrugged his shoulders exaggeratedly and said, I take it for granted, Mr. Guasheng. You and I are not acquaintances. In this case, you will think and say this, and I am also very clear. Okay, don't just let the two of you decide this matter. Watanabe was very surprised, and kept blinking his small eyes. Although his expression was still dubious, his voice was obviously not as nervous as before. At this moment, the mentality of the companions has changed. Although the degree is different, generally speaking, it is basically the same. Guashing looked at everyone's expressions and said, Mr. Zayabayakawa, what do you think? Ah, yes. Zayabayakawa gave the impression that he had done something wrong, and his eyes hurriedly avoided Guashing's sight. Speaking of murders, it's not that simple to happen. But it seems that you are very worried. No, that possibility. I think your opinion is correct. Yes, Mr. Kobayakawa. Everyone is right. Yukakai breathed a sigh of relief and said, but there is no key to the door right now. If anyone gets sick, it will be troublesome. Does the phone work here? Watanabe asked, looking at a telephone set in the corner of the decorative cabinet. Zayabayakawa replied gloomily, it can't be used. The line is not connected. Cough. The car must have a way to the front of the mountain. Kawarazaki said, I'm afraid Ms. Kamioji will return from the introduction tomorrow at the latest. Even if she doesn't come back, there are still 2 days left, so don't worry. Right? Watanabe. Well, yes. Well. However, Guasheng suddenly narrowed his eyes and touched the index finger of his right hand to his temple, and said, I'm always thinking about the wedding dress hanging in the closet. Mr. Jiangnan, Can you introduce the dress in more detail? Situation? I can't say anything more specific. Jiang Nan recalled that when he discovered the wedding dress, his whole body trembled. It was indescribable. He clenched his fists on his knees tightly and said, "It gives me the feeling that I am using something with a blade such as scissors or a knife to cut and cut randomly, and my chest is very dirty." Is the dirty place blood? I can't say for sure, but I think so. Is it old blood? It doesn't look like new. It's not red, it's almost black, and it's completely dry. Are the clothes neatly hung on the hangers? Guoxing's eyes were stern, and there was a few whispers in his nose. The index finger is still on the temple. I'm afraid that dress is for the dead master of the bedroom forever, and I think it might be more appropriate to look at it that way. But, having said that, he paused here, closed his eyes, and moved his index finger between his eyebrows. He pressed it hard, and then whispered, "Forever, how did you die 10 years ago?" Stop talking. Sakiko, who had been silent for a while, suddenly shouted loudly. I don't want to hear those words anymore. What are you worried about? Guoxing asked. Zanariko lowered her head, her pale cheeks trembling slightly. Guoxing let out a short sigh and slowly crossed his arms. Jiang Nan looked at him like that, and felt that he was more strongly concerned about eternal death. I'm hungry. Enough is enough. Kawarazaki got up from his chair and said, "Let's have something to eat first, and then discuss the complicated issues." They eat very simple, instant noodles and salad, canned potatoes. After Jiangnan finished eating, he left the hall by himself and went to the room where Makoto Koji lived. He found a problem that had to be investigated. The target of the investigation was a handbag left indoors by the Kamioji temple. He thought that maybe a set of spare keys that Kobayakawa had given her was in that handbag. In any case, Jiangnan couldn't fully believe that the sound of speech and the collision of objects last night would be Makoto's trick. Of course, he felt that the opinions of Kawarazaki and Guoxing also had some truth. But to say that one of the 8 people who came with killed her, he thought it was impossible. But he understood why he felt so flustered and uneasy. Not for anything else, but because this timepiece museum was built by the man named Seiji Nakamura. Where is Makoto's whereabouts? She got out of here herself using the spare key. Maybe it does. However, Jiangnan knew that there was another possibility, and this possibility had much room for research. So why did he keep his mouth shut in front of everyone? Maybe it's because he is worried that there is something wrong with the house built by Nakamura Chingji, but he can't come up with scientific evidence, so he is ashamed to speak. Or maybe it is because there is still a stubborn escapism among his peers, and this kind of psychology likes to accept it easily. The ending to chalk it all up to gibberish. Jiangnan took the pocket watch out of his pocket and glanced at it. The time was 6:40 p.m. He sneaked inside and, with a small hope, opened her handbag. However, the spare keys were not found. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 6. Last Words. Monday, July 31st. Kadani Kazumi and Fushi Ryota went to Kamakura's timepiece shop again. The car they took to go to Kamakura today was still the Deer Valley car. Since the cause of the malfunction the day before yesterday has not been identified, Fauci has been restless. But that doesn't stop the older writer from speaking out. Fortunately, the cars were all normal and there were few vehicles on the road, so they were able to arrive smoothly, even a few minutes earlier than the agreed 9 o'clock in the evening. Welcome. Welcome. Ibo Sayoko stood at the door to greet her, with a completely different attitude from last night. Her cheekbones, thin face, with a reluctant smile, nodded respectfully to them. Thank you very much for coming all the way. Thank you for accepting my rude request so readily. I really don't know what to say. It makes us feel bad for being so polite. Lugu said as he stroked his hair embarrassedly. Is it appropriate to disturb you so late? There are a lot of things during the day, and at night I finally have time at my disposal. Do you feel inconvenient? No, it's nothing. I'm just living a free life, that's fine. Your novel is very interesting. It's too exciting to read, so I called you so late. I'm so sorry for the compliment. Do you like mystery novels? I like it, especially I really like the detective novels written by Mr. Xiang with a little old-fashioned flavor. I'm glad to hear you say that. Did you know about the Lost Hall incident in real life? Slightly heard. According to memory, I heard that Mr. is involved in that incident. Is it true? Yes, but... Lugu stroked his hair again and said, please don't call me sir, it doesn't sound good. Oh. Sayiko answered vaguely, while putting her hand on the earphone in her right ear. It can be seen that the crow's feet on the corners of the eyes have increased significantly when Sayoko smiled. On the other hand, a very unnatural expression appeared on his face. Maybe it's because she likes detective novels a lot, and she's a little nervous now that the writer of the detective novel is right in front of her. Or else Fauci also remembered what she had heard from Deer Valley about her past. So he thought maybe it was because 10 years ago, after her daughter and her husband died one after another, she lived a life without laughter. Over time, it turned into a serious face that didn't quite match the smile. He stayed in my room last night. He was right next to me when I got your call. Kagaya may have noticed Sayiko looking suspiciously at Fauci, so he explained and said, I asked him to come with me. He also likes detective novels, so we became good friends. Also, he was originally a member of the interview team and should have come with everyone. Sayiko was not picky either, and said please calmly, and invited Lugu and Fauci into the mansion. The corridor extended from the foyer to the left and right, and she led two people in front of them, walking along a corridor. The hallway extends all the way inside. White curtains hang from the side-by-side windows on the left-hand side. Like the lights on the gateposts of the compound and the lights at the door of the house, the lights on the corridor ceilings are also very weak. Perhaps for this reason, on the right-hand wall, there are several masks decorated, and the faces one by one are horrifying at first glance. Huh? Halfway down the corridor, Lugu whispered huh, and stopped. What's the matter with you? Sayaka asked back. At this time, a strange sound came from out of nowhere. When? I could hear it faintly, like the sound of a gong. Lugu said oops is again, and Fauci also listened in surprise, and involuntarily looked left and right, and looked back. What's the matter with you? Sayaka asked again. Deer Valley, like Fauci, looked around and said, what is this sound? Voice. Sayiko tilted her head in surprise and pressed her hand to the earphone of her right ear. I didn't hear anything. Just heard it. Sounds like the walk dropped somewhere. Hey, Fauci, did you hear that too? Well, I did hear it. Really? Sayiko lowered her face as if embarrassed and said, look, recently, my ears are not very good. Is it a hearing aid? Yes, maybe I didn't hear it because I was wearing a hearing aid. Too low. But never mind it. The house here is on a high slope, so far away sounds can be heard clearly, especially at night. It's true. Lugu nodded, and his eyes immediately turned to the wall on the right-hand side of the corridor. About the mask hanging there. It was bought in Venice when the master and his wife traveled to Europe in the past. Sayiko asked rhetorically, tilting her head. What's wrong with these masks? No, it doesn't matter. Lugu scratched the tip of his chin and said while squinting his sunken eye sockets, "Those masks. There is a large space between the third and fourth masks from the right. It turns out that is there a pair there?" After speaking, I saw that as expected. The metal hook used to hang the mask was still nailed in the empty space. "You really have good eyesight." Sayiko looked at Lugu's face again with admiration. "Seriously, I've been thinking about this since yesterday." "Oh? Why?" "As you said, there was a mask there. Somehow it's gone since yesterday afternoon." "Yesterday afternoon? When did you find it?" "Maybe it was after everyone entered the old hall at 6 o'clock. I found it when the two of you came." "Ah, and went to look carefully at the masks lined up on the wall." "How did it get lost? Are there any clues?" "I think someone must have picked him up," Lugu asked. Sayiko just shook her head silently. "It's really confusing." Lugu and Fauci were led into the living room. The living room has excellent air conditioning equipment, and it feels cold to sit in it. Ibo Sayoko said, "I'm going to prepare tea." Then he went out of the house. Lugu whispered to Fauci, who was sitting side by side on the sofa, "What did you think about the voice just now?" "It's hard to tell. She didn't hear it even because she had a bad ear." "But what was that sound?" "It seems to be the sound of a bell in a temple. Maybe there is a temple at the foot of the nearby mountain." "The clock strikes at this hour? Strange. It's long past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Maybe it was some kind of crash," Fauci said half-jokingly. The knocking sound. You mean the ghost is doing something wrong?" Lugu didn't even laugh, just pursed his thick lips. "Is it also the ghost that did your disguise? Could it be that there are other people living in this house besides Ms. IPO? Then, maybe he or someone else took it off behind Ms. IPO for some reason. So I'm afraid there is nothing big deal." After a while, Sayoko entered the house with black tea and snacks, and put the tea and snacks on the coffee table. Sitting on the sofa opposite Lugu and Fauci, she said, "I'm sorry," and put a cigarette in her mouth. It was a slender cigarette. Sayiko then picked up the lighter on the table, lit the cigarette, and smoked slowly, as if trying to calm herself down. "Please tell me," Lugu said, "didn't you say you have something to discuss?" Sayoko began to hesitate, and after a while, she put the cigarette on the ashtray, then nodded and said, "Yesterday when we met for the first time, I suddenly proposed to discuss things, so you will think that I am a ridiculous woman. But, for me, I don't have a partner who can talk like this. I read your book last night, and I suddenly thought that if I was the author of this book, I would be able to talk. I may be a little too impulsive. It's such an honor." Probably wanting to ease the other party's emotions, Lugu also smiled cheerfully, and put sugar and condensed milk into the black tea. Sayiko looked back and forth at Lugu and Fauci's faces with wide eyes, and then said, "First of all, I have to ask, how much do you two know about the situation of the Gui family?" Back and forth at Lugu and Fauci's faces with wide eyes, and then said, "First of all, I have to ask, how much do you two know about the situation of the Gui family?" "The situation of this family? Which aspect are you referring to?" Lugu asked rhetorically. "About the past of this family. If you have a close relationship with Mr. Jiang Nan of Shitan Society, you may have heard something from him." "Well, I heard some general information from him. In addition, I have also made some investigations myself. However, although it is an investigation, it is not a formal investigation. It is just some inquiries before I came here yesterday." "What are the specific circumstances?" You're trying to figure out where you should start based on what I know, right? Yes. I know. He paused for a moment, took a sip of hot black tea, and then continued, first of all, it is about this large mansion. It is said that it was designed by that man named Shinji Nakamura more than 10 years ago. The collection of ancient clocks and watches collected by the original owner of the mansion, Gu Yi Luandian, is placed here, called the Clock Museum, or in the House of the Time House. Inheritance. Also, in the past 10 years, 7 people have died in the Gu Yi family and the people around them. Which 7? Mr. Luandian's daughter, forever, Nurse Terai Aki, Iba Kyoko, that is, your daughter, your husband Iba Yusaku, Mr. Luandian, the chief physician Shu Junjiang, and Luandian's trusted subordinate Yufu. Alas. Sayaka sighed softly. You know very well. Because so many people have died in a row, all kinds of bad comments about this family have unknowingly increased. It's an unfortunate family, and whoever gets close to his family will suffer. What kind of hospital? There is a ghost of a young girl wandering in the forest, and it goes without saying that such rumors are also included. That's all I know. This is an unfortunate family. Sayiko lowered her head slightly, showing a very sad expression. People talk about it being an unlucky family, and if you consider past misfortunes, I don't think those words are unreasonable. Bad luck is. Lugu didn't say anything, just stared at Sayiko's lips with a thin layer of lipstick. She continued, 10 years ago, my daughter died. Soon, my husband also passed away. At that time, I didn't want to live anymore. Although I managed to restrain my impulses, how can I live in the future? The solution. Just when I didn't know what to do, the old master said, you should stay in this house. They kindly kept me. Needless to say, Mr. Luandian and his daughter Yang Yang and son Yuji Mi are all it was good to me. So I accepted their good intentions and stayed in this house. Shortly after that, my dearly loved daughter died forever. The master was distraught and in a trance. Later, the master's body slowly recovered, and his mood gradually improved, so he began to build a new hall here. However, in the summer of the following year, shortly after the completion of the clock tower, the master became seriously ill, bedridden, and died not long after. Sayiko looked up slightly, paused for a while, and then said, Master also feels that his days are not long, so he left us a few last words on the hospital bed. You mean there's something wrong with that last word, don't you? Lugu cut in sharply. She nodded slightly. Please go down. Because at this time, Sayoko continued, Master said that after his death, all the property will be inherited by Yujimi, who was just 8 years old at the time. The guardian before Yujimi was named Luandian. Sister Terumi. Entrust me to take charge of the overall management of the family. Regarding Yujimi's inheritance, the master has instructed several conditions that must be observed. Unless there is an inescapable situation, I will never give up this family. If possible, live in this home. By all the time, do you mean a lifetime? Yes. Legally, it's not clear how binding it is. To me, the master also said a few things that must be followed. The first is the management of the old building. Is it the house where Jiangnan and the others are staying now? Sayiko nodded and glanced at the circular wall clock hanging on the wall. The hour hand pointed to 9:40 p.m. In principle, you are not allowed to live in the old hall. Close the door and continue to maintain the current state. Especially the young pendulum pavilion, the room used by the master's daughter forever, and the placement of indoor things should be exactly the same as when his daughter was alive. No unauthorized entry into the house except for regular cleaning. Clocks placed in the old building, there are a total of 108 clocks in working order, in addition to the collections displayed in the reference room. These clocks it needs to be repaired and maintained as much as possible to keep it functioning properly. 108? Lugu closed his eyes. This is the number of troubles that Buddhism says. So far, are all these clocks managed by you? A few have broken down. About once every 3 days, wind the mainspring and make some adjustments to the hands. That's not easy either. I'm used to it, it's nothing. Sayoko pressed the hearing aid with her fingers and sighed deeply, as if she was a little tired. Do you know about Mr. Nanomaya? Sayiko asked suddenly. No, it's the first time I heard this name. His name is not Samiya Taichi, he is a fortune teller. Since he was young, I have consulted with him on anything. Oh, fortune telling? How is he? He's 84 years old this year. It is the kindness of the master to let him live not far from here. The place not far from here refers to this. There is another house that existed before the new building's construction. Our servants also live there. The master ordered Mr. Nanomaya to stay in this courtyard after his death, so that he can take care of him. So, you, Yuji, me, and the fortune teller are the 3 living in this mansion now? One more person, Tien Sujiaming's servant, will come during the day. That's right. Lugu nodded frequently while stretching his arms. There are a few questions that can be summed up and asked later. You have more to talk about. The content of the last words is basically what I just said. However, there is a problem. Sayoko put her finger on the dark-skinned forehead, paused for a moment, and then said, "It's a question that I can't worry about no matter what. Maybe it's a question that isn't worthy of being raised in particular, and it's not necessary to take it to heart. However, over the past 9 years, questions that I don't even understand the meaning of have gradually become my concerns." Then please talk about it. Lugu urged slowly. It's not the same thing as a last word. The master left a poem like this. Sayoko stared at the air, narrowed his eyes, and slowly recited it. The goddess was bound in a silent cell and was executed on August 5th, 1992. Time ends, the 7-colored light shines into the sanctuary, and the cries are earth-shattering. You listen. That beautiful and moving end-of-life tune, Goddess of Silence, the only song. It was a song of grief, a song of prayer, with the corpse of the sinful beast, dedicated to my grave to comfort my soul. Gu Yi Luandian was on the hospital bed. When he finally regained some consciousness, he muttered like he was talking in a dream, "I heard the song of the silence goddess." He said with an indescribably contented smile on his face. Before he could ask what the poem meant, he gasped. Contented smile on his face. Before he could ask what the poem meant, he gasped. Luan Diane's remains were placed in the columbarium built at the same time as the new hall, according to his last words. Sayoko said that only at this time did she know that he was preparing for her the Goddess of Silence prose poem. Where is the columbarium? Lugu asked. Sayiko's eyes flashed to the depths of the house and replied, "In the backyard here." Are the other people's bones there too? Forever, times the remains of the deceased ladies are placed in their respective sarcophagi. Is that poem only on the coffin of Luan Dian? Yes. Before the master fell ill, he thought about preparing his coffin? Yes, since the death of my daughter, the master always said that he would not live long. This sentence is always on his lips like a mantra. Goddess of Silence? At some point, Lugu started to make origami using the paper napkins in the snack box. While origami on the table, he caught the expression on Sayiko's face with his eyes. You mean you want me to explain the meaning of the poem, don't you? I always feel that this poem has some profound meaning. I don't understand the meaning of that poem when I live in this house. How can I put it? I feel really uneasy. I don't even have a partner who can discuss with me if I have unclear questions, and that's how I live. I feel uneasy when I don't understand. I understand this feeling very well, Lugu said in a sincere tone that he has never had before. In my case, having heard these words of yours, I can't just dismiss it as an unsolved mystery. It's my usual character. I'm not forcing you. Anyway, I want to tell someone you can trust. Of course, if you have any ideas, I'm very willing to teach you. My opinion, I can't come up with anything. However, there are still many questions that need to be clarified. By the way, please write the poem just now on paper and let me see it. Sayiko nodded at Shikatani's request. She suddenly looked up at the clock on the wall. Ah. It's 10:30. He got up from the sofa. I'm sorry, I'm going to give Yujimi a snack for a while. It's simple food. Won't you two have something together? No, we've already eaten here before. I'll be back soon, and then we'll talk. There's nothing to entertain, so please rest for a while. Don't bother, we'll be waiting for you to come back. Lugu replied that the origami in his hand was ready, just like the hourglass clock he made in the restaurant last night. Guarendian is a great poet. Sayiko left the hall. Lugu said in a careful and pondering tone as he stood his completed work on the table. The goddess of silence bound in a cell, what does that mean? Fauci. This Mr. Lugu, what did you think about it? I can't come up with anything now, Lugu said, spreading his slender arms. Lugu is a man who is not particular about clothes. Today, he is still wearing a dark brown jacket, exactly the same as yesterday. There is still too little information. Do you think this poem has some profound meaning, as Ms. Ippo said? It does seem to have some meaning. Indeed so. Anyway, the clocks collected in the old museum must be seen. Do you like vintage clocks? Yeah. A little more concerned than the average person. Especially the big name watch. I was interested in it a long time ago. Big name watch? Generally speaking, it refers to the mechanical watches made in Japan in the Edo period. The so-called mechanical watches at that time were not so much a tool for timekeeping, but were favored as expensive handicrafts. There are many enthusiasts. The generals and daimyo have hired watchmakers to process the clocks with precision, or draw gold or inlaid tin, and make exquisite works to pay tribute. The daimyo is named after this. After drinking the remaining black tea, Lugu leaned his back on the sofa and crossed Erlang's legs. Do you know what irregular law is? Fauci was stopped, shook his head and said, I don't know. Does it have anything to do with that daimyo watch? Of course. That's interesting. The writer began to explain with a grin. The time system we use now is called time system, which is unnecessary to explain. Divide the day into 24 equal parts, and use one part as the unit of time. In the West, mechanical clocks have been invented since the invention of this timing system is always used from the day of the day. However, in Japan, it is different. Specifically, instead of using a timing system, the time is calculated based on irregular timings. Is it something like ugly 3 moments? Yes. What's the matter? The Japanese-style irregular schedule divides the day into day and night, divides the day from dawn to sunset into 6 equal parts, divides the night from sunset to dawn. This period of time is also divided into 6 equal parts, and then, the 12 equal moments are called 12 branches, and are called by the Chinese numerals reduced from 9 to 4. The so-called ugly time 3 moments means that the ugly time is divided into 4 equal parts, and its third period is the ugly time 3 moments. Speaking of which, timing is a device that manages nature with time. Irregular timing is centered on natural rhythms and makes time variable. The length of an hour changes with the length of day and night. There are also extended or shortened depending on the season or region. I always feel a little weird about this timing. People live under this time system, and at this time, the sudden intrusion of Western mechanical watches does not help. On the contrary, watchmakers try their best to improve mechanical watches and make them suitable for Japan's irregular timekeeping. Really. I racked my brains and tried my best. How to improve it? It changes the dial according to the season and assembles two speed-regulating mechanisms for daytime and nighttime in one clock. Timing mechanical watch. Having said that, Lugu closed his mouth with a sigh and turned his eyes to the door. Miziba is back, so fast. Footsteps came from the corridor. Soon the door was opened. It was not IWA who appeared before him, but a small old man in a brown kimono. The old man was stunned when he saw that there were two guests in the hall. His wrinkled oval face had a slump nose, and his head was almost bald, with the few remaining white hair clinging to his scalp. This man may be the fortune teller Taichi Nanomaya that Seiko mentioned just now. Is that Mr. Nanomaya? Lugu called out. The old man was even more stunned. After a while, the old man slowly walked into the hall. First meeting, I. Lugu quickly stood up and introduced himself, but the old man ignored him. I saw the god of death. He said while looking around with timid eyes, "It's the god of death, I saw the god of death." Lugu tilted his head in a dumbfounded manner. The old man didn't care, and continued to speak in a hoarse voice. The guy in the black cloak, pale face, like a wax man. Really? Is it the god of death? Nanomiya's eyes seemed to be fascinated by demons. Judging from his expression and tone, it seemed unusual. Fauci felt that the man was not crazy, or at least confused. But what was Lugu thinking? He began to take this adversary extremely seriously, asking, "Where did you see that god of death?" "In the columbarium." After the old man answered in this way, he suddenly lowered his voice and said, "This matter cannot be told to anyone. This is a secret." "Ah. Is it a secret?" Lugu also lowered his voice. "It's a secret. I'll tell you, I know what that guy really is." "True Face? Who's True Face?" "Of course it's that person, that's Luandian." "Lundian. Is it the dead Mr. Gurundian?" "That guy, he hated me so much, he came back from hell again." "Why does he hate you?" He blew his nose and mouth with his skinny, dry hand. "The era dies after the 28th birthday. It always dies before the 16th. Fate cannot be changed." "What?" "Fortune teller. Just like a fortune teller, both of them died." The guy was staring at me like a ghost. "But there's nothing you can do about it." "Because your fortune teller predicted their death?" Lugu asked in a surprised voice. The old man had a sly smile on his face, and he nodded smugly. However, he immediately looked around in fear and anxiety. "That guy confines me here and plans to curse me to death. That guy is really a problem." "Do you really believe what the old man said?" Lugu has been staring at each other's face, nodding his head frequently. "You should also pay attention. I also warned the people who came yesterday." "Warning? Danger still affects us, is that what you say?" "I figured it out. I saw it in my dream. It's a terrifying sight." "Well, for your safety, you still believe what I said." In the process of speaking, the old man's eyes showed more and more an air of being fascinated by demons. His voice gradually became vulgar, and his mouth also brought out a strange heat. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening when Ibo Seoko returned to the hall with the rebrewed tea. When the old man of Nanomaya saw her, he immediately became honest. As if the prank child was seen, he hurriedly left the room. Did he say something rude? To the suspicious Saiko, Lugu only shook his head gently. No. He said something very interesting. Please don't mind. He has been completely confused these past few years. Indeed, I feel that way too. Now I want to ask a few questions, Ms. Ippo, okay? Sayoko straightened her body and nodded honestly. First of all, please tell me, when was the exact time when the old building of this mansion was built? It was 15 years ago. I remember that on August 5th, 1974, on the 10th birthday of Miss, the master moved in. August 5th. Is that Forever Girl's birthday? Yes. The dead Yusaku and you were at this house at the time? It's earlier than the time of moving. We were already serving at the GUIS when the master was still living in Tokyo. Last night, I also said a little about Nakamura Chingji architect designing the mansion. It's a fact. Yes. Is the time of eternal death in August of 1979? Exactly 5 years later. After that, Luendian began to build a new building here. The design of the new building was probably also commissioned by Nakamura Seiji Bar. I heard so. Well, as far as I know, Seiji Nakamura almost stopped working in the 10 years before his death in the autumn of 1985, and went into complete seclusion. I don't know much about that. Sayiko slowly shook her head. I heard that our master and that Nakamura used to be very close. Is that so? I heard that Teramai's husband, Adachi Kishin's friend, is Nakamura's mentor, and it is because of this relationship that they know each other. Well, so it can be said that Seiji Nakamura is on a special request, right? You also said just now, Teruma Lundian's younger sister is Yujimi's guardian. So, where does she live now? In Melbourne, Australia. Lived there very early because of her husband's work relationship. Is it Melbourne? It's the middle of winter over there at this time. While talking, Lu Gu put the paper napkin in his hand and started to fold it. Secondly, I want to ask about the death of Eternal. The old man of Nanomaya just said that he fortune-telling calculated the death dates of the two people in the era of Miss Eternal and Mrs. Luendian, and both of them died after fulfilling the fortune-telling time. Is that true? That? Sayoko was silent for a moment, as if suppressing the infinite grief that suddenly appeared, and closed his eyes tightly. After a while, Saiko said, "It is said that Mr. Nanomaya was originally trusted by the founder of the Kogaki Clock Company, the father of the master. The master also trusted him very much. From a young age, no matter what when encountering things, I always act according to Mr. Nanomaya's fortune-telling. When encountering important matters, before making a decision, we must listen to Mr. S' advice, so I embarked on the road to success." So, is the old man Nanomaya really a fortune-teller? At least it used to be like that. Now, what he said is half insane. Sayoko closed his eyes again. However, 30 years ago, in the summer of 1959, when the master and Shurdai got married. At that time, Guarendian was 42 years old. The Shurdai he was passionately in love with was only a 15-year-old girl. How the two of them met and fell in love, now, no one knows. In short, the two of them forgot their age difference by more than half, fell in love desperately, and decided to wait until the eternal 16th birthday to hold the wedding. However, that at that time, Nanomaya Taichi divination said that their union would be unlucky in the future. According to his divination, the bride would die in 12 years, after her 28th birthday. Although this is the long-time trusted Nanomaya at this time, Luendian and the times had already entered into a passionate love, so Luendian did not believe this language. He just kept the fortune-telling secret in his heart, and married the times as usual. 5 years later, in 1990 on August 5th, 1964, strangely, on the same day as the birthday of the mother's era, the daughter was born forever. Seeing the long-awaited daughter, the Luendian couple was filled with infinite joy and happiness. However, since then, the disease of the times also lurked, and in the summer of 1971, 7 years later, the times died. It happened after the 28th birthday. The blow to Luan Dian was extremely heavy. At this time, although he knew it was wrong, he always harbored a strong resentment towards the fortune teller who guessed the date of his beloved wife's death. Of course, from Mr. Nanomiya's point of view, he did not harbor any malice. In a sense, he is a straight-hearted person, so he must tell Luan Dian the results of his fortune-telling without concealment. And the master fully understands this, so there is no resentment towards Nanomiya. To be superficial, I will never blame Mr. Nanomiya. Before the era died, it was Miss Yang's 7th birthday. She was always exactly the same as her mother, very beautiful. After losing his wife, the master poured all his love into his daughter. I love like crazy. Not long after the era passed away, Natsumiya Taichi told Lundian an ominous result of the fortune-telling, saying that he would die before his 16th birthday forever. This ominous prophecy intent, it was the same as 2 years ago. There is such a bastard, Luan Dian thought so. But this prophecy cannot be denied at will. Is this daughter the same as her mother? Thinking of this, there is undoubtedly a sense of fear in my heart. Therefore, Luan Dian took care of her daughter Yang more carefully. Moreover, her living conditions were better than when she was a girl in her mother's time. However, from a very young age, Yang was a frail and sickly child. A year later, after I was diagnosed with aplastic anemia forever. The reason is not clear. It is said that it is a difficult disease that cannot be cured. The doctor said that I can only live to 20 years at most. It's been 2 years since we moved in together forever. Seeing my daughter's body is getting thinner and thinner. Therefore, I decided to let her drop out of school, stop participating in sports, go out to use a wheelchair, and just take a walk in the yard occasionally. Always die at the age of 14 in 5 years? Lugu asked. It was early August, 1979. In a few days, it should be the eternal 15th birthday. So, I fell into the divination of the old man Nanomiya again? The fact that before the 16th birthday has not changed. I heard that he died of illness, or is it because of that intractable disease? This. Sayoko closed her mouth again. There was a sharp look in Lugu's eyes. He placed the second folded hourglass next to the first. Is something wrong? Yes. Sayoko agreed and sighed deeply. Stopping at the 2 hourglass clocks made by Lugu, you can see that the corners of her mouth moved slightly, instantly relaxing her emotions, but then her face immediately became dark and nervous again. Now, if we can, let's go to the clock tower together. The master's study is on the top floor of the tower. Let's talk about it there. Of course. Is there any inconvenience here? No, it's not like that, because it's rare for you to come, so please go and see that house. The hands of the clock pointed exactly to 0. This moment is the junction of the transition from July to August. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 7. Old House Number 3. It was a hot summer day. In the free time in the afternoon, the 4 of them slipped out of the collective dormitory, the principal's house, and went to play in the forest. The forest is lush. The dazzling sun shines through the jungle, emitting a charming brilliance. The leaves rustled and a cool breeze blew from time to time. The soil is fragrant, and cicadas can be heard incessantly. The forest is full of mysterious atmosphere. In the eyes of children who grew up in 4 cities, nature is so beautiful. What a fresh and strong charm she has. Summer 10 years ago. That is, between late July and early August, a brief moment in the middle of summer. On that day, Kashi Sakiko vaguely remembered that incident, and she slowly fell asleep while thinking about it. In the front room of the living area on the north side of the hall, Sakiko was reclining alone on a dusty bed. She also slept in this bed last night. I don't know who has slept in this bed before, and when I think of this, I feel very unhappy. Still, it's better than sleeping on the floor wrapped in a blanket. That day. She thought, what month and day was it in 1979? 4 people met her in the forest. She was slim and dressed in white clothes. The skin is unbelievably white. His long black hair hung down on his chest. The big, jet black eyes kept rolling. This is a beautiful girl. However, the shadow of her serious illness was revealed in her beautiful appearance, so at that time, Sakiko never thought that she would become as beautiful as her. Who are you? Have you heard the voice from the forest? It's a very happy voice. Fragments of a few lines of dialogue recalled from memories from a long time ago. Where did you come from? We are. How could she die? It wasn't that she died of illness. This was said by the girl's soul attached to Mikoto at Kamioji Temple last night. Nor did he die in an accident. It doesn't seem to be suicide, it's homicide. Could the blood-stained wedding dress found by Kobayakawa in Gyeongnan have anything to do with her death? Today. Suddenly a close-up shot in Sakiko's mind. The girl's face was slanted in horror, her haggard, pale cheeks were tensed, her bloodless lips were quivering slightly. You are talking nonsense. Why did she look so ugly then? Liar. I don't want to hear anything like that. That's why she made that sound? Cannot believe. The girl seemed to have a sudden onset of a disease. She had difficulty breathing, she couldn't breathe, and she shook her head timidly. Sakiko and the others were so frightened that they panicked, and hurriedly supported her by both arms and sent her to this house. Yes, that was the case at the time. That day, at the dim doorway of the mansion, there was an old man in his 50s standing there with his legs crossed, just blocking the way of Sakiko and the others. The old man stared at the 4 of them coldly. Is that man her father? Yes, there is another boy. Sakiko and the others ran into the courtyard as if they were running away. The teenager stuck his head out from behind the shade of a tree to watch them. He was still a young boy. I saw that he had good features and looked very cute. From his immature face, you can see what he is thinking. His eyes are very sharp, staring straight at this side. That young man is Yujimi. Yujimi's parents died since he was a child, and he was adopted by the Luandian family. Now he is insane, and he has a sister who is still alive today, and he is a beautiful young man. At midnight, the clocks in the museum struck 1 by 1. Sakiko slept poorly, and was always in a daze. She had a strange feeling, as if her feet were sunk into the smoky swamp, the muddy water down to her knees. In the hazy memory of her past, she heard a lot of clocks ringing again, as if it happened in a distant place. Ah, what's the matter? She tried to pull a foot out of the swamp. Why is it like this? Sakiko didn't want to sleep, she just planned to lie on the bed with her body leaning for a while. But as soon as he lay down, he was entangled in sleepiness and soon fell asleep. This house is a little out of the ordinary. Sakiko suddenly came up with the concept and was sure of it. There's something wrong with this house, I can't say what, it's not normal. It seems to have an evil spirit that drives the nerves of those who live in it. She took a deep breath consciously, and Hayako wanted to open her heavy eyes. She knew she couldn't sleep. There is always a sense of urgency inside that drives me. Sakiko reluctantly opened her eyes. However, at this moment, the eyes were stunned by terror. What? She wanted to shout, but her open mouth just let out a short sound and got stuck. Who is this? There was a black figure waving both arms high and pounced on the body of Sakiko, who was lying on the bed on her back. Sakiko opened her eyes, and under the yellow light from the table lamp at night, the face of the person who came was reflected in her eyes. What is this? The abnormally pale face was bloodless, and the skin was as smooth as wax. Expressionless half-moon eyes. The corners of his mouth were visibly hung upward, sneering like a robot cat in a movie. What is this? Surprise and a question turned into abnormal terror. Sakiko felt as if her whole body was stiff, as if she had become a stone statue. What? His throat wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound, and his limbs were immobile as if they were tightly bound by chains. The intruder's raised arms slammed down hard. In his white-gloved hands, he saw a luminous quadrangular object, a clock, which had been placed on a cabinet in this room, a heavy bronze clock. What exactly is going to happen to you? Before Sakiko had time to think about this question, the machine that was supposed to be used for timing had become a murder weapon, and mercilessly slashed towards Sakiko's face without any hesitation. Once again, her consciousness fell into the dark and bottomless abyss incomparable to the sleep just now. For a moment before that, Sakiko felt a faint fragrance wafting in the dark. Watanabe Ryosuke crouched on the table in the hall, taking a nap while thinking about problems. Although he wanted to sleep, his mind couldn't stop, thinking about various things. The afternoon ruckus came to an end, and after they briefly finished their meal, they played poker in this hall. Playing cards are brought by Xiaoshua. Guangji Temple Makoto was still missing, so of course the second spiritual meeting scheduled to be held tonight was also aborted. This old building doesn't even have a TV, so I just play cards to kill time. Kawarazaki kept nagging, if you know this will happen, at least get a radio. Even if you bring a set of mahjong tiles, fortunately, these people can play. Think back to everyone's performance in the game just now. Guono and Kawarazaki were nonchalantly interested in playing cards. So is the tip. In the initial stages of the clamor, the teepee is rather timid. But after hearing Guoxing and the others say that the conjuring meeting was entirely a trick performed by Makoto of Guangming Temple on purpose, she was completely relieved. As a result, she sometimes cheered and sometimes exclaimed according to the outcome of the game. The only one who wasn't interested in the students was Sakiko. She quit playing cards on the way, saying that she was a little unwell, and went back to her room early. On the other hand, there are also those people in Tan Club. The least calm is probably Kobayakawa Shigeru. He looked listlessly at the students who were having fun while sighing. After a while, he said, "I'm going back to my room, call me if anything happens." Then he walked out of the hall. The so-called room is the bedroom where he lives, that is, the original data room. Yukakai Atsushi looked bored. After fiddling with the camera in my hand for a while, I took pictures of the hall again, and I also took the wine bottles left over from last night, eating and drinking bit by bit. Although he also agrees with the saying that the conjuration is a trick, he seems to be full of unease, and it is just a cover-up with drinking. The other person is Jiangnan Xiaoming, with a melancholy look on his face. He sat in the corner of the table, opened the notebook and wrote something silently, probably to record today's events. Playing poker, playing all kinds of tricks, went on and on. Soon, the clock in the museum rang 10 o'clock at night at the same time. Kawarazaki stretched and stood up, saying that his body was really tired and he really wanted to sleep. After he said that, the other people also stood up one after another and left their seats. At this time, I noticed that Watanabe was the only one left in the hall. For some reason, he didn't even have the thought of getting up from his chair. Although there was no one to talk to, he still sat here alone in deep thought. When everyone was there, the ticking of the clock was not felt, but when there was only one person left, the sound pierced into the ears annoyingly. and echoed across the high ceiling lined with dark windows, reminiscent of swarms of tiny insects squirming and squirming. However, in the gaps between those voices, there seemed to be some strange hypnotism lurking, which unconsciously led Watanabe to sleep. "May I?" Dozing off, Watanabe asked himself. "Is this okay? Is the performance speech advocated by Guasheng and others correct? So is it okay to just follow this optimistic interpretation casually? Maybe that's all I can think of for now." At that time, Watanabe also thought it was very interesting, thinking that maybe it was true. However, later, as time went on, he became more and more uneasy. Jiangnan heard the sound in the middle of the night. The disappearing spiritist. How to explain the blood on the blanket and the broken clock? Guasheng and their claims do have a certain degree of persuasion. From Watanabe's point of view, rather than suspecting that the culprit was among his own, it would be more appropriate to see it as a one-man show played by Makoto Koji for the purpose of becoming famous. But not only could his unease not be erased, but on the contrary, it became more and more serious. What is this emotion? What is it then? There is no need to ask any more, the reason is clear. It was because of the fear he had about the house itself. The Timepiece Museum itself, the home's past history, the secrets lurking here, and the undead that inhabit the home are disturbing. Comparing killer and undead, which aspect is a more realistic threat? Such general discussions can neither solve any problems nor appease people. If they were to say their own thoughts everything was caused by the family itself, Guono and Kawarazaki would scoff at them and laugh at them. This is the natural response of those born to believe only in the science that exists. Watanabe's perspective on science and paranormal phenomena is inherently different from theirs. To exaggerate, it's a matter of differences in worldviews. Xiao Xiao once said seriously, the disappearance of Guangming Temple may have been pulled away by ghosts. Guasheng and the others laughed when they heard Xiao Xiao say this, but Watanabe is different from them. He said at the time that the police should be called, but seriously, this was not out of consideration for how to quickly resolve the actual incident. At the time, all he could think about was getting out of here as soon as possible. This house, he thought, was no ordinary house. He doesn't think about the reason, it's just that kind of intuition. So far, he has also set foot in the so-called spiritual center several times, but this is the first time that he is in this mood. There is something terrible in this house that cannot be judged by common sense. Now, he even felt that there was no room for doubt. The feeling was there from the first sight of the iron door at the main entrance, and slowly, no, but accelerated, in time it developed into a definite belief. Mikoto of Guangji Temple said that the soul here is not malicious, which is wrong. This house is an evil place, a place that outsiders should not approach out of curiosity. He thought that he should get out of here as soon as possible. If there is no key, then everyone will rush out the door, or take some measures. The clock rang again. Intentionally or unintentionally, I counted the number of points I tapped, knowing that it is midnight. What? Is it so late? He dispelled his drowsiness and wanted to raise his head, but he couldn't help himself and was disobedient. It's probably a cold, and the whole body is lazy. He also remembered that today's food was tasteless, the bread was too dry to swallow, and the broth didn't taste right. This abnormal physical condition may also be because of this house. Is it the power of the evil place, and what effect does it have on the mind and body? Sudden. There was a slight human voice, which woke Watanabe from his microsleep, and he was startled. He quickly raised his head from the table and looked around, but there was no one else in the hall except himself. What is it then? When Watanabe was at a loss, he heard the voice again. I don't know where it came from. The sound is very weak and short. Then came a louder and clearer voice. Not a human voice. It sounded like something heavy falling to the floor. Watanabe shrank his body into a ball in fright, and he felt an uncomfortable hold in his chest. He glanced around again with his eyes. When Watanabe is not wearing glasses, his eyesight is below 0.1, and he sees things blurry. He can't even see the dial of the clock on the decorative cabinet. Still, he should be clear if there is a noticeable change in the circumstances around him. There the same thumping sound was heard again. Where did it come from? This time Watanabe noticed the direction the voice was coming from. He thought it was coming from the opposite side of the kitchen, north. Watanabe was sitting with his back to the kitchen, and the sound came from right in front of him. Watanabe was about to stand up, but his feet seemed to be paralyzed. He rested his hands on the table, trying to get himself up from the chair, when a change appeared in the blurred vision. There is a brown door on the front of the short passage and corridor. That was the door of the bedroom where Sakiko was staying, but the door was left open silently. Then, a man wearing a black spiritual robe came out from inside. Watanabe took a light breath and sat back in the chair again, thinking very simply, thinking that it was Sakiko who came out of the room. "Miss Sakiko." Watanabe shouted and asked, "Is there any unusual sound just now?" The other party did not respond. I saw that person closing the door with his hands behind his back, staring at this side motionlessly, without any answer. After a while, I saw the man slowly crossing the corridor. "What are you doing?" Watanabe shouted again and asked, "Are you feeling better now?" After the other party entered the hall, he finally saw that the man looked strange. The black turban was wrapped tightly around his head, and he bent over and covered his face, as if trying to keep Watanabe from seeing him. Watanabe was a little suspicious, and he got up from his chair. I saw the man turned around, suddenly changed direction, and walked towards the decorative cabinet by the wall on the right. "What do you want to do?" The man bent over as if he was looking for clocks that were lined up side by side, and approached the decorative cabinet step by step. Watanabe felt more and more incredible. Despite this, he still believed that that person was Sakiko. Could something be attached to her? Watanabe watched the man's movements suspiciously. "Miss Sakiko." Watanabe shouted again, and at the same time approached timidly behind the man. Of course, the other party probably heard the voice, but did not turn around immediately. Watanabe got closer to the other party and shouted, "Hey! What are you doing?" Almost at the same time as Watanabe's voice, the other party turned around quickly. Watanabe saw the face hidden under the hood, and with a wow, Watanabe fell to the ground. Not Sayaka's face. Half-moon-shaped eyes on his pale, smooth face. Between the pointy chin and the nose, there is a large upward-turned mouth. That face wasn't that of anyone Watanabe knew either. Is this a mask? Yes, the mask. Watanabe just thought of this, and in an instant, he only felt sparks in his eyes, the top of his head was hit violently, and his ears were buzzing. Watanabe immediately fell to the ground on his back. He realized he had been beaten. He gasped and fell to the ground, his head hurting violently. Watanabe was going to get up, but, unfortunately, his arms were not at all strange, they were limp, and the arms suddenly broke. He reluctantly propped up his knees and raised his waist, but his face was wiped on the blanket, and he got up on the floor with his butt on his back. "Help! Help!" Watanabe shouted hoarsely and intermittently. The last struggle was in vain, and he was hit on the head again, and his consciousness was completely shattered. Jiangnan. Jiangnan Xiaoming felt that someone called his name and woke up from his sleep. "Get up, Jiangnan." It was the voice of Junichi Kawasaki. He felt that the tone was extremely tense, and he knew something was wrong. Jiangnan hurriedly pushed the blanket aside. Oh no! The lights in the room were still on. Kawarazaki was just a few steps away from the door, and he broke in before he could even knock on the door. "What's wrong?" The drowsiness had already blown out of the clouds, and Jiangnan asked as he took out a pocket watch from his pocket. The time was 12:55. The same is true of the time displayed by the wall clock on the wall. "Have you found Guangming Temple?" Jiangnan blurted out what was on his mind, but Kawarazaki shook his head repeatedly, only to see Kawarazaki's face pale and very scared. What happened? Seeing Kawarazaki's appearance is far from the optimist image of him in the past. Jiangnan estimated that the situation was serious. "Kill, murderer," Kawarazaki told him with a slightly darkened face. "Murderer? You only said that after seeing the body of Guangming Temple, right?" No. Kawarazaki shook his head and said, "Sakiko and Watanabe were killed." "What?" Jiangnan shouted loudly, running towards Kawarazaki. "Really? Go to the hall, quick. Quick, please." "What about the others?" Minzwa and Xiaoshua are in the lobby. "Kobayakawa, I just went to find." "What about the inner sea?" "Go find it now." So fast. Gangnam and Kawarazaki also woke up the inland sea, who lived next door. When Nehai heard the words kill, he was still awake, drooping his head, and said it to him several times before he jumped up with a loud roar as if he had just woken up from a dream. Mouth full of alcohol, and ran out of the room in a panic. The three hurried to the hall. Watanabe Ryosuke's body was lying on the ground with his head facing the round table in the center of the hall. The black spiritual robe was rolled up, the two pale calves stretched out like wooden sticks, the two hands protruded forward, and the fingers stretched out like they were about to grab a blanket. The face turned to one side was very ugly, with white eyes staring, and black and red blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. When he saw such a tragic situation in the hall, Jiangnan couldn't help shivering and stood there blankly. After seeing Nehai, he couldn't help crying out in pain, This. He covered his mouth and bent over, as if he was very uncomfortable. He was crying and running to the kitchen. "It doesn't look like 1 or 2 hits." Gua Sheng, who was standing beside the table, turned his stern gaze towards the corpse and said, "He was beaten to death." There were several serious injuries from the back of the head to the side of the head, which was what killed Watanabe. The blood from the wound smeared all over the hair. It was not dry, it was shiny. The blood-stained murder weapon fell next to the body, which was a clock on a decorative cabinet. The glass of the square dial set in the milky white marble has been broken, and 2 of the hands in the middle are missing. Jiangnan felt that his chest was turning up, and he was about to vomit. While pressing his chest, he looked away from the miserable state and looked around. Kobayakawa stood across the table. Zayabayakawa, who usually had a ruddy face, now can't even see a shadow of red, and is very pale. He half opened his mouth and stared blankly at the space. Xiaoshua was sobbing in grief, squatting in the corner of the room, covering his face with his hands, and his thin shoulders were shaking. "Where is Kashi Sakiko?" Jiangnan asked Gusheng. Guasheng's pale face replied in the direction of the north passage, on the bed in the room. "It's the same head struck with a clock." Jiangnan circled around Watanabe's body and ran to the bedroom where Sakiko was. Guono and Kawarazaki followed. The door to the room was open. As Guasheng said, Sakiko, who was lying on his back on the bed, died of anger. On the serene face, Bai-Bai's forehead was brutally smashed, and the small and dignified nose was crushed. Blood from the wound and nasal cavity stained his face. Beside the bed, a damaged bronze clock was thrown haphazardly aside. Judging from the situation at the scene, the deceased showed no signs of resistance or suffered sexual violence. Jiangnan put his hand on his forehead and sighed, alas. Kawarazaki, who was standing behind him, sighed the same way. Jiangnan felt cold all over, from the bone to the heel. He reluctantly shook his head several times. Why is Mu sure? He came out of the room. Who found it? Jiangnan asked Guosheng. It's a small tip. Guosheng took a deep breath after replying. Perhaps trying to hold back the tears, he pressed the thumb and index finger of his right hand to his eyelids and said, I was in my room at the time. She came running up suddenly and stammered, It's amazing. How did she see it? I haven't said it yet. Guosheng glanced at Xiao Xiao, who was squatting in a corner of the hall. She looks like that, so I can't give you a satisfactory answer. Xiaoxua covered her face with her hands and cried. Kawarazaki ran over and stood beside Xiaoxua, trying to help her up. No. Xiaoxua shouted hysterically, pushing Kawarazaki's hand away. She cried, tears and snot running down her cheeks. Xiaoxua covered his face again. Jiangnan said to himself, Be calm and calm. Then he walked into the hall, knowing that if he didn't control his emotions, he would fall to the ground and would probably vomit. Mr. Kobayakawa. Jiangnan walked slowly to the deputy editor-in-chief, who was still standing there blankly. Jiangnan. With blank eyes, Zayabayakawa looked back at Jiangnan. The sound of inland sea throwing up from the kitchen. Be strong, Mr. Kobayakawa. Jiangnan thought that he should be as calm as Guosheng, but he was a little impatient with his boss's cowardice. Then Jiangnan said, Let's find a way to break through the gate. Neihai and Xiaoxua hadn't recovered from the sudden blow, and had no choice but to leave them both in the hall. Jiangnan and the others came to the hall together. The black iron door with the lock is very strong. Shake its handle vigorously, the iron door still does not move. Between the two doors, there was no space between the door and the floor. And the installation is elegant, the door opens outward, and the hinge is not embedded in the door. Therefore, it is completely impossible to use any tool to remove the door. All I could do was hit the door with my body. At first, Gangnam was alone, and then he and Kawarazaki ran together and collided, but they collided many times to no avail. The last 4 people slammed hard together, and they tried several times to no avail. The hateful thing was that the door was so strong that it didn't even make a creaking sound. You can't knock the door open with your bare hands. So I thought of using a tool to try it out. I inspected the old hall, and there was nothing that could pry the iron door. There should be sharp tools in the living room. When I went to the kitchen, I didn't even find a kitchen knife. I have also looked at the warehouse and can't find any tools that can be used. Having no tools, Kawarazaki brought a chair from the hall. It's a waste of effort. Hit the iron door with a wooden chair, that's too far. Guosheng said. Kawarazaki squinted at Guosheng, who was talking sarcastically. He lifted the chair with both hands and slammed it up, but after smashing it several times, the chair fell apart, and the door just rang with a boom sound. The chair is not a burner or a drilling machine or anything, it's too reckless. Guosheng said again. Kawarazaki threw the broken chair out, disappointed and frustrated. In addition to this door, there is another identical door that is closed. But let's not lose heart. Jiangnan said while wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The clocks lining the walls of the foyer struck one by one for 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. How about the skylight in the hall? Pry open the window and try to get from where? Jiangnan just put forward the opinion, but Guosheng immediately denied it. Is it possible to get out through such a small window? The diameter, at best, is less than 20 centimeters, and the arm can easily pass through. Then break the wall, Kawarazaki said. Iron door. We can't do anything about it. If it's a wall, think of a way to poke a hole in it. The wall outside is probably made of bricks. There are forks and spoons in the kitchen, use them. If it takes some time, maybe. Try it. They tried it out and were frustrated after a few minutes. All the tools that can be used are collected, and it is okay to peel off the wallpaper, but what is exposed under the wallpaper is not bricks and tiles, but solid reinforced concrete. The outermost layer of bricks is just the decoration of the concrete structure. It's all over. Guoxing, who put his arms around his arms, muttered in a low voice. He wanted to appear calm, but his face was so pale. Maybe what I said during the day was correct, he said. This house was built for confinement people. That's it. Afterwards, the four people continued to make every effort. Did they think there was really no way to escape from the closed old hall? They tried to unlock the door by putting the needle of the clock in the keyhole, smashing the door with a hard clock, smashing several clocks, and repeatedly hitting the door with their bodies, all to no avail and ended in vain. Of course, they also have an expectation that is Ibo Seo, who lives in the new building, can hear the sound here. After a while, Shinkanso, who had regained her composure a little, began to tell the story of how she found the body. She drank a bit of the wine that Guoxing handed over, then stammered while covering her slightly flushed face. I heard a knock on the door, and then I went back to my room and fell asleep involuntarily. Who was knocking on the door? I opened the door, and the guy was right in front of me. At first, I was just startled and thought it was a prank, so I asked, "Who are you? What does he look like?" Guoxing couldn't wait to ask, and said, "What exactly is that guy?" Wearing a mask. Therefore, who can't see clearly. Xiaoshua replied. When I heard the word mask, Jiangnan was the most surprised. He leaned over to the table beside Guoxing, who was tilting his head, and asked Xiaoshua, "Maybe that's the mask hanging in the corridor?" Corridor? It's the corridor of the new hall. The corridor we passed through for the first time is decorated with several masks. Is it one of them? I have no idea. Xiaoshua put down the hand covering his face and blinked his swollen eyes. Pale face, ugly pumpkin eyes, mouth open and sneering. Who is it, can't you tell? Guoxing asked. Xiaoshua shook his head slightly. Are the clothes the same as ours? Is there a turban on your head? How does your body look? How tall are you? Is your hair long? I don't know. Xiaoshua continued shaking his head. I remembered, the clothes are very dirty. Go on. It seems that the chest is wet, perhaps contaminated with blood. Blood from the dead? Guoxing's eyes flashed to the opposite side of the table. Watanabe's body was lying on the same position as before. Since it couldn't be moved anywhere, it was left untouched, just covered with a blanket. What happened later? Urged, Xiao Su continued, asked who he was, but the guy didn't answer anything, turned his face impatiently, and walked in this direction, the hall. The guy seemed to he was saying, "Come here." I didn't know why, so I came out, and then I suddenly saw Watanabe's body. Xiao Sua was probably afraid of seeing the corpse. She stared at one end of the table, not daring to raise her gaze a little. Where did the guy in the mask go? Run away. Didn't say anything, like there was a squeak in his throat. Where did you escape? There. Xiao Sua pointed to the corridor extending eastward with trembling fingers, and turned right from the head of the corridor to enter the data collection area. I wanted to let Sakuriko know, so I went to her room, but Sakura also. Was the door of the room open at the time? Closed, I think. Is the light on? I feel like the lights on the table are on. Recall the time, when was the body found? 12:30. Because when I went to Sakiko's room, the clock rang. Called me later, didn't you? It was indeed about 12:40. Gua Sheng said, took a breath, and slowly pulled up a strand of hair hanging on his forehead, then said, it seems that a conclusion can be drawn from the statement just now, at least for the time being. It's not me and Junichi who are masked monsters. Gua Sheng looked at the faces of the three people from Zayabayakawa, Neihai, and Jiangnan, Shitan Club, and said, because the corridor over there turns south, we can't get through. The room we live in is opposite. Xiao Xiao ran. I happened to be in my room when I came in, and I immediately called Junichi, who was there too. When Zayabayakawa heard what he said, blood rushed upwards, and he was so angry that he was speechless. Are you trying to say that the murderer is among the three of us? Gua Sheng was unafraid of the angry-faced elder's protest, and said evasively, I can't make that assertion right now, so I use the word temporarily. What does that mean? If you are discussing the possibility, you should first consider that what Xiao Xiao is saying is a lie in itself. The weird person wearing a mask does not actually exist. Furthermore, only she is the murderer or the murderer's accomplice. Why do you say that? Xiao Shua changed his face and raised his head. Gua Sheng smiled gently and said, it's okay. I'm not saying serious things. I don't think you are such a difficult woman to deal with. Then, he added, other possibilities can be considered. For example, the moment Kosuk entered Sakiko's room, maybe the guy returned to the hall and exited through the back hall. In that case, no matter what I do, Runi or not, we were all in the room before Xiao Shua came. Min Zwinan, what exactly do you want to say? Kawarazaki opened his mouth. He sharply knitted his thick eyebrows, glared at Gu Sheng and said, don't you think it's funny? In real life, our partner has been assassinated. You are not in a hurry. You can say you are acting like a detective. Gua stood up, looked at Kawarazaki and said, if it's possible, even I want to scream out loud, this is the truth. But so what? Can Saiko and Watanabe survive? I didn't mean that, Kawarazaki said. Gua Sheng said, I understand that it is very difficult to escape outside. The police didn't come. There's still a day and a half left. We have to endure it, understand? What do you say? I'm just talking casually. Gua Sheng held his shoulders, squinted his double eyelids divided by long eyelashes sadly and said, we have to endure until Ibo feels suspicious and opens the door at 6 o'clock in the afternoon the day after tomorrow. We must also try to prevent the situation from getting worse. Therefore, first of all, you need to have as much objective facts as possible. Right? Understood. Kawarazaki closed his mouth and looked at his friend with a gentler look. Gua Sheng leaned back on the chair, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. All in all, it's clear that at least one subtlety exists. After a while, Gua Sheng said these words, looked around, and said, according to Xiao Xiao, it doesn't matter if the person wearing the mask is called a prisoner, the prisoner's clothes must be stained with blood. I think the corpses, especially the blood spattered from Watanabe's wounds, is a real fact. However, what we see now is that none of the people here have blood on their clothes. Jing Guosheng pointed out that Jiangnan looked at the chests of 5 other people except himself, and indeed no one's clothes were stained with blood. What's going on? This. The atmosphere was silent. Everyone peeped at each other, no one said a word. Only the mechanical sound of the hour hands running at the same speed ticked in the silent night. Right. The clock struck 3:30, breaking the silence around him, and at the same time Xiao Shua spoke, yes, I. Guosheng. Remember what? It smells. At that time, that person knocked on the door, and when I opened the door, Fragrance? The fragrance of the perfume is slight, but it is a special fragrance that... Everyone looked at the ground face to face. Is it the perfume of Guangming Temple? Jiang Nan asked suddenly. Xiao Sua was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. She nodded with her mouth tightly closed. Then the culprit is her. It shouldn't have been her doing such a conjuring meeting. Inner C suddenly spoke. Maybe it was because he was drunk, his eyes were bloodshot, and his speech was slurred, he said incessantly. In witchcraft terms, she must have been haunted by evil spirits. Evil ghost? Gua Sheng said in surprise, you mean let the ghost control, use invisibility, and kill people, right? Yes, yes. It was possessed by the ghost called out last night. Bullshit, it's so boring. Gua Sheng said, does Nehai Kuan still believe that what happened at the conjuration meeting is a real spiritual phenomenon? Of course. Gua Sheng went on to say, I said something last night, the whole city is a liar. I don't believe this at all. Further, I think that Mikoto, Guangji Temple, has no power in the first place, but it's just a trick. The witch. Is that so, Mr. Kobayakawa? When suddenly asked, Zayabayakawa panicked a little, looked at everyone and said, why let me confirm it? I think only you know the truth, don't you? Why? Why? Since it's the current situation, I'll just say it. No matter how you look at the meeting last night, you and she did it according to the pre-planned steps. Especially the second half, with the sound of knocking on the table. It means that the ghost answered. At that time, your question was too clever, and you wanted to make people not suspicious, but it made people more suspicious, right? Things like that. Zayabayakawa wanted to deny Gua Sheng's revelations, but he had let everyone see his embarrassed appearance. He probably felt his own gaffe, and there was a low voice in his throat. He lowered his head and seemed determined to confess. If you hide it now, you'll have to shoot yourself in the foot. That's right, just like you said. After a while, Kobayakawa said in a contrite tone, that incident, that is, what happened at that convocation meeting, was a hoax. I knew the situation, but I helped her. Jiang Nan asked, what's going on? Kobayakawa put both hands on the table, shook his head gently and said, in the beginning, the plan itself was proposed by her Mikoto. I was entrusted by her, and I couldn't refuse. Why can't you refuse? Jiang Nan suddenly remembered what he said at Lugu's house 2 weeks ago. He said that the woman who lives next door has a man who often comes. He has met a few times. Her father was probably a lover or something. Thinking of Lugu's words, Jiang Nan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zayabayakawa, is that the relationship? What kind of relationship is it? I have a confidant friend living in Wino Mao's greenhouse, in room 9 on the 4th floor. So you're... What? Zayabayakawa said with a self-deprecating sullen face, I didn't expect to expose my situation unexpectedly. It seems that I can't do bad things. Jiang Nan. It's been nearly a year and a half since I started communicating with her. I also have a child, and at such an old age, I am deeply infatuated with her. Therefore, when Mikoto said those words, I could not refuse her no matter what. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 8. 16-year-old bride. Midnight. From just now, there has been a strange uneasiness in Fushi Liangtai's heart. It's not clear why this unease is, but it really arose as Ibo Sayoko recounted the tragic past of the Koga family. Especially when talking about the eternal girl who died 10 years ago, Fushi Liangtai felt this kind of uneasiness even more intense. What is this? Something seemed to be flickering in my mind. What exactly is this for? This feeling is so vague that Fu Xiliang doesn't know how to express it if he wants to tell Lugu about it. He hesitated and followed Sayiko out of the hall with Kagaya. Take a few turns along the corridor and pass through the access doors leading to the two small halls on the left and right. The entrance to the clock tower adjacent to the new pavilion is at its end. Sayiko pushed open the two heavy doors, and the spacious hall was immediately in sight. The hall is square, surrounded by stone walls. The floor is covered with reddish-brown marble, nothing is placed, and it is empty. This desolate atmosphere is reminiscent of a desolate chapel. There is an iron-blue door slightly to the right in the center of the front wall, and a staircase is built on the left. The stairs seem to cling to the dark brown stone wall. A faint, rhythmic mechanical sound came from out of nowhere. It was probably the sound of the gears of the tower clock moving. Is there a study over here? Deer Valley stood in the center of the hall, looking up at the stairs with black handrails and said. His voice seemed to reverberate on the 10-meter-high ceiling. Sayiko nodded silently and started going up the stairs. Lugu looked at her back in a dark smock and asked further, "What other rooms are there?" "The other part of the tower is on the 4th floor," Sayiko replied, looking at the door beside the stairs. "The 1st floor is used by Mr. Natsumiya. The 2nd floor is the bedroom of the late master. The 3rd floor is used by Master Jimi. Is there a room like a clock machinery room?" "There is on the 4th floor. This hall is 3 stories high. The machinery room is above it." The three began to climb the stairs. There doesn't seem to be an elevator facility here. For the ancient Erendian who is over 60 years old, going up and down 4 floors is undoubtedly a hard task. "Hey, Ms. IPO," Dear Gu said breathlessly at the turn of the stairs on the 2nd floor, "I heard that there are no hands on the clock dial of this tower." "Yes." Sayoko, who was walking in front, answered without hesitation. "When did it not exist? Shouldn't it have been there in the first place?" "Removed last November." "Isn't this what happened recently?" "Yes. The metal part in the middle is broken, so let Tien Sujiaming take it off to avoid danger." "Oh. Is there any other reason, by the way? Where did the pointer go?" "Remember to put it in the mechanical room." Finally got to the 4th floor. There is a long and narrow hall with steps. There is a door on each of the left and right walls. The right side of one of the doors is near the central hall. Presumably this is the doorknob leading to the mechanical room mentioned earlier. "Sure enough," Sayoko said, "this is it," and walked gradually to the door on the left. "Please come in." It is said that Gu Yi Luandian originally wanted to move the study room in the old building here, but he died before the matter was implemented. Presumably for this reason, the room was a mess, with some corrugated cardboard piled up all over the place. "I wanted to clean it up, but I didn't know what to do, so I decided to keep the master as it was when he died." A large desk sits next to the window near the front, along with several large, eye-catching bookshelves. A beautiful table clock with a complicated astronomical dial stands on the right-hand wall. However, the pendulum of the clock stopped swinging. The clock is as tall as Fauci. So, although not a grandfather clock, it looks somewhat similar. "There are pictures on the desk, please take a look," Sayiko said. While looking around the room, Lugu walked slowly to the desk. "Is it this one?" Deer Valley picked up the whitewood framed photo frame on the house desk. "The one on the left is the master, and the one sitting on the chair in the middle is Miss Young. What a beautiful girl." Fauci leaned over to Lugu and looked at the photo, not only holding his eyes and exclaiming awe. "It's that kid." It was the girl in white that she met in the forest in the summer 10 years ago. Although she looks smaller than at the time, it is her. Black hair hanging down to his chest, morbid snow-white skin, big affectionate eyes, and small lips that are light in color. This is indeed her. Standing on her left is a man in his 40s. His face was wrinkled and thin, Although there was a smile on his lips, his eyes were dark and his eyes were extremely serious. "When was this photo taken?" Lugu asked. "It's not too long since I moved here," Saiko replied from standing near the door. At that time, forever 10 years old, Lundian's wife is dead. Luandian also had a foreboding of his daughter's death. That stern gaze can be said to be a reflection of his gloomy state of mind at that time. Who is the young man standing on the right? This is a tall young man in a blue plaid tracksuit. He stood at the right back of Forever, with his left hand on his thin waist, smiling, and he was about 20 years old. "This is Avi, which is Ma Yung," Saishiko said. He was 7 years older than Young, and was a high school student at the time. His father, Ma Yuan Changping, was a good friend of the master. Therefore, he and the young lady had a marriage contract. "Marriage?" Lugu said repeatedly with surprise on his face. "So he's his fiancé forever?" "Yes." "Did they get married later?" "It makes people laugh," Saiko said sadly, looking at the photo in Shikatani's hands. Miss has always dreamed of being a bride on her 16th birthday, like the late lady of the times. She was 7 when her mother died. Since then, she has been looking forward to her dream come true. Miss Forever wants to wear a wedding dress on her 16th birthday, just like her mother. She had seen her mother in a beautiful wedding dress in photos, and had heard people talk about the scene at that time. As she grew into a girl as beautiful as her mother was when she was young, her longing became stronger and stronger. It is said, her future wish is to get married at the age of 16, and then, like her mother, leave this world at the beautiful age of 28. Her tragic thoughts had long been buried in her heart. However, the fortune teller who predicted her mother's death made a cruel prediction that shattered her little dream, claiming that she would die before her 16th birthday. This time, the ancient Erendian was really afraid of this cruel prophecy. How he hoped his daughter's dream would come true. Soon, I received a doctor's diagnosis, saying that Miss Young was suffering from an incurable disease, and I don't know if she could live to be 20 years old. While Luan Dian was distressed, he went to his friend Ma Yuan Changping to discuss. Changping's son Aji is the 16-year-old marriage object that Miss Young secretly described in her heart. It is said that Saiko has also heard her talk about her innocent thoughts many times to be Achi's bride. So Luan Dian told Changping and Aji the truth and asked them to fulfill the wishes of Miss Forever. Changping and Aji agreed. In this way, the girl's dream finally came to an end. On August 5, 1980, she, like her mother, dressed in a white wedding dress, became Aji's bride. In the lonely life of being locked out, she persistently looked forward to this moment. However, she also felt that her body was getting weaker and weaker, and she seemed to have a hunch in her heart I might not live long. But because of this, she is looking forward to her 16th birthday more intensely. However, I remember it was in the summer of 10 years ago, on July 29th, that an unfortunate accident happened. Saiko recounts the past sadly, her face covered in gloom. Accident? Lugu put the photo back in its original place, walked quietly to Saiko's side and asked, "Didn't he die of illness?" Saiko nodded slightly after being silent for a moment. Tim was a little cloudy that afternoon, and it wasn't too hot. Miss went out for a walk, and Ming Jiang accompanied her as usual. She went to the yard in a wheelchair. What does the nurse named Turai Ming Jiang usually do? Ming Jiang was hired to take care of the young lady. When he moved into this house, he was introduced by Mr. Hasagawa. Yes. Just as Ming Jiang went to the toilet, the young lady disappeared. When Ming Jiang came back and saw that there was no young lady in the wheelchair, he screamed. My husband and I went out and searched the yard, but there was no trace. We found it in the forest in the evening. Already. Did Miss Forever go to the forest alone? Even though she uses a wheelchair, it's not impossible to walk at all. I really don't understand why she suddenly and silently took such action. Well, it's not surprising that a girl that old can't go to school and stay at home all the time, even if it suddenly takes such action. Fauci listened silently to the conversation between Saiko and Kagaya, thinking so. So, is this the time when we met Miss Forever in the forest 10 years ago? Or at some other time? No, I'm more concerned about what happened in the forest. Lugu said. Miss Shi. Saiko paused, as if recalling the past was extremely painful. She sighed deeply. She fell into a pit in the forest. Trap? The concession level rose, and Fauci held his breath in surprise. Falling into a pit? Ever since he learned that Fujisawa's cousin died in a motorcycle accident, Fauci's heart has often set off subtle waves. This memory deepened day by day, as if it resonated strongly with Sayoko's words. Falls into a pit. Someone dug a pit in the forest, or it could be a prank by a child. The lady was discovered when she fell into the pit and couldn't move. Sinkhole. Fauci closed his eyes and pushed on the frames of his glasses. Could this be the real reason for the intense unease just now? But this real reason is not clear. Fauci felt as if a powerful force had sealed him deep within his heart. So she died? Lugu asked. No. Sayoko put her hand on the hearing aid in her right ear and shook her head. The injury from the fall was not life-threatening, it was just a big bruise on the face. Too terrifying. Miss was in a trance for a long time after she was rescued. It was late at night when I woke up. She panicked when she noticed the wound on her face. The doctor reassured her that it didn't matter, it would be completely cured. However, no matter how the doctor comforted her, she couldn't listen. The next morning, Sayoko was a little tired of talking. Lugu stared at her face and asked quietly, "Is it suicide?" Yes. Sayaka nodded. With such a wound on her face, it would be difficult to be a beautiful bride like her mother. I think she was so pessimistic that she lost her mind. She used scissors to cut the wedding dress hanging in the dressing room. Have you made a dress for the wedding ceremony in a year's time? It was made to imitate her mother's dress. After that, she wrapped the bad dress around her and stabbed scissors into her chest. It's too awful. Fauci stepped back involuntarily, leaning his back against the wall. I thought to myself, that child actually chose such a way of death. At this point, Fauci's unease reached its climax. So we met her before the 29th of July when the accident happened. The problem is not here. What happened to the pit she fell into? Maybe it's a kid's prank? This. Dusty memories flooded in, making him miserable. He desperately suppressed the subconscious pressure. Fauci shook his head vigorously, holding on to the frame of his spectacles. The injury wasn't fatal, but she was ill and bleeding profusely. Sayaka let out a long sigh. As a result, the next day, that is, on the morning of August 1st, the young lady had a short meeting. But the death records left behind say that they died of illness. Why is that? It's the death certificate that the Lord asked Mr. Hasegawa to open. It's not so much a matter of face, it's more about worrying that an abnormal death will cause the body to be manipulated, which is disgusting. Indeed so. Lugu took out the cigarette case he had quit smoking from the shirt pocket on his chest, then went back to the desk with the ashtray, muttered one of today's, and picked up the cigarette. Breathing out the smoke slowly, he picked up the picture just now and stared again. Did Tarai Mingjiang commit suicide later because he felt that he was responsible for the death of the young lady? Lugu then asked. Master severely reprimanded Mingjiang and asked her why she left the young lady alone. She was troubled by this and finally committed suicide. Sayoko answered with a long sigh. Lugu put the ashtray into the ashtray and hummed. His sunken eyes suddenly became bright. It's so unfortunate. Sayoko continued. Not long after this, our daughter also died. She was only slightly injured, but she contracted tetanus and died like that. It is said that Yusaku Ibo died in a traffic accident a month after his daughter died. In order to forget the sadness of losing his daughter, he used alcohol every day to relieve his sorrow, but something happened. What is this young man who is engaged to Miss Forever doing now? Lugu pointed to the photo in his hand and asked. Achi is no longer alive. Sayiko quietly lowered her eyes and replied. The next year, he died in an accident before the master died. He was killed while climbing a mountain with a friend. Yeah. Dr. Hasegawa died in the fire at the end of the second year. Another year later, Ikkyo Hattori also died in a traffic accident. Counting my Yuanji, 8 people died, right? Then Aji's father, Ma Yuanchang. Is Ping not here too? No, Mr. Ma Yuan is still alive. Lugu felt relieved and touched the slightly larger hook nose. Where does he live? He's in a nursing home called Green Garden in Kekloxi. Nursing home? Kokurakuji Temple is in Kamakura City, right? Lugu put the cigarette butt in the ashtray and muttered softly, then it's better to visit him once. It's almost midnight. The dark red thick cloth curtains were open, and the night wind from the window was blowing on the clock tower, and the wind suddenly became sharp, making Fauci clenched. He shouldn't have felt cold, but a lot of goosebumps suddenly appeared on his arm under his short-sleeved shirt. I want to ask about Master Yujimi. Lugu held the desk in his hands and was silent for a while, then turned to Sayiko. Mr. Luandian died 9 years ago, when he was 8 years old. Mrs. Shurdai died 18 years ago. So of course Master Yujimi is not a child of the times. Mr. Luandian did not mention remarriage, then he. Sayiko said with a slightly surprised expression, I remember you asked about this. Master Yujimi is the son of the old man's cousin. He lost his parents very early and was brought here. Is it an adopted child? Yes. I've taken care of him since he wasn't very sensible. Is it 17 this year? Yes. Birthday in early September. Where do you go to school? Sayiko shook his head gently and said, since Miss Forever died, he hasn't gone to school. I didn't go to elementary school or middle school. Why? How should I put it? Master Yujimi has been away from the real world since then, only living in his own dreams. Lugu tilted his head with an awe sound. Sayaka sighed deeply. That is to say, he has been insane. It may be because his cousin died like that, which made him greatly stimulated. On that morning 10 years ago, it was Mr. Jimmy who knew nothing of the first to find that Miss Forever was in the room. Suicide. So he became insane after being stimulated? There is no big problem with the brain, but the feeling is dull and the trauma to the heart is too serious. Sayiko said, putting her hand on her chest. Master Yujimi admires his cousin the most. No, it's more admiration than admiration. He firmly believes that her cousin is his goddess and can't be replaced by anyone. Well, goddess. Master Yujimi has been educated by the master since childhood. You were born to protect your sister. When your sister is in trouble, You have to help her no matter what. This is your mission. Indeed. That goddess tragically left this world. A year later, his adoptive father, Luandian, also died, and he was left alone in this house. Lugu made his thin cheeks bulge and shrink like a frog, and deep wrinkles were carved between his brows. So, how does Master Yujimi live now? I said just now that young Master Yujimi lives in a dream world, and Zhen Mao doesn't notice the real world. He firmly believes that Miss Forever is still alive now, or just can't see her temporarily, but she is still by his side, and he will listen when he talks to her. When she answered, she even greeted him. Are there any obstacles to daily life? You don't have to be with me all the time. Although he sometimes thinks wildly, saying that my sister is in danger, and my sister died for a while, but it's only a few times. Is there any hope of recovery? I can't tell. Maybe for this reason, Mr. Luandian left a last word to let Master Yujimi stay in this home forever. Probably so. What kind of life does he usually lead? Sleep until noon every day, and then must go to the mechanical room to wind the clock. It has never been interrupted for 9 years. Why? I can't tell. Maybe the master ordered him to do it. The master seems to have said, after the clock tower is repaired, it is your task to wind the clock. I can't think of any other reason. Did he still do it after the clock hand was taken off last year? Yes. It's something to do every day. Besides, it's just to pass the time from morning to night by looking at the distant scenery, or taking a walk in the yard. Watching TV? Almost never. Did you sleep late at night? Yes. Usually dinner is prepared for him around 1 o'clock in the evening, and the medicine is given to him at the same time. Medicine? When it comes to this season of the year, his mood is extremely unstable, and he always complains to me that he has insomnia. It is probably still related to the past memory. Therefore, the doctor prescribed sleeping pills for him. Well, then, Lugu looked at his watch to check the time. Have you taken your medicine now? Probably. I just give him the medicine, and it doesn't matter when he takes it. Master Yujimi's room is on the 3rd floor below. I want to take a look if possible, okay? If I haven't slept yet, I would like to chat with him. Sayiko looked a little confused, but quickly agreed. She asked Lugu and the others to be cautious in their words and deeds, not to say Miss Forever is no longer alive or something like that. Because the doctor had advised that it was dangerous to give him that kind of stimulation casually. So the 3 of them left the study and walked towards Yujimi's room on the 3rd floor of the clock tower. Deer Valley hoped to speak to the house's current and future owners, but was unable to do so. This was not because Yujimi fell asleep, but because he was not in bed. Yukimi was not in the room. However, it was not this that surprised Fauci, but Saiko's reaction when he saw this. Instead of panicking to find the whereabouts of the boy, she quietly closed the door with an unusually calm attitude. I'll have a chance to talk to him later, she said to Lugu. Could it be that I went to the toilet? Lugu asked with a puzzled face. No, I don't think so. Sayiko only shook her head slightly and replied. Why did she make such a bland answer? Why don't you look for it? Leaving the room, Sayiko quietly returned to the stairs. Kagaya asked Sayiko worriedly. In summer, Master Yujimi often sneaks out of the room like this. I was worried at first and looked everywhere, but recently. I'm probably used to it, so I don't rush to find it. Do you know where he went? Sometimes I go to the yard, and sometimes I go to the columbarium. He's not mentally healthy, he's wandering around, isn't he dangerous? He never goes far, and he doesn't go out on rainy days. He'll be back in a while. Should the door still be locked? I talked to the doctor, and the doctor said that if you're only in the yard, you don't have to worry too much. Yes. Still, Deer Valley was puzzled. He looked back at Yujimi's room again, thinking to himself, if that's the case, just wait for him to come back. However, he finally failed to speak. He glanced at Fauci, shrugged his shoulders, and chased after Sayoko, who had gone downstairs. It's too late to disturb today, we should go. When he returned to the front of the hall he passed through first, Shikatani quietly said goodbye to Sayoko. It was 2:30 in the middle of the night. Can you write the poem, The Silence Goddess, on paper? Please let us know the phone number here, by the way, if it's convenient. Ah, yes. Sayoko touched the hearing aid. So, did you two find anything? No, said Lugu, shaking his head. To be honest, I don't even know what that poem means. I'm ashamed. We've been here for so long. No matter what. I didn't treat you well when I invited you here. Sayiko bowed deeply. Are you going back to Tokyo? Yes. The road is not crowded at this time, go back and think about it. Why don't you live here? No need. Lugu waved his hand in embarrassment. But you haven't seen the columbarium yet. Just now you said you were going to put Mr. Mayu on? Then. Don't worry, we will come tomorrow. Let's go to Jile Temple first, and stop by in the evening. We also want to take a good look at the clock tower, and also want to see Master Yukimi. Hey, of course you can. Then, that's it. Goodbye tonight. Sayiko went to get the paper and pen to copy the poem, and she asked Lugu and the others to wait at the door first. Mr. Lugu, Fauci said, walking side by side with Lugu in the corridor, that boy named Yujimi is not here. In the room just now, but... Are you worried? Yes. Despite what Ms. IPO said, I am still a little worried. Although there is no danger, it is a mentally disturbed boy after all, who goes out at night alone. Said it was in the yard. There doesn't seem to be a fence between this yard and the surrounding woods. Ah, I see. Speaking of which, Fauci finally remembered. Yesterday, no, it was the night before, when I walked out of the gate of this yard, I saw a figure wandering around at the end of the yard. It wasn't the girl's ghost, it might be Master Yujimi. He said this to Lugu, with a wry smile on his face, as if he wanted to say why I only remembered now. It seems so. People nearby can see Yujimi in the courtyard or in the woods in the evening or at night. Hence the legend of the ghost of the timepiece, thought. Well, I think the truth of the ghost legend may be like this. Yujimi is a beautiful boy, and it is easy to be mistaken for a girl from a distance. Maybe. While waiting for Sayoko in the dimly lit hallway, clattering sounds began to sound outside. Fauci couldn't help looking up at the ceiling and said, "Hey, it's raining. By the way, the radio said there was a typhoon coming." Lugu replied vaguely, looking down the corridor from the gate to the right. This corridor seems to lead to the old building, where the interview team has lived since the day before yesterday. What are those guys doing now? As Fauci guessed, he also looked over there from behind Lugu. The hallway was long, the lights were dark, and it was so dark in the distance that nothing could be seen. After a while, Sayoko brought the slip of paper with the inexplicable poem. Lugu took it and put it in his pocket, glanced at Sayiko again and whispered, "Ms. IPO, I have something to trouble you. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with what happened just now, but I want to confirm it." "What's up?" "There's a woman living next door to the room I answered the phone yesterday. The apartment is called Greenhouse. Oh. Sayiko tilted her head, looking a little nervous. It's a coincidence that that woman is that Miss Mikoto from Gwangming Temple. She is the spiritualist who lives here now. Ah, this. Sayoko was speechless, seemed rather surprised, and kept blinking her eyes. Lugu watched her reaction with satisfaction. She lives next door to me, so I've helped her receive packages a few times. I remember one package on which the recipient's name was different from the Mikoto of Kamioji on the house number. It said transfer from Kamioji Temple, and below it was written the recipient's name. This person is? After a while, Lugu said his name. Her name is Terai Mitsui. Sayaka couldn't hide her embarrassment. Fauci stared at Lugu in surprise and said, "Then, Mr. Lugu, the name Terai Mitsui may be probably the name of Sister Terai Aki, the nurse who committed suicide. She mentioned it to us last night." Gwangming Temple Mikoto, Terai Mingjiang, Guangjiang. These names are put together to know that there is a connection between them. Fauci said to himself, that's true, as he recalled what he had seen on TV and magazines about the female spiritualist. Ms. Ipo, said Lugu, you must know that Mikoto of Gwangji Temple is the stage name of Terai Guangjiang, and you must also know that these two names are the same person, right? Yes. Sayiko nodded with an unnatural expression. I know that Mingjiang and Guangjiang are good sisters. Guangjiang came here to help for a while. She changed her name and started doing that kind of work. So this time, the reason why you agreed to the plan of the Chaos Editorial Department is also for this reason? Yes. Sayoko said frankly. The magazine brought a plan and asked me to help. I have refused such interviews in the past, but this time it was not someone else, but Guangjiang who came to beg me, so I had to agree. That's true. Lugu touched his chin with a complicated expression. That being the case, there is no need to ask any more now. They went out the gate and walked to the car parked in the rain. Suddenly Lugu shouted and stopped. What's wrong? Fauci asked. Lugu shook his head and said, it's really bad, and pointed at his beloved car with the other hand and said, the tire is punctured. Looking closer, the tire on the front right wheel was indeed flat, and the body leaned. It's too bad, although there is a spare tire, but... He grumbled, looking up at the gloomy sky en route. The rain was heavier, the wind was tighter, and the sounds of the trees in the forest sounded as if they were approaching here. Then please stay here. Saiko said again, don't go back in such a heavy rain, you're welcome, there are rooms available. Ah, this, then. Indeed, they don't seem to plan on changing tires in the rain. Lugu retracted what he just said and bowed to Saiko. Fushir-kun, is this okay? Hey, I have nothing to say. So, the two decided to live in the new building of the Timepiece Museum. Maybe it was because of the sudden rain. Sayoko said, I'm worried about Yuji-mi, and went to the clock tower, but came back soon after, saying that the boy was safe and sound and fell asleep. It was 4 in the morning when Dirgu and Fauci were lying on the bed in the guest room. At this time, in the old building of the same residence, the interviewed group of people had no idea what happened. Of course they didn't know anything. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 9. Old Pavilion Number 4. Mikoto's real name is Terai Mitsui, and she is the younger sister of Terai Mingjiang, who used to work at Guer's house. After the clock in the room struck 4 in the morning, Kobayakawa began to tell the story. Mingjiang is the family nurse of the Gui family. It is said that she lives here to take care of the frail and sickly Miss Young. Both parents died, and Guangjiang and Mingjiang depend on each other. After graduating from high school, she also worked here for a period of time. Then, Mr. Kobayakawa. Jiangnan asked in surprise, she knew Ms. Ipo from the beginning, didn't she? Yes. Kobayakawa replied with a sullen lower lip. I see. Kawarizaki said angrily, smacking his lips. That old woman is also an accomplice. No wonder her attitude is completely different from when we visited last year. I remember the first time I heard Guangjiang talk about the Gui family at the end of last year. Zayabayakawa said suddenly and sternly. She said that in Kamakura there is a wonderful place called the Clock Museum. Because of the many unfortunate things that happened in the past, it is now said to be an unfortunate home and a ghost museum. There are rumors and rumors nearby. She used to be there in the past. I've done things, so I know the current housekeeper. That's how it is. Soon, Mitsuo told Kobayakawa about the special plan to be implemented on the stage of the Timepiece Museum. She held conjurations as a sorcerer. Attempts to learn the truth about the past and ghosts of the Gu family. As long as two people cooperate, it is very easy to make many incredible phenomena. She already knew the Gui family very well, so it was easy to tell exactly what happened in the past. If these situations can be featured in Chaos magazine, then her reputation as a spiritualist will grow. Anyway, find a way to do something beautiful. In order to achieve his goal, Guangjiang proposed to simply stay in the Clock Museum for 3 days. In addition, she suggested organizing several students of the university's Paranormal Research Society as witnesses. So, she chose the W University Paranormal Research Association that Kobayakawa had interviewed. As soon as this plan was approved at the editorial meeting, Kobayakawa quickly visited Gui's house and negotiated on relevant matters. Guangjiang got in touch with Saiko in advance, so he agreed to use the old building. It is said that the schedule for the 3 days starting on July 30th was decided by the three of them in this way. Oops. Hearing this, Kawarizaki shook his legs anxiously and said, "So we came here because we were deceived?" So just like Minsano said, this woman doesn't have any special ability at all? That's true. Kobayakawa wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand. I don't think it can be generalized. We have met many spiritualists in interviews before, but they are all obviously different from what Guangjiang said in this area. This is true, at least that's what I thought at first. But Jiangnan once said that this ability called divine ability or extraordinary ability is to be consumed. This ability is extraordinary, and the more you use it, the less you use it. Therefore, even people with real ability in the beginning will become ordinary people once their ability is exhausted. If the ability of Mikoto, also known as Terai Mitsui, is believed to be true, then she is probably in a period when her ability is not exhausted. Then, Mr. Kobayakawa, before we came here, Mitsui kept talking about the gods who hate impure things, the need to wear a spiritual robe to keep the body pure, etc. All this nonsense to create atmosphere? When Jiangnan asked this question, Zayabayakawa tilted his head and said, "Ah." He said, "Maybe it's true. It can't be said that what she did is fake." For example, she said that there is Miss Forever's soul here, which is more credible. If it goes well, she may really be able to communicate with Miss Forever's soul. What's the matter with locking the door? This is also what Guangjiang ordered. The purpose is to let people hand over the keys. During Kobayakawa's confession, Guaxing brought a coffee pot and coffee cup from the kitchen at some point, and silently began to brew coffee. After a while, Jiangnan took a sip of the coffee handed over by Guaxing and asked him, "What kind of deception did you use for the phenomenon that happened at the conjuration yesterday? Do you understand?" Hey, I roughly figure it out. Guaxing squinted at the dejected Kobayakawa and nodded without hesitation. Let me explain. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Kobayakawa. Is this what you told Watanabe-kun last night? It turned out to be Palatino's trick. Yes, the sound in the second half may be a trick. First of all, the practice of candles extinguished before this is a deceit not worth mentioning. Although this phenomenon occurs when the conjuration begins but minutes. In other words, the candle that seemed to be extinguished at the time was actually moved beforehand. Hands and feet? What's going on here? Pull out the wick in the middle of the candle beforehand. That is, when the candle has burned for exactly 20 minutes, cut it open, take out a section of the wick below, and then restore it to its original state. When it burns to the place where there is no wick, the candles will naturally go out. After the meeting, Guangming Temple quickly takes the candles away. This kind of trick can be found by checking. Jiang Nan couldn't help but stunned, thinking that things are so simple. If so, then this unexpected method of extinguishing is understandable. Zayabayakawa lowered his head and did not raise any objection. What's up with the Palatino trick? Eusapia Palatino was a witch who was active from the late 19th century to the beginning of the century. That Mr. Conan Doyle fully believed in her divine powers. This is what Palatino was at the conjuration. The famous deception used. The noise made at the conjuration meeting yesterday can be explained by this deception. Mr. Jiangnan, do you remember the scene at that time? So, you and Sakiko are sitting on both sides of Guangming Temple. Mr. Jiangnan, you are sitting on her left, and Zairiko is sitting on her right. Guangming Temple asked us to grab the wrists of the people on the right. Mr. Jiangnan grabbed the right hand of the Guangming Temple. With her left wrist, Kamioji's right hand grabbed Sakiko's left wrist. In this way, it meant that her own hands had no room for movement. Later, she fell into a stupor, and the candle went out while answering the question, and it was pitch black. After a while, I remember she started rocking hard from side to side. Well, that's it. The trick was at this moment. As her body swayed from side to side, the one caught by Jiang Nan approached Sakiko's left and right. So, she quickly exchanged her right hand, which was grabbing Sakiko's left wrist, with her left and right. Understood. The left and right I grabbed and the right hand grabbing Sakiko's wrist. Jiang Nan reached out to the round table and confirmed the secret swap method that Guasheng said. Ah, that's true. In this way, the right hand of Guangming Temple is free. It's really beautiful to think about. It's easy to make noise on the table in the dark if you have one hand free. As soon as the act of collusion with Mr. Kobayakawa is over, he will shake his body from side to side to restore his hand to the original position, and then let someone light the candle. Just now, is the explanation correct? Mr. Kobayakawa. Kobayakawa nodded silently. Guasheng took a sip of coffee, licked his thin lips, and continued, not to mention the key that was found at the end. It was also thrown behind the decorative cabinet by Kamioji or Kobayakawa beforehand. The key was borrowed from Ms. IPO. Right? No, it seems not. Oh. Ms. Iba only allowed us to use the old hall after learning about the situation. It has nothing to do with what performances I and Kwang Jiang are doing there. That's why she took special care not to enter the Zheng Pendulum Hall. So, what's with that key? It seems that Guang Jiang found it from his sister Ming Zheng's belongings. After learning that this was the key to the Zheng Pendulum, he wanted to use it. Please wait a moment. Jiang Nan hurriedly interjected. Just now you said it was her sister Ming Zheng's relic. So what happened to Ming Jiang? He died 10 years ago. Zayabayakawa replied with his head lowered. It seems that Miss Yong Zheng hanged herself in the forest not long after her death in early August. That's right, Minsa, Kawarazaki said, tapping on the table as if impatiently. In short, it was Makoto of Kamioji Temple, that is, Mitsuko Tarai, who killed Watanabe and Sakiko. Just now Xiaoshua talked about the smell of perfume, and it seems that it can be concluded that the murderer who wears a mask is Makoto of Guangming Temple. Although I still can't be 100% sure, this view also exists in Jiangnan. Of course, whether the fragrance is emitted by the tip itself, whether the testimony of the tip is reliable, all these should be carefully considered. But right now it is impossible to settle down and study these possibilities carefully. Hey, Mr. Kobayakawa, what do you think? After being questioned by Kawarizaki, the lover of the suspect shook his head helplessly. I don't know, please advise. But last night she went to the Zheng Pendulum Pavilion and disappeared since then. I have absolutely no idea what happened. I have never heard of such a thing. It was me who was most surprised to hear the news of her disappearance. In fact, Kobayakawa was more panicked than anyone when he learned that Makoto was missing. Even when Gua Shang and others talked about performance, he did not remove the melancholy expression. He would never actively support their views. Any clues? Kawarizaki asked again. Kobayakawa bit his lower lip and remained silent. Then, Mr. Kobayakawa, you mentioned her sister Mingjiang just now. Why did she commit suicide 10 years ago? Guashing changed the question. Zayabayakawa replied, I don't know the details, but I heard that her suicide was related to Miss Yang's death. Miss Forever's death? Guasheng frowned and muttered. Do you know how that girl died? It wasn't due to illness or accident. Is this conversation at the Conjuration true? Also, what about 16 and Trap? Yes, what do these mean? I don't know the details. However, what kind of conversation to have at the soul-calling meeting was discussed with Guangjiang in advance. The questions are all set by Guangjiang in advance, and I don't know how she will answer. However, it seems to be true that Miss Young didn't die of illness or accident. So, did she commit suicide? Guashing asked excitedly. Seeing Zayabayakawa nodding slightly, he further asked, why did you commit suicide? I don't know. I asked Guangjiang, but she hesitated and didn't answer. Does she know? Tirai Mingjiang's suicide is related to Miss Yang's death? I heard that she felt responsible for Miss Yang's suicide. Miss Yang probably happened when Mingjiang was away. She was strongly reprimanded by Mr. Guarendian for this. As for why she committed suicide, it might be because she blamed herself too much. At this moment, Zayabayakawa suddenly stopped and whispered so. What did you say? About the dead Miss Forever, Guangjiang once said, this child is too pitiful, frail, and sick, and lives in that kind of family environment all day long. Therefore, he finally chose that way of death. The sister who was implicated was even more so. Poor. And Zayabayakawa closed his eyes tightly, as if recalling the past. Ah, that's right. Guangjiang once mentioned 16. I remembered it. She said that Miss Forever dreamed of getting married on her 16th birthday. When she failed to get her wish, she committed suicide. Anyway, it seems that Mitsuko had no motive for killing Watanabe and Sakiko. The circumstances of the dead in the past are irrelevant. The most important thing is the living now. Kawarizaki stretched his arm vigorously. In short, I think that although she is a little mentally ill, she will never do such a cruel thing. Kobayakawa looked at Watanabe's corpse covered with a blanket and frowned. If you ignore it, this guy is very dangerous. Maybe there will be victims. Hua Sheng said. This sentence is undoubtedly the most unwilling of those present to hear it. Kawarizaki said with a sullen face, ah, that's right. I suggest that you look for her in the room again, and a group of 2 can catch her. This way, the key to the door will also be obtained. That's true, but the culprit may not stay in the old building forever. She has the key in her hand. Of course, after finishing the case, she has to escape quickly and stay inside. It is very dangerous and easy to be caught. Yes. If that's the case, it's better to put the door on the inside and keep her from entering. If we don't go out by tomorrow evening, Ms. IPO will be suspicious and she will come to check. Mins went on, what if that old woman stands in the position of sheltering her? Then can't we get out if we starve to death? Don't worry. In case this happens, or there is danger around Ms. IPO, then there are many other people who know we are here, and someone will definitely come to rescue us. But, of course you can look in the room first, maybe it's useful. I won't do it. Inercy suddenly screamed. He stared at Guashing and Kawarazaki, and then said to Zayabayakawa, who bowed his head in fear, what are you talking about? Maybe you are also an accomplice. Your pitiful appearance is all acting, right? What did you say? Kobayakawa was shivering with anger. Am I that kind of person? I don't trust anyone. Not only Mr. Kobayakawa, but no one else. Yukakai said solemnly, and looked around the seat nervously. At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hands and banged on the table hard, saying, if you say that Guangming Temple is the murderer, I don't think she is. She may have been killed long ago. Isn't it right? But who can be sure? Inercy shouted incessantly, and his arrogance became more and more arrogant. She was killed last night. Yes, who did it? Mr. Kobayakawa, is that you? Maybe Guashin-kun. Maybe it has something to do with all of you. Mr. Inercy. Jiangnan stood up and wanted to persuade the emotional photographer. As a result, the Inercy suddenly changed color. Don't come here, he yelled, kicking the chair away from the table. You can't be trusted either. Because you're Kobayakawa's subordinate. Please calm down, Mr. Yukakai. If you keep messing around like this. Tell you not to come here. Cowardice turned into hostility. Uchiha stretched his arms forward and stepped back toward the kitchen. I'm going to be alone in my room until tomorrow evening. That's safe. Absolutely safe. No one's coming. If you come, don't blame me for being rude, understand? Do you understand? After he shouted so naggingly, he turned and ran into the kitchen. After a while, he ran out with his hands holding the vat of drinking water, whiskey and food. He stared at his companion who was staring blankly, and fled the hall. Mr. Nehai also makes sense. At present, it is not certain that Guangming Temple is the murderer. After a period of restrained silence, Gua Sheng was the first to speak. He poured his coffee and looked lazily at the 2 pointers that kept moving under the glass of the round table. It's 5:30. As soon as he finished speaking, the clock in the decorative cabinet rang. Yes, Guangming Temple may not be the murderer. Means man. Kawarazaki shouted and licked his dry lips. He picked up the coffee pot in front of Guashing, poured some boiling water into the empty cup, and drank it. From the very beginning, Zayabayakawa bit his lower lip sullenly and kept sighing, while Xiaoshua propped his elbows on the table and hugged his head. It was long past time to eat, but no one was hungry. For example, you can still think of it this way. Gua Sheng said while brushing the hair in front of him. Why does the murderer wear a mask? Generally speaking, to cover his face. Or to prevent others from seeing her true face. If Guangming Temple is the murderer, she has disappeared because of everyone's suspicion. It seems that there's no need to work hard. Junichi, what do you think? Ah, that makes sense. In addition, there is one more point, Gua Sheng said with the index finger of his right hand out. I can't understand why the murderer deliberately knocked on Xiao Sua's door after killing 2 people. And he didn't take any action, just revealing it fled in a flash. What's the explanation for that? this. There may be several answers. First, the murderer wants to make people discover the body as soon as possible. Second, the murderer wants to make the third party clearly see his image wearing a mask. Third, the murderer wants to be heard to that perfume smell. What? From this point of view, the conclusion should be that the murderer who wore the mask was not Makoto Kamioji. She may have been killed when she disappeared. Someone else snatched her spiritual robe and put it on, wearing a mask. So, of course, the murderer will smell the same perfume. The murderer can change into his original clothes immediately after committing the crime, but he may not care about the blood on his chest. You're so smart, Kawarizaki said in a teasing tone. At the same time, a stiff smile appeared on his face. Guoxing said nonchalantly, nevertheless, Guangming Temple may also be the murderer. As I just said, her madness may make her take action. Humph, if that's the case, wouldn't it completely return to the original view? Wouldn't it be possible for anyone to be the murderer? Yes. Guoxing shrugged and looked at the east corridor where the photographer disappeared just now. Maybe the flustered Mr. Tsumi was the murderer. You argue endlessly, maybe it's you. Shut up. Guoxing suddenly made a face. However, he immediately looked at Jiang Nan nonchalantly and said, just now Xiao Xiao said that the mask the murderer was wearing was hung in the corridor of the Xingguan. What's the basis for that? This. Jiang Nan replied as he recalled the situation in the corridor at that time. It seems that there is one less mask hanging there. I always feel that the number of masks is different when I first passed by and when I passed by the old building later. Also, who else found out about this? I feel that way too, Kawarizaki said. Guoxing nodded and continued, after changing into the Ling robe, Mr. Jiang Nan, Mr. Kobayakawa, and Mr. Yukikai did walk out of the hall to unload the truck. On the luggage. At this time, is the mask missing? This. Jiang Nan turned to look at Xiao Hayakawa. I saw that he was silent, just kept shaking his head gently. Anyway, when everyone went to the old hall, did the masks disappear? Guoxing emphasized and brought the cup to his mouth. The question is, when was the mask taken? Who was the person who had a chance to take it? Anyone is possible, Kawarizaki said. If it's after arriving at the timepiece hall and before entering the old building, then everyone has the opportunity to go to the corridor alone. Especially after changing clothes, it happens to be messy, and when you go to the toilet, might as well get it. Yeah. It takes time to remove the mask from the wall, at least a few seconds. If it is after changing clothes, it is also easy to hide under clothes. Jiang Nan thought, no matter what, that person must have brought the mask in secretly for some purpose, and he must be trying to use the mask to do bad things. The clock struck 6 in the morning. Looking up at the ceiling, the 12 small skylights in the shape of the clock dial were already lit. Minzwanan, what should we do next? Kawarizaki stretched out with his arms crossed and said. Guoxing leaned back on the chair exhausted, sighed, and continued, what should I do? Kawarizaki scratched the tip of his flat chin and said, let's look for it in the room. Since Makoto is not the murderer, someone probably hid the bloody clothes and masks. Once these things are found, it can be determined to use this the man in the room is the murderer. How could the murderer put such a dangerous thing by his side? If it was me, I would never do it and would definitely hide it elsewhere. Since there is a key on the door, it is safest to throw it away from the iron door as soon as possible. So, I recommend sealing the gate with tape. Why do it? In this way, at least it will become a clue to understand the murderer's direction in the future. Because if you use the key to open and close the door, the tape will be peeled off or torn. I want to sleep. Xiaoshua suddenly shouted. She put down Shou holding her head and looked at Guoxing and Kawasaki alternately. I'm so sleepy, and I always feel powerless, she whimpered. Go to sleep if you want, Guoxing said cheerfully. Xiaoshua shook his head like a coquettish child, but... Are you afraid? Xiaoshua nodded slightly in fear. Seeing this, Guoxing said gently, you lock the door from the inside so that no one can get in. If someone forces you to open the door, you scream for help. But... It doesn't matter. And no matter who the killer is, if he wanted to kill you, he would have already done it. Maybe after killing Watanabe and Sakiko. Waking you up on purpose so that you can see without hurting you, which in itself shows that the criminal did not intend to kill you. After hearing this, Xiaoshua seemed to be gradually relieved. There was a little less worry in her pale face. Then, She spoke in a low voice, rose slowly from her chair, and staggered out of the hall. After a while, there was a sound of closing and locking the door. Guoxing began to implement his own plan. They got paper tape from the warehouse and put it on 3 places between the 2 doors of the gate. Then the 4 of them returned to the hall and sat around the round table. Time passed minute by minute in a gloomy and melancholy atmosphere. There was no better conversation between the 4 of them, just countless sighs filling the silence. All of them know that as long as they can find a clue, the situation will not develop in a worse direction. But if this goes on forever, it leaves them with too much time. This wasted time can only increase the anxiety and pain in their hearts. Of course, it is an inevitable trend that this impasse will soon change. What time is it? Guoxing looked at the hands of the big clock under the round table and slowly left his seat. Are you going to the toilet? Kawasaki asked. I want to see a place. Guoxing shook his head slightly and replied. Where? Zhong Pendulum Pavilion. I'm a little worried. Can you go alone? Come with you too. If you were the murderer, wouldn't you be in the middle of it? Then each other. I'll go too, Jiangnan said and stood up. The reason why he proposed to go, on the one hand, wanted to see what Guoxing was worried about, and on the other hand, he was afraid that when Guoxing and Kawasaki left, only himself and Kobayakawa would be left. Because no matter if he is the boss or what, the most suspicious person at the moment is Kobayakawa. Mr. Kobayakawa is going too? Guoxing invited. Zayabayakawa looked up listlessly, then lowered his head again. I'll stay here, you all go, he replied irresponsibly. Really? Guoxing put his hands on his hips and warned him carefully, if something happens, you can shout, okay? Pendulum Pavilion is exactly the same as when Jiangnan and Kobayakawa came in yesterday. Broken clocks were thrown all over the floor in the living room, and blood-stained red and black spots were left on the carpet in the bedroom. Guoxing carefully observed the spots on the carpet and turned to the opposite side of the bed. He mused as he rocked the wheelchair that had lost its owner back and forth with his hands. At this time, Jiangnan also stood near the door to observe the situation. Is that the big closet? After a while, Guoxing confirmed to Jiangnan by pointing to the 2 open doors inside. Then, he walked towards the door very nervously. Gangnam and Kawasaki followed. In the big closet, the 3 of them saw the blood-stained wedding dress at a glance. Is this the dress you dream of wearing on your 16th birthday? Guoxing took a step back, stared at the clothes hanging on the hanger, and sighed deeply. Is that what you're worried about? Kawasaki asked, looking at Guoxing's serious face. Yes. You seem to have been thinking about it since yesterday. Why? I remembered things from the past. In the past? Was it 10 years ago? Yes. Nothing special happened then. We met the girl in the forest and sent her home. That's what happened. Really? Gua Sheng narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and said, "Is that really what it is?" It's useless to ask me, because I can't remember at all. Guangming Temple once mentioned black hole at the soul calling meeting, and then repeatedly said pain. The problem is probably here. Black hole? I don't know what's going on at all. Gua Sheng lowered his face and remained silent, standing there with his arms folded. Kawarasaki leaned against the wall beside him, bored. Mr. Kobayakawa said that Miss Forever committed suicide. After a while, Guashing said. Sweat dripped from his white neck. Did he stab himself in the chest while wearing this dress? At this time, Guasheng frowned and said, Why? Kawarasaki asked. Guashing took a step forward and stretched his right hand to the dress. Just when the tips of his fingers touched the black and purple spots on his chest, something fell to the floor with a clatter. What is it? It turned out to be a piece of paper, a piece of white paper the size of 2 business cards. It appeared to be clipped to the hole in the dress. When Guashing picked it up and saw the text written on it, he not only screamed. Gonnam and Kawarazaki hurried over to take a look, and they were also shocked. You killed it. The words were written in red pen on the piece of paper. It seems to have been written recently. Out of the closet, Guasheng used the sleeve of his ling robe to wipe the sweat from his forehead while asking Jiang Nan for his opinion. The paper isn't yellowing, and the ink is new. At least it wasn't written years ago. Indeed. Did you have it when you and Mr. Kobayakawa came here yesterday? Was it also caught in the hole in your chest? No, not at the time. Jiang Nan thought, it should be no. If there is, he and Kobayakawa will also find out. The crooked and disorganized hiragana characters seem to have been written on purpose to conceal the handwriting. Regardless of when the piece of paper is tucked into the dress, it has a certain meaning. That is to say, at this time, the criminals signal to us. You guys? Kawarazaki took a piece of paper out of Guzan's hand and watched through the orange light on the wall. The question is, who does you refer to here? Who did you kill? Gua Sheng said. There must be something to clipping onto that wedding dress. Ah. Did the killed target refer to Miss Young, who was going to wear that dress? Miss Young did not commit suicide, but you killed, or equivalent to you killed. Yes, that's right. Gua Sheng said to himself while quietly looking at the girl's bedroom before her death. So, the matter goes back to the summer of 10 years ago. Gua Sheng seemed to remember something at once. Jiang Nan heard the last sound, looked up at Gua Sheng and asked, What did you think of? Huh? Yes. A little thing. Gua Sheng faltered, suddenly turned his face away, and his embarrassed appearance was unprecedented. The 3 left the bedroom and spent some time in the living room next door. They are here for no particular purpose. Guoxing sat exhausted on the chair in front of the study. That's probably the biggest reason they're here. Min Zwinan, what's wrong with you? Kawarizaki asked. Guoxing was silent, just propped his elbows on the table and kept stroking his forehead with his palms. Kawarizaki looked at his friend pouting in surprise, shrugged in fear, and sat on the stool next to him, his legs crossed. Jiangnan stood in front of the stereo placed next to the inner wall. The sound is old-fashioned stereo. There is no tuner or deck mechanism on the record player. Jiangnan looked inside the fixed record shelf because he suddenly wanted to know what music Miss Yang listened to before her death. At first glance, most of the collections are classical music records, most of which are piano music. Works by composers such as Chopin, Mozart, Beethoven, Ravel, Rachmaninoff, etc. are arranged in an orderly manner. There is neither a TV nor a radio in the dark timepiece hall, just countless clocks. This is a girl in a wheelchair living in this environment. She fantasizes about wearing that wedding dress at the age of 16 while being influenced by the wonderful music composed by the geniuses of the past. With this depiction of her image in his heart, Jiangnan had an indescribable sadness, and at the same time he couldn't help feeling a chill all over his body. He pulled a record from the shelf. It's a collection of Ravel's sketches, but the cover seems to be homemade. Titles and tracks are recorded in handwritten artistic fonts on thick pink paper. Just by looking at the title of the song, I know that this is a famous masterpiece of Ravel's early creation. Jiangnan didn't want to enjoy this record right away, but there was an impulse in his heart. Driven by this urge, he took the record out of the record sleeve. "Ouch," he exclaimed. Kawarizaki got up from the stool and walked over. "Mr. Jiangnan, what's wrong?" "Oh, this is kind of weird." "Which one? Is that this one?" The label affixed to the center of the record, AB, was visibly replaced with homemade on both sides. Homemade labels may be applied after peeling off the original label, or it may be directly attached to it. On the self-made label decorated with small flowers, the titles of the songs recorded are written in a proper manner. The record sleeves are also homemade. Why is that? Did Miss Yong do it herself, or did her father Gu Iluandian do it? Jiangnan handed the record to Kawarizaki and looked at the inside of the record sleeve, thinking that there should be additional instructions in it, but there was nothing. He nervously pulled a few more records from the shelf to read. These were also housed in homemade record sleeves. The labels were changed, the instructions were taken away, not all verified, but it seems that all the records here are the same. How strange. Jiangnan put the record back in place and whispered. However, Kawarizaki did not agree. There are also people who tear off the new book cover they bought and replace it with a special cover made by themselves. Isn't it the same for both? With that in his mouth, he left Jiangnan and walked towards Guoxing, who was sitting in front of the desk with his hands on his cheeks. "Hey, Min Zwinan, what's wrong? It doesn't matter, right?" Guoxing didn't turn his head, just made a still staring blankly at the air. After a while, he noticed a small box like a jewel box in the corner of the table, and he casually reached out and picked it up. The box is very beautiful, and the crimson velvet is inlaid with fine silver craftsmanship. Guoxing gently opened the lid of the box, and there was a relaxed and happy music box sound, which played a wonderful melody. Wagner's Wedding March, right? Kawarizaki shrugged vigorously. This piece of music inspires a girl's dream too much. Oh, this kind of hobby is not very good. What's in it? Guoxing nodded and took out a beautiful silver hairpin in the shape of a flying bird, an exquisite pin in the same shape, and a photo from the small box. Look at it. Guoxing showed the photo to his friends. It's that girl. The beautiful girl in a white dress had a lonely smile on her face. Behind her are many clocks and clocks in decorative cabinets. The photo appears to have been taken in the lobby of the old building. Beside the girl stood a little boy, wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with his hands on his slender waist, his mouth tightly closed, and his expression stiff. This is probably the demeanor of a young knight who follows the princess and plays a protective role. This is the girl I met in the forest 10 years ago, right? Guosheng looked at Kawarizaki's reaction. Well, yes. So, the little boy standing beside her is the young Master Yujimi? Perhaps so. Words on the back. Guosheng turned the photo over and read aloud the text written on it. August 5th, 1978, on the 14th birthday with Yujimi. So this hairpin and pin are the birthday present for that day? Maybe. In August of 1978, it was 11 years ago. It is said that Miss Forever died in the summer of 1979, at the age of 14. That is, about a year after the photo was taken, before her 15th birthday, the teenage girl committed suicide. August 5th? Guosheng put the photo back into the music box and whispered. What day did that happen? Maybe the culprit is me. Guosheng said this shortly after the three returned to the hall. The hands of the clock are almost at 9:30 in the afternoon. The skylight in the ceiling is fully lit. Outside I don't know when it was raining heavily. Kobayakawa is no longer in the lobby. As soon as they came back, Kobayakawa said they wanted to go back to the house and left here. It seems that a person drank wine mixed with water before leaving. On the round table are wine glasses and kettles with ice cubes, and empty whiskey bottles. Why are you doing this again? Kawarizaki, who was screaming that he was hungry for instant noodles, looked at Guosheng anxiously and said, from the beginning, for some reason, you suddenly hesitant, and if you want to say something, just say it happily. Well, it's not like you. Maybe it's all because of me. Guosheng looked at the round table and sighed in pain. Kawarizaki wrinkled his nose and said, what the hell is going on? Be more specific. This. You're not going to confess that you're the murderer, are you? No. It has nothing to do with this. Guosheng still stared at the round table and slowly shook his head from side to side. It's that black hole. 10 years ago, it was me, we dug it in the forest. It was a pit we dug for fun. Trap? Why can't I remember such a thing? Boom. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering sound, which shook the glass door on the decorative cabinet. It was a sound of thunder. The three couldn't help but look up at the ceiling. Is there a storm outside? Kawarizaki hummed and opened the lid of the instant noodle bowl that had been put in the boiling water. He glanced at Guosheng, who kept his head down in silence, and regardless of what he continued to say, he hurriedly frowned and started eating. I'm going to sleep. After eating the noodles, Kawarizaki wiped the sweat from his face and stood up from the chair. How about it, Mins went on, are you going to stay up like this? It's not enough to just waste it like this. If anyone doubts it, it's better to lock yourself in the room like the photographer. Kawarizaki said with a yawn, I'll go to bed first. Sleep in that room? What? Maybe it's safest to sleep here. I don't want to sleep in the same room with the corpse either. But Kawarizaki ignored Guosheng's dissuasion, yawned again, and walked away from the round table. It's okay to sleep against the door? If you're still worried, find something to put the door on. Neihai Tozi was drunk. He was suspicious, panicked, and finally locked himself in room 9. When he found that the door was unlocked, he moved the clock display case in the room to the door and firmly pressed the door. That way no one can sneak in. If someone dares to break the glass on the door and force their way in, they can call for help at that time. As long as other people are not accomplices, you can guarantee your own safety. It doesn't matter now, he told himself repeatedly. But even so, the fear in his heart could not be eliminated. He remembered someone committing murder here, and the ghost that haunted the timepiece hall. Although he already knew that the conjuration would be a complete fraud. But his fears of the likes of these supernatural ghosts still lingered. To escape the horrors, he drank the remaining half bottle of whiskey. Probably due to his unusual state of mind, he felt that the taste of big wine today was also different from usual. This difference is not in the fact that the wine is good or bad, but it is always felt that what is in the stomach is other liquids other than wine. Despite the unusual taste, he unknowingly fell into an unprecedented drunkenness. This is by no means a happy drunk, but like a nightmare. The appalling corpse of the student in the hall, the blood and pieces of flesh spattered everywhere, appeared and disappeared in his swaying and erratic vision. At this moment, he screamed, covered his eyes with his hands, and fell to his knees on the floor. Suddenly, he felt a continuous faint sound in the room. This sound is not the sound of the gears of an expressionless clock moving. At first, the inland sea was the sound of waves. He grew up in a coastal city facing the Sea of Japan and slept at home listening to the sound of the waves since he was a child. This voice is too sweet, too familiar. The sound of waves? Wrong. Must be an illusion. This is not the beach, but the mountains of Kamakura. It's raining. It must be the sound of rain. It was raining outside, and it was quite heavy. Can't remember when the rain started. Just now? Or earlier? If he were to think about it with his drunken mind now, he might even think that the rain started when he entered the old hall. Soon he was lying on the floor. Hands and feet are numb, and consciousness is dim. Restless, he rolled to and fro on the floor. The occasional rumbling of thunder not only brought him to sleepless nights when he was a child when he went to watch fireworks in a neighboring town, but also reminded him of the guitar solo he had enjoyed at a swing dance concert the other day. At this time I don't know how many times after the clock struck, part of Inner C's consciousness returned to reality. He stared awkwardly at the clock placed in the display case. This reference room houses Japanese interior clocks made in the Meiji period. The clocks are no longer functioning properly. The only thing moving around in the room is the wall clock next to the room. At this point, the hands are pointing to noon. Inner C slowly got up. He sat against the wall, reaching for the bottle that rolled to the ground. As soon as the bottle was empty, he threw it away, opened the lid of the polyethylene bucket, and drank it. At this time, his consciousness was a little sober. One more day, right? He really wanted to cry. When I thought of staying here until 6 p.m. the next day, I felt that I might as well go to see the King of Hell. Bumping his head against the wall, he reached for the monocular camera beside him. The heavy feeling of using a camera that I'm used to is a little comfort to my disturbed mood. He looked at the viewing window, aimed at the obstacle in front of the door, and pressed the shutter. The flashing of the flashing lights coincided with the sound of thunder. Just ran out of film. He put the self-rewinding camera on his lap, removed the black leather soft case, and prepared to change the film. At this time, he suddenly found something strange. What is this sound? What is going on? Why is this happening? He first thought that maybe it was because he was drunk. After a while, he made another careful observation. That's right. This phenomenon still exists. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, a faint voice came from somewhere. It was neither the clock nor the rain, but some other sound, a sound sandwiched between the rain and the bell. Inner C quietly put down the camera and looked around the room. There is no one else here but myself. Barriers to the top door have also not changed. The clocks in the showcases remained motionless. Is it on the wall? He sucked in a breath of cold air. On the right wall is inlaid a large clock. The pointer, which had been fixed there for a while, was now turning slowly. Inner-C hurriedly wiped his eyes and watched carefully. However, it doesn't seem to be an illusion. The pointer is still moving. Well, what's going on? Hey, he whispered, tremblingly. Because of being drunk, the tongue is completely unresponsive. Why did it turn suddenly? After a while, the hand stopped at the Roman numeral V on the dial. At the same time, a faint sound is emitted. Nehai opened his mouth dumbfounded, his whole body stiff. A crack suddenly appeared near the bell. A rectangle with a width of more than 1 meter and a height of less than 2 meters began to move in this direction, as if someone had cut it from the mosaic wall. Utsumi wanted to stand up, but couldn't move because his legs were completely numb. So he slammed his back against the wall, stretched out his arms, and tried to stand up. A large door-like hole appeared in the wall. Opposite the hole stood a man wearing a black spiritual robe. He has a turban on his head, and his face, as Xiao Xiao said, is wearing a bluish-white mask that is afraid of people. The eyes on the mask are half-moon-shaped, and the mouth is upturned. It's this guy. Nehai leaned against the wall, feeling extremely terrified. This guy has killed 2 people. In the right hand of the masked murderer, wearing white gloves, he held a golden square murder weapon. It turned out to be a clock, a lantern-shaped indoor clock with a handle. As soon as he saw the Inner-C, he raised the clock with both hands and swooped over. Although Nehai wanted to escape, he couldn't stand up on his legs. He kicked the camera aside and fell to the floor. The murderer was approaching step by step. He was trembling with fright, rolled around on the floor, and shouted desperately, "Help!" The murderer smashed the weapon in his hand at his head. "Help!" The target hit, the shouting was interrupted, and it suddenly turned into a muffled moan. The floor was full of splattered blood and shards of clocks. The killer glanced at the convulsed photographer. When it was confirmed that the wall clock above the door was 12:28, the next step was started. The Clock Mansion Murders. Susie read with you. Chapter 10. Goddess of Silence. Tuesday, August 1st. Lugu Mencher and Fushi Liangtai stayed in the new hall of the Timepiece Museum. When they woke up, it was about 11:30 in the morning. The time to fall asleep is 4 in the morning, and I have slept for more than 7 hours. But from the point of view of Fauci, who is used to a lazy student life, he still lacks sleep. Deer Valley also seemed as listless as Fauci. They were still yawning and rubbing their eyes as Ibo Seo brought the prepared brunch to the living room. Has young Master Yujimi got up yet? Lugu asked Saiko, who was wearing a white apron and was attentive to the side. No, it seems to be still resting. Saiko replied, looking up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was exactly 12 o'clock noon. Don't say noon when taking medicine, and it's common to sleep late in the afternoon. Yes. What are your plans for today? Yeah, I still want to see Mr. Ma Yuan from Gile Temple. Deer Valley turned his eyes out of the window while baking bread. I saw the unpruned weeds in the courtyard, swaying to and fro under the continuous beating of the torrential rain. The dark clouds rolled in the sky, and from time to time there was a rumble of thunder, showing more and more the momentum of a storm coming. It is said that the typhoon is about to make landfall. Saiko said through Lugu's line of sight. If you go to Kek Lok Temple, it will take about 40 minutes by car. However, it is best not to force it in this weather. If you need it, you might as well stay for another night. Please don't be polite. Thank you. Lugu nodded slightly. But anyway, you have to find a way to fix the blown tire first. Give me the key, and I'll let Tianxua repair it. No, it's hard enough to repair the car in such a heavy rain. I'm really sorry. You don't have to worry, Sayiko said firmly. I'm going to Tianxua. Because you two are distinguished guests. Besides, Tianxua is hired because he can do it. Yes. Then, if you could, I would be very grateful. Please leave it to me to do it. If nothing else, you can ask Tianxua Jiaming to change the tires first. It is said that Tianxua came here 5 years ago, and all the chores here are undertaken by him alone. Hearing Sayiko's call, Tianxua came to the living room. He was about 50 years old, short and hunched, but broad-shouldered and strong-chested. However, in any case, he belongs to an ugly man after all, and that crab-like face is expressionless. I don't know if it was deliberately pretended or not. After listening to Sayiko's instructions, he nodded obediently, silently took the car keys, and then went out with a slight bow. The rain seems to be getting smaller. Sayiko looked out the window and said, after seeing Tianxua leave, If it is convenient, I would like to invite the two of you to visit the columbarium. Of course. Lugu agreed immediately and winked at Fauci. I want to see that poem for myself. If that's the case, then I'll show you the way. But are you ready to eat? It's done. Ah, by the way, do you want us to have a cup of coffee? I rarely get up so early, so my eyes haven't opened yet. Lugu said, and folded a paper towel into a butterfly. Before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The three people came out of the back door of the new pavilion and walked towards the columbarium in the backyard. Although the rain has become smaller, the raindrops are still heavy. Thankfully, there was not much wind. Borrowed umbrellas won't help if it's windy and rainy. Even if it is a short journey through the courtyard, it will definitely be poured into chicken soup. The trees in the courtyard are so strange. Lugu stopped and said behind Sayoko while looking at the spacious courtyard. Boxwood bushes with dark green leaves grow everywhere in the unmanaged lawn. However, these groves vary in size and shape. From the perspective of the arrangement, it is neither a straight line nor equally spaced, which makes people feel very disorganized. From this point of view, it is difficult to think that this courtyard has a harmonious beauty. Fauci thought that this was probably because the courtyard had not been built at that time, and the ancient Erendian passed away, so that no one asked about the matter later. This is the sundial, Sayiko explained. Oh, is it? The courtyard here is on the north side of the house, and the tower shadow can extend over when the weather is good. Indeed. So would these trees be used for the numbers on the dial? In time. If you look from the top of the tower, the trees have Roman numerals for different times, just not as accurate. Yes, the pole of the sundial must be parallel to the axis of the Earth. The so-called benchmark refers to a stick that forms a shadow, which is equivalent to the pointer of a sundial. According to Lugu, the stick is generally parallel to the Earth's axis. In other words, the stick is to be erected at an angle that is uniquely equal to the local Earth. This is to eliminate errors caused by different seasons. Lugu stopped and looked up at this majestic stone bell tower in the rain. The striking clock dial is clearly visible from the rear courtyard. The big clock with its two hands removed is funny and bleak, and it looks even more sad against the gloomy sky. Is there a columbarium there? Lugu pointed. Directly north of the clock tower, there is a small stone structure, only a few meters away from the sundial disc represented by the lawn. If calculated from the bottom of the tower, it is roughly 20 to 30 meters away. Refer to the location map of the Timepiece Museum. Yes. Sayoko changed her hand to open her umbrella and walked forward. Please. Before the rain is heavy. Coming to the door of the columbarium, Lugu folded the umbrella and looked back. This is exactly the noon direction of the sundial. What does this mean? I can't tell. Sayoko stopped the hand that reached out to the doorknob and replied. I just heard that Eternal was born at noon on the 5th of August. Perhaps the Lord realizes that. August 5th at noon, not him. The doors of the columbarium are two black iron doors with reliefs of winged hourglass clocks. Later I heard that the same pattern was engraved on the gate of the old pavilion. The door was unlocked, and Sayoko entered first. There appears to be no lighting installed inside. Sayoko went inside and immediately took the candle and lighted it from the shelf fixed to the left wall. The space inside is very small, as large as 8 straw mats at most. The ceiling is about 3 meters high. There are no windows, and the 4 walls are made of the same gray stone as the outside. 3 stone coffins were lined up horizontally. With the help of the light of the candle, Sayoko came to Lugu and Fauci. The one in the middle is the master's coffin, the left is the era, and the right is forever. Look at the lid. At Sayoko's urging, the two put their faces close to the middle mouth and hit Mumu. The top of the lid was indeed engraved in tiny words with the prose poem she had recited last night. The goddess is bound in a silent cell. He was executed on August 5th, 1992. At the end of time, the 7-colored light shines into the sanctuary. The shouting is earth-shattering, you listen. That beautiful and touching dying tune. The only song of the goddess of silence. It is a song of sorrow, a song of prayer. With the corpse of the sinful beast. Dedicated to my grave to comfort my soul. There is really a silent goddess in the poem. Lugu said to himself with his arms crossed. What does it mean? 1992 is still 3 years away. What will happen on that year's August 5th, the birthday of the era and eternity? This reads like a prophetic poem. I'm waiting for the tomb probably refers to this columbarium. The question is, what does the phrase silent goddess refer to? Is there only an urn in the coffin? Leiyu said, is there nothing written on the inside of the lid? Yes, nothing was written. Sayoko replied flatly. Afterwards, Cui Leingja took over the candle and began to observe the hall carefully. Are there no last words left elsewhere? He looked at the walls on all sides, then bent down to look at the floor. Oops! After a while, Lugu shouted and raised his head. Miziba, what is this? What? Sayoko tilted her head and walked towards Lugu. From the entrance, this is the right-hand wall. That's it. There's a small hole in the floor here. It's like a keyhole. Sayoko looked suspiciously at the place that Shikatani pointed out. At this time, Fauci also stood beside him, bent over. Ah. Yes. Exactly. Don't you know? Yes. I really didn't know anything before. The small hole was on a rock on the floor. It was a round hole with a diameter of about 2 or 3 centimeters. It might be very deep. It looks like a keyhole. But Fauci thought it was an old-fashioned wall clock hole in a house in the past, a hole used to wind the clock disc. Haven't you heard that there is a basement under this building? No. I don't know. Oh. Lugu supported his knees, knelt down and put his eyes close to the small hole on the floor, tapped the nearby stones with his fists, and stood up and stepped on them. After a while, He seemed to stretch his lanky arms proudly and smiled mischievously at Fauci. Maybe there is a door for death to come in and out. Death? Saiko asked, dumbfounded. What do you mean? Yesterday, Mr. Natsumiya said that the late Mr. Koalundian turned into a god of death and came out of this ashes. In order to avenge himself, he was resurrected from hell. Ah. I missed the mark. Lugu put his hand to his mouth and coughed deliberately. I promised him to keep it a secret from everyone. Don't tell him what I said. The three left the columbarium and returned to the living room of the new building. While they were resting, Tiansua Jiaming came in and told the car that it was repaired. Seeing Tiansua's muddy work clothes, Lugu thanked him apologetically and then took the car keys. It was pierced by a nail. Tiansua reported the cause of the bad tire. A kind smile suddenly appeared on his expressionless face. The air pressure is also adjusted. However, if you don't pay attention to maintenance, the car will get in trouble for you. Lugu scratched his curly hair embarrassedly, but didn't reply. It's so impolite. Sayoko hurriedly reprimanded upon seeing this. The little man Tiansua bowed his head and left. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After accepting Saiko's invitation to have dinner together at 7 o'clock tonight, Lugu and Fauci braved the heavy rain and ran to the nursing home where Ma Yuan Champing moved. The road was empty, presumably due to the impending typhoon. They arrived at Keklok Monastery before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Right now, it's summer vacation. There should have been many tourists in this area, but today there are very few pedestrians. With the help of the address informed by Saiko, they unexpectedly quickly found a nursing home called Green Garden. Rows of neat and tidy houses stand quietly on the quiet residential street. From the appearance alone, one would think that the welfare facilities here are quite elegant. After explaining the purpose of their visit, the guide quickly took them to their accommodation. In the spacious hall that passed by on the way, several old people were talking and laughing together. The air was fragrant, and the environment was particularly pleasant. It seems that there is no need to change the impression just created by the appearance. According to the female staff who led the way, Ma Yuan Changping, now 70 years old, came to this nursing home 5 years ago when he was 65 years old. At the time, he was suffering from high blood pressure and a stroke. But soon after being admitted to the hospital, he suffered from the so-called Alzheimer's disease. With no hope of recovery, he has been living a bedridden life in a single room for the past year. Are his relatives visiting him? Today we were introduced by Ms. Ibo Sayoko. Hearing what Lugu said, the female clerk replied that she also knew Ms. Iwa of the Gui family. She comes to visit once every 3 months. This is probably because the late master of the Gui family was very caring during his lifetime. It is said that they are still close friends. Yes, I've heard of it too. Mr. Ma Yuan often says the same thing. Does he have any relatives? I don't seem to have any relatives. I heard that his wife has long since passed away, and his beloved only son has also died. It seems that he was killed on the mountain. No doubt, this hit him hard. He still often calls his son's name and weeps. Ma Yuancheng lay flat on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a trance. There was no response when someone came in the room, and he was muttering something to himself. Although he is also an old man with dementia, he is completely different from Taichi Nanomaya, who I saw last night. 84-year-old fortune teller Nanomaya still had bright eyes. The old man in front of him not only had dull eyes, but also made people feel lifeless. Mr. Ma Yuan, Mr. Ma Yuan. The female clerk brought her mouth to the old man's ear. The guests are here. They came to see you in the rain. Hello, Mr. Ma Yuan. Lugu said in a low voice. I came here after inquiring about Ms. Ipio of the Gui family. Can you say something? The old man's eyes fixed on the ceiling slowly moved over and saw Lugu's face. Then, he asked clearly in an unexpectedly hoarse voice, "Oh, are you Achi's friends?" Achi? No, no. We were introduced by Ms. Iba from the Gui family. It's Ms. Iba, Mr. Ma Yuan. The one who often brings you snacks. The female staff explained in her ear. The old man put his pillow on his head, and nodded. Ms. Ipo's husband, right? You've lost weight again. How is your daughter? No, not at all. This non-speculative conversation continued for a while. No matter how it was explained, the old man could not understand it correctly. Not only is it difficult to grasp the current situation, but even the memory of the past has become very vague. It's really impossible. When Fauci, who was standing on the side, saw this and planned to leave from the bed, "So, what do you want to inquire about?" Ma Yuan seemed to suddenly answer the original Lugu's question. Deer Valley was pleasantly surprised. "We want to know about Mr. Guarendian. You have a close relationship with him. You must have been to the current timepiece museum, right?" "Yes," the old man seemed to answer happily. "I go there a lot." "How's London?" "Mr. Luandian died 9 years ago. Do you remember?" "Lundian is dead." "Oh, isn't it? What a pity. How he longed for the day when his daughter was a bride. But, do you remember his daughter forever? It's a pity she died 10 years ago." "Really? Forever dead. What a poor child. She looks exactly like her mother, a very beautiful girl." "Is she engaged to Aji?" "Aji?" The old man opened his mouth wide and called the name repeatedly, Aji. "Are you Aji's friends?" "No, it's not." Lugu patiently corrected. After a while, the old man nodded deeply as if he finally understood. "Yes, no. It was entrusted by the Code of Ethics. Since that's the case, he can't refuse. Aji knows that too. In fact, he doesn't need to do those tricks." "Those names? What's going on here?" "When he does that, he will always be pitiful. I can't tell Luandian about this. Because at that time he was desperate to let his daughter realize his wish. But... Hey, Mr. Mayuan, what's going on?" "Lundian has gone mad. He even built that timepiece hall. Made that kind of building. That's all I've heard." The old man's voice gradually weakened, and he spoke in a stutter. After a while, he stopped talking, as if the medicine had worn off. Afterwards, no matter what he asked, he didn't answer, he just called out the name of the deceased only son. It would be nice if I could hear it more clearly. After leaving the green garden, the rain continued to fall. Fauci always felt a little futile. Yes. Lugu replied happily, but there's always something to gain. Yes. At least I heard the truth about the insanity of the late Gualundian. This is the first time. Yes. But this? The ancient era has gone mad. The construction of the Timepiece Museum is also an expression of its madness. If so, then, in that silent goddess poem, there may be hidden unnatural intentions that normal people can't imagine. Although the windshield wipers were turned on to the maximum, the poor visibility was still not improved. The water in the roadside ditch overflowed, and layers of ripples appeared on the exposed asphalt surface. Lugu clings tightly to the windshield of the car and drives slowly forward. After a while, I found a restaurant that was operating along the road. Go there and kill some time. Dinner isn't until 7 o'clock. It's troublesome to go back too early. Saying so, he turned the steering wheel to the store's parking lot. This restaurant has a signboard of pure TA, and it is a place that nostalgic for the past. In the window seat inside sat an old gentleman alone. Wearing a tan beret on his head and a pair of tortoiseshell-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, he silently ate chocolate ice cream while looking out at the heavy rain outside casually. There are no other customers in the shop. There are no clerks in the old counter either. The two walked to a four-seater round table and sat down. At this time, the old gentleman wearing a beret slowly stood up from his seat and said politely, "Welcome." What a big storm. As he said this kindly, he walked leisurely towards the counter. It seems that he is the owner of the shop. Fauci was still hesitant when the things he asked for arrived, but finally decided to ask Lugu the heart-wrenching question he had been holding in his mind the night before. That is, about what happened in the summer of 10 years ago, although not fully recalled. Oh? What the hell happened? Lugu was very surprised when he heard this, and asked Fauci's face with his eyebrows furrowed. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie channel, you are welcome to click subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. Thanks for watching.